going on, everybody? Welcome on in. This is Carpool Gaming presents and reacts to Summer Game Fest Day 3, aka the Xbox Showcase. I am one of your hosts, Ryan, and I am joined by the Xbox Drive crew, plus one in full. Starting off, of course, Sean and Marcus O'Neill are both here in the same room.
We're touching. No big deal.
Yeah.
Hello. Hi, Ryan.
Hi. Also, Mitch Powers here. Hello, Matt. Mitch.
Hi. How are you?
Hi.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, same. Fee's also here. Hello, Fee.
Oh, I am here. And hello, Ryan. Day 3. Super excited. Here we are. I cannot handle I sound like I'm not excited. I am really excited. I'm just trying to contain my excitement for the showcase.
This is just what happens when you've had to deal with me for 3 days straight on live stream.
Complete opposite. I think it's been so motivating. We had such a great time yesterday. For people who didn't get to watch, go watch yesterday. Yesterday was fantastic.
Yeah.
You got to see Sean look like he's a deer in headlights with the amount of games that he saw.
How do you handle all those games? What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
There's 70 hours in 60 minutes. I just feel like I'm not out of suit to just think that's maybe a little too many. That's crazy. But I'm happy about it, so I don't know what to feel.
70 hours and 70 games. Kind of crazy how that works.
For sure. And, of course, Bowser is also here. Also has had to deal with me for a couple days as well now.
I've been having a blast. My Steam wishlist overfloweth. I played demos last night till way too late, and now I'm ready for more. Give it to me.
Yes. So, of course, we've got Xbox today. Xbox is our one and only showcase today, but it's going to be a good one because, or at least I hope so anyways, because it's going to be 2 solid hours of Xbox plus Call of Duty will be after the show as well. And then we'll have a wrap up to kind of round things up. But, of course, this is Carpool Gaming during Summer Game Fest, and we have some special edition merch that we are currently selling in order to celebrate this momentous occasion. So if you are interested, head on over to our website, carpoolgaming.com, where we've got all of this cool merch here with our, with our logo designed by Fee, of course. We've got a tank top, a Bobby tee, a Summer Game Fest t-shirt, a mug, a sticker. But the best part is if you would like to give away some of this stuff to Twitch chat, there is the option on the website to go to this gift on Twitch chat option. And what it'll do is it will actually randomly select someone in chat to give one of the pieces of merch away to. So I think this is a super cool feature. This is our first time doing it. We had a couple giveaways on the first day. But if y'all are interested in, giving back to the community, and maybe celebrating this awesome occasion that we're doing right now, head on over to the website, carpoolgaming.com. But until then, friends, the countdown is on 6 minutes and 35 seconds before the Xbox Showcase. So what's everyone's hype level at? What's going on here?
Ryan, I just got a message from a loving friend who would know and just told me something that he thinks we're going to see. And I wish he just kind of held on to that until the end. Like I love him, but I'm excited by what I just heard. But
oh, no.
I have butterflies, you guys. There is something special about the Xbox Showcase and the fact that who knows what Nintendo is going to do. And, not to make it a console war thing, but I feel like PlayStation kind of mailed it in last week. Like, this is the one that I'm really... I mean, am I speaking out of turn, Mitch? You're muted, so I'll just assume that you're agreeing with me.
You just said out loud what everybody thought. It's okay.
Go exactly. Yeah. I said the inside part outside. No, this is the one that like somebody actually shows up for. Now, that's not to take away from yesterday. Like I was completely blown away by what we saw yesterday. So many games that deserved a spotlight, and looked really interesting to me. This is the AAA presentation though. Like this is the one, and yeah, obviously a lot to prove in Xbox land, and a lot of us are waiting on bated breath by what they have in store for us. So yeah, man, I'm feeling all of the things right now.
Yeah. I mean, between this and Nintendo, like I think if Nintendo Direct is the only thing maybe that could rival this as far as, the bringing the hype. But yeah, like I think this has the potential to be, one of the biggest and best showcases out there. It could also have the potential to be, a very disappointing one as well, depending on how you look at it. But I'm just trying to keep my hype in check for this showcase, not trying to get too excited.
I'm way too late for that.
I just don't want to
be
disappointed.
Too late.
Yeah. I am excited. I'm excited to watch all of this with y'all And I think it's going to be a fun day. I think it's going to be a fun day. And more than anything, we'll just learn a whole bunch about Call of Duty, and I think that'll work at least for Mitch. So,
Yo, I was gonna say I felt bad because I was thinking like, am I the only person in Carpool that actually cares enough about Call of Duty to watch it? And then if so, we'll just go ahead and watch it later. But apparently Sean is all about it. So, and of course it's on Game Pass, so there's really no reason for anybody not to like just try it. I apologize that the file size is probably gonna be like 250 gigs. I'm just gonna apologize for Activision right now. I shouldn't have
Are you
to.
apologizing?
I don't know, but people on the Xbox side of things, I'm sorry that Call of Duty is gonna be 250 gigs, but it's on Game Pass, so go download it.
yeah. I mean,
That's
we
still
actually
nuts.
here's the thing. Sean and I both play the Call of Duty campaign every single year.
Yeah.
So you'll get us at least for that. And then the multiplayer I usually dabble with, but then I usually fall off pretty quickly. But at least that campaign, I always usually enjoy the campaign.
Campaigns are usually solid. Can't argue that. I mean, and like I said, it's the best part is something like you said, you could spend $70 for the campaign or just play with Game Pass. Or if you're on PlayStation, go ahead and spend $70 on it. It's fine either way.
Yeah.
Or dance like Sean and Fee are.
That's right.
I don't know.
This is our gun dance for Call of Duty.
Oh my god. We scared Bowser away with the dancing.
God, Bowser
She's just
left.
like, I can't deal with this. I can't deal with it.
She goes and grabs a real gun.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm sorry, BRB. Is that what we're supposed to do?
We're talking about COD. Let's go.
I'm also just so excited too at the potential that today could be the day that we watch an Xbox event and a trailer for Final Fantasy 14 comes up, and then Fee and I can get very excited. So
Agreed. I'm super pumped.
yeah.
I saw one thing that Bowser told me not to say, and I don't know if that's what got mentioned. I'm trying to like stay off stuff, but I saw one thing get mentioned last night on Twitter, and all I can say is I'm gonna be real happy if that's true.
Guys,
Same. Yeah.
I don't
I saw
know how
one
I've
thing, and I'm just
Yeah, you don't know anything?
I don't know anything. Last night I played like 6 demos, and I've just been living my best life, avoiding all of the spoilers. So thank you, whoever's on my Twitter feed, because I don't know anything.
I was gonna say the only thing I got spoiled by was the Call of Duty release date, but not because of Twitter. I simply logged into PSN today, and it's on the store. So
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, okay. I guess this is the
Bowser
thing.
came back.
Oh,
I would have come back with my guns, but unfortunately, I lost them all in a tragic boating accident.
no, not the boating
what?
accident.
Wait, was the tragedy of the boating accident the loss of the guns?
Yes,
Okay.
That is a huge tragedy. That's an expensive tragedy.
it is
Very
quite
expensive
expensive.
one,
You're not wrong. You're not wrong about that.
Now the oceans become more powerful. They have more guns.
No. Those fish out there, they're
The ocean as an entity is now more powerful thanks to Bowser.
Yeah.
That final boss is going to be a real pain in the ass.
Yeah. Well, the hype is almost here, folks. A minute and a half left to go. Please be excited. I'm even gonna just, Sean, I'm gonna turn this music off because we will actually go ahead and
Thanks for
unmute
the.
stream here.
I thank you for the merch command. I'm looking at Nightbot right now. That is not what it's supposed to say, so I'm not sure what happened there.
Oh, that's Extra Life merch. Yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I don't know why it. I'm looking at
Rad.
Nightbot
Also,
behind.
it takes you to Extra Life's collection link, which does not go to
That's what I'm
anything.
trying to say. Like I'm looking at the back end right now, and it just says pick up your Carpool merch.
Yeah.
So maybe we have 2 Nightbots somehow.
Maybe.
Also, friends out there, because the showcase has been all over the place as far as volume is concerned. Please let us know if the volume.
Oh,
is
here
out
we
of
go.
whack. Let's go.
Gears first. Come on, baby, give it to me.
Go!
Final Fantasy 16 first. Let's go.
Pure content.
Tony Hawk.
Oh, look, another countdown.
Countdown.
They got rid of the countdown for
there's
another
your COD.
countdown.
It's a COD countdown. We're going to talk about
I mean,
COD
of
in
course,
like
it's Call of
2
Duty.
hours.
Yeah, that actually makes way more sense.
Yeah, for real. Show us a game that we definitely know is going to be talked about more in 2 hours, right? Please, tell me more.
No, but they got like, dude, $69 billion.
That's true. That's a big number.
Ryan, can you increase volume a little bit?
Please, yes.
Like this?
Maybe more?
We'll see when the explosions happen.
Look, the
That's
static
true.
gets its own thing.
The Soviet Union is no more. Despite a potential for instability and chaos,
Ancient history, the 1990s.
these events
Yep.
clearly serve our national interest.
The lights will dim,
The
Yarden.
specter of global conflict.
Today we celebrate the
It's the
mystery
Prodigy,
of
let's go.
American
Yes.
renewal.
Yes, Joel, that was only 10 years ago.
Something big.
I'm a fire starter, terrific fire starter.
I figured if I stuck around hell long enough, I'd see the devil. How's he look?
How does he look?
The agency is compromised. We're being hunted from the inside.
You're the fire starter, twisted fire starter.
You don't have to trust me, Marshal. But it might be better if you do.
Hey, something you should see.
What the hell are we getting into? Don't trust anyone.
Lachlan, you can jump in the StreamYard if you want.
Come hang out with us.
I know you love Call of Duty.
To a CIA black site. Are you out of your mind?
Things got complicated.
I think mentioned I already played this earlier.
Yeah, with the cars, yeah.
Wasn't it Fortnite?
May God continue to bless the United States of America.
That's actual footage, right? Like that's
It is.
real.
That's
That
actual
is.
George
You just
Bush.
got
Yes. So
First look
creepy.
at the
That is
campaign for
senior.
Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Set in the 1990s after the Cold War ends, where the truth isn't what it seems. It's an honor to stand here representing the creative teams at Activision.
After that big
And
old
please stay tuned after the showcase, where we will take you inside the studios to hear directly from Treyarch and Raven, who are working on Call of Duty Black Ops 6. You'll get a 25-minute deep dive into the story and a sneak peek at multiplayer and zombies.
Let's go.
It's been 10 years since Call of Duty has been in our show. It's been even longer since all Call of Duty players got the same game at the same time. Going forward, everyone will experience the game, including the Black Ops 6 beta, the season expansions, and the updates at launch.
Let's go.
There are currently over 100 million people who play Call of Duty every month. We hope to grow that community by making Black Ops 6 the first Call of Duty game that will be available in Game Pass day one. So no matter where you choose to play, everyone is welcome to experience Call of Duty Black Ops 6 on October 25th.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm incredibly excited for
messaging.
today's show.
Ryan,
I'm
can you
standing
go
here thinking about
louder, please?
all the passion that has gone in to making this show what it is.
Thank you.
It's an honor to share the latest efforts from our partners around the world and from our own creative teams at Activision, Bethesda, Blizzard, and Xbox Game Studios,
That's insane.
who are
That's such a
doing
crazy
what I believe is some of their best work ever.
I hope so.
And now I get to introduce something that is
Are they not live?
special to me.
Nope. This is
As someone who has played
this is
games for
pre-recorded.
as long as I have,
Yeah.
it's amazing that I get to set up this world premiere.
Here's the boy. Let's go.
So
Premiere.
thank you all
Come
for
on.
joining us, and please enjoy the show.
Don't worry, I'll do the voice.
I love it. I just wanted a
Oh,
crowd
the voice is
reaction.
back. Let's go.
Yes, world premiere. Oh.
Oh.
I got goosebumps.
Fallout.
Doom. This is Doom.
Look at
This is
me.
Doom. This is Doom.
Yep. It's definitely Doom.
That's sick, though.
Boom, 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 boom.
Doom.
Super weapon of gods and kings.
In-game footage.
Is this Doom?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is Doom. Yes.
But it's like it looks like Hexen, which gets me excited. Look at that good boy.
Oh my god. I just.
Is this where we get the release date for the next Animal Crossing?
Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
He's got a cloak.
That's what this means. And a
my
shield.
gosh,
Yeah.
Dude's got a shield.
He's like Ulfred Stormcloak.
Yes. Oh,
What?
man.
Let's go.
What?
This music.
Are you shooting,
He's shooting
skulls?
and
Yeah.
That's the,
Chainsaw shield.
Yes.
Who needs a chainsaw gun when you got a chainsaw shield?
dude, it's Captain America's shield with chainsaws on it. Let's go.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude.
Give it to me this year.
Shadow drop it. I dare you, Phil.
Right meow.
Into Game Pass.
You're flying around on a dragon.
Yes!
Yeah.
Dragons in Doom.
Oh my god.
Holy.
Next year.
Oh.
Yes.
Let's go. That looks so awesome.
So they've already beat PlayStation, right? Just like instantaneously with these two things.
Sorry, yeah. Dude.
You can play it with Game Pass.
Guys, I will risk all the motion sickness for that game. I don't even care.
Let's do it.
I
I
need
will be
25
sick.
minutes of that.
Yes.
Like, give me a direct on that.
Oh, it's so cute.
I think this is State of Decay.
Yes, this is. How did you know that so quick, Ryan?
I just know
Ryan
it.
knows
I
things.
know it from the
This
backpack
Ryan.
specifically from State of Decay 2.
There's your new Undead Labs logo.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Undead Labs leaked this accidentally.
This is the only thing I knew coming into today,
Damn.
so
Well, we knew about Doom. Doom was also leaked.
Yes.
I didn't.
All knew the risks.
Oh.
I didn't.
You didn't know about that at all?
I've been like this.
Oh, that's awesome.
But you helped
That's
us
it.
make something
Yeah,
great.
exactly, AC next year.
And death
Yep.
that surrounded us.
I love State of Decay 2, so I am actually pretty excited.
That's just open
It
the
has
door. That's all I
so
need to
much
see.
potential.
Ew.
Found hope. In
Ew.
you.
I mean, I'm gonna play it, but ew.
Yeah, I would
just
actually
love that
love
you
to
go
play
in the
this with
car.
you.
And
I
even
would
if
love
we
to.
fought the other survivors just one
I hope we
day,
get gameplay though in this trailer. That's the only.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, it's
would
been a
be
while.
worth
But all this series needs is just a little bit of polish.
Yeah.
But like the concept and the way it works is all really good.
How
There's your
long have we
gameplay.
known about this game?
That looks like gameplay. That's gameplay.
Like 4 years or so.
Yeah.
That 100% was just gameplay right
That's
there.
gameplay too.
Yeah.
There we go.
That helped us find the courage to keep going.
Wow.
That's what I like to see.
To fight on.
Oh no.
When we needed it the
That's
most.
gotta hurt.
That'll ruin your weekend. Ah. Poor Jimmy.
Have you ever thought about how much it would hurt to get eaten alive?
Yeah, a little bit.
No, I have not.
I didn't
Like,
know
I think
this.
about that a lot.
Yeah.
Is that a scare in Canada? Like,
But we'll keep your memory alive.
You get bitten to death.
that's your tag, Bowser. When you die, they have to go grab your little cute keychain to bring you back to life. That's what it is.
Okay. My reboot
Every
card.
Yeah,
sacrifice
get your reboot card, exactly.
matters. And will never be forgotten.
Yarden. Try not to. I try not to too, but it happened.
Yeah.
Oh.
That bridge doesn't
Yeah.
look safe.
That bridge became a
Upside
nest.
down.
Looks like Edmonton.
Oh my god, John.
We got a bridge like that.
Of course the zombies made the bridge a hive. Why not?
Well, then blow the bridge.
Yeah.
Easy.
That's not how that works.
No
Yeah, I want to buy
Sure.
that thing though.
Oh,
That
they
is
all
definitely
died.
gonna be an item that's
The
gonna be
good, the
sold.
good dinosaur.
If
Yeah,
it's
that
not
is
sold, we're
absolutely a
3D
merch item.
printing it.
Oh yeah. Dude, let's go. Good for them.
Yes, please.
Dates. Come on. Come on.
Yes.
Don't give
At
me
least
a
a window. At least a window.
something. Anything.
That's it. Play it with Game Pass, Sean.
Dragon
Oh, let's
Age!
go!
Let's go!
Yeah. I thought we weren't going to see this till later in the week.
It's Microsoft. They do things they want to.
This'll take more than you and me.
Yes.
What are you thinking?
I want to smash people with freaking
Is that
mugs.
Varric?
Yeah, it's Varric, yeah.
Nev Campbell.
Bring a little darkness.
Scream 9, let's go.
Yes.
Oh.
We're going into the fade, aren't we?
Veil jumper.
Digging up a lot of buried secrets.
It looks so different.
It does look a little more cartoony.
Hey, Ryan, it's you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Someone who will stand between us and a pack of demons.
Yeah, I actually like this song though.
You know there will be dragons.
Right.
Oh, they totally reimagined the character
We'll need
design.
someone with fire in their blood. One
Was she
more thing.
Kunari?
Yep.
This crew needs a leader. Someone we can count on.
Oh my god.
Someone
This looks
that the
so
world
good.
can count on.
So good.
Who's she?
You.
Who's on the other Inquisition? Who's she?
But where are we gonna find her?
That's you. That's the player character.
It's a large dragon.
Let's go.
What? Oh wow.
It's this year, Sean. Time to go back and play all the Dragon Age
What am I
games.
supposed to play Baldur's Gate?
Just go play the Dragon Age games, Sean. All
You
three
already
of them.
played the character creator. You're fine.
All right, here we go, Bethesda.
Guys, we're 14 minutes in.
Oh,
Starfield.
Starfield DLC. Let's go.
Thanks for giving it away, closed captions.
Look, there's maps. There's maps, Mitch. It's fine.
Yes. Sean's happy, either way.
Oh, you guys, I'm blown away already. They can end it. Just finish it now. We're good.
It's over. Oh, I want some today.
3 games in, they dumped all over Sony's day. It's so crazy.
Something is not right.
Still have an hour and 45 minutes.
Seriously.
Yep.
So I had a prediction for this year, Ryan, when you and I did predictions, that Starfield would have something to turn it around. So we'll see if this is.
We'll see if this is it.
Yeah.
This
Map's
looks
already turning.
insanity.
Yeah, maps helps.
It turned it into Dead Space. Let's go.
Yeah, Doom's on PlayStation. That's not a surprise.
Yeah.
That's good.
They are putting Doom on PlayStation.
Yeah.
Good.
But it makes sense because
Everybody
all the
needs
other
to
ones
play
are.
that. Dude, that game's awesome. God.
Especially if multiplayer's crossplay.
Yeah.
They will determine how long.
Kind of amazing we've forgotten that Doom has great.
I was gonna say, real talk, I never touched the Doom multiplayer, and I love multiplayer stuff. Never touched it.
It's really good. Yeah, it basically created deathmatch.
Well, you also, well, I mean, Doom, the last multiplayer was not.
Can you feel it?
That's what I'm saying. The newer ones, the 2 newer ones, didn't even touch it. I just played the campaign. Loved it.
Constricting until there is no more you. Only us.
Oh.
Ego from Guardians 2. Let's go. This looks insane.
I like the creepiness
What
that's
is
happening
that?
here. There's only one way to find out, Sean. Time to go back to space.
That's
Joker's Alliance. We have a proposal for you.
Maps. Intense music playing.
I always like the trailers with flying words.
Yeah.
You know they mean business when words are flying everywhere.
Yeah.
with intense music.
Stuff.
Good for them.
Ah, the creation kit.
Creation kit.
Let's go.
You go make all your own stuff in space.
Dude, that literally would make somebody play Starfield. They might have been like, oh, exploration.
Totally.
Cool. All of a sudden, like horror vibes now? Like, come on.
Oh, welcome on in, Amanda. Come hang out with us.
Vaultathon 76 is
Oh,
sponsored in part
it's
by
Vault 70.
Sugar
It's
Bombs
Fallout
Breakfast
76.
Cereal.
Never mind.
Bombs away.
We are allowed to be excited about Fallout
If
76.
you're just joining
Are
us,
we?
We are coming to you live.
Yes,
in the 10th
you're allowed to be.
consecutive hour of our Vaultathon 76 drive. We've got operators standing by, and oh, it looks like
Just the
we've got
aesthetic
love
of
this.
Fallout is great.
Seriously.
It really is.
He's sending the whole family to Vault 76.
How about that? Skyline Valley.
Being from a wedding.
Right in
Yes,
Somebody call that
fleshy.
number right now. Somebody call that number.
Yeah, but I have all those demos from yesterday. What the hell, you guys?
You need more to do, Sean.
First ever
Now
map
to join
expansion.
us, and the over 17 million Vault dwellers already on board. And let's keep those numbers climbing.
Got 4 on the line from AVR Medical Center. Is it
Vault
This is what
76
happened
is a
when
growing
the show
community.
started.
And strong
Yep.
community
Everybody was
can
calling
bring
in. They wanted part of Fallout.
life. Just take a look at our Skyline Valley neighbors in Vault 63. The greatest scientific minds are hard at work, cooking up shocking new ways to protect and preserve this Appalachian Eden. Yes, Skyline Valley is a stunning portrait of Mother Nature.
My son is
in
losing his
waves.
mind
From the
upstairs
picturesque
watching this
Shenandoah
property right
National Park
Love
to
it.
its majestic wildlife and friendly local residents, Skyline Valley is a welcome home to all. And don't forget to bring home a souvenir or two. When the bombs started dropping, don't come a knocking.
Oh my god.
Call now to reserve
go.
your
Gotta call that number. Gotta get on that vault.
Still not sold? Well, I suppose having skins.
Oh, you can
aren't
play as a
great.
ghoul.
Best of luck out there.
I mean, it makes sense for Vault 63 because essentially the cover of Vault 63 is gone. So that's why everyone in the vault is currently a ghoul. That's why the scientists are
World premiere.
like this.
Guys, I'm so happy the world premiere voice is back.
Yes.
You just didn't want to have to say it all day, Ryan?
No, I missed it.
Who is Sandfall Interactive?
I don't know.
Soon she'll wake and paint again. Paint a new number,
That's Fiona.
ticking down every year.
Soon she will wake.
One stroke,
Dude, it looks like Bioshock.
and
It
everyone
does.
of that age vanishes into nothingness.
What?
Every year she paints again. And every year, an expedition departs for the continent with one hopeless mission.
I am sold.
Destroy
What is this
the
game?
paintress, so she can never paint death.
Oh my god.
What?
I'm here
Oh,
for
it's
it.
gorgeous.
That's Skybox.
Steal anyone else's future.
This world is full of wonders.
Yet everywhere we go, we walk with death.
And humans, we're the only ones left.
I don't think it's Bioshock.
It looks like an RPG though. It gets me excited. In fact, this kind of looks like Legend of Dragoon's combat in a lot of ways.
The UI looks insane.
Not cheeks. Not cheeks.
Not even half a cheek shot.
Even if we fail, we lay the trail for those who will come after. Right?
He is covered in blood. Oh my god.
We
Is it a countdown of how many?
are Expedition 33.
This is a Ryan Turford game. It's gotten written all over it.
Game
That's
Pass.
Game Pass.
That's great.
Yes.
Very good.
I am much excited.
Wow. Wonder who the developers were on that though. Like,
Dance something?
Sandfall.
Sandfall and Kepler Interactive.
give me the goodness.
He's better at notes than me.
There's a chance. My mom's still alive.
It's okay, I didn't even get the name because I was writing everything else down. Pausa. What's the name of the game?
Expedition 33.
Oh.
Is this the one
Compulsion.
that's south of midnight?
Beaver!
You need to tell me your mama never told
Well, that's a
you
big
stories
fish they're
about
riding on.
Critters and weavers. Oh, you're lucky I come along.
What in the world?
I don't know what it is, but I want to ride it.
This is so cool.
Oh yeah, the last time we saw this game, it was like a really weird and abstract trailer.
Yeah. It was very dark.
Two-toed Tom.
He's talking.
Not two-toed Tom.
I gotta drop you off fast.
After I got you out of that tree, you said you helped me find my mama.
I ain't at the disposition to be gator snacks.
Well,
This
I think I really like this art
Oh, we
style.
gotta get
Yeah,
ready.
it's really cool.
I'm all ears.
Yeah.
There's a church up a ways with a big
Almost
bell.
like stop motion or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to make him come
Definitely
right?
Spider-Man, like
Talking
across the
about
Spider-Verse
sound
style
of
art.
bell. Some church folks once tried to dynamite him, and he didn't take it.
I want this game.
If you
This
ring
was
that bell,
on my honorable
you
mention
must
list.
get out.
You better not.
Was it?
Spring
Go on
release.
now,
That's
Scoop.
what I say.
I'll pick you up yonder after to go find your mom.
I don't think I've ever seen anything for this game before.
They had a trailer for it last year.
Yeah, it
It
was
looked
a.
very different than this.
Oh, here we go.
gameplay.
Nice.
Gotta move quickly now.
I'm sure it's fine.
Wait, that floating island is
Yo,
the
look
gator?
at Xbox straight up saying, "Here's gameplay," right? Look at that.
Oh yes,
Oh,
I'm in.
yeah.
That's all I need to see. Hook shot.
Yep. Hook shot across the swamp.
Hell no.
Mitch, that was quick, dude.
I'm in for this.
This looks great.
Sign me up.
All right, time to find that church.
Okay. I like that. Restore the beauty.
Wow, I love the traversal.
There it is.
Jump, dash,
Now to
little
get over
glide.
All I know is this is a huge step up over We Happy Few.
No kidding.
Whoa.
Yeah.
There's
you-
your Spider-Man glide vibes.
Yeah. Little slipstream, kind of little breeze. This is unreal from Compulsion.
Yeah, I don't need to see anymore.
Yeah, they're good.
This is good.
Give me a
A
date.
little Uncharted,
Throw it in the
climbing.
pass.
That art style is straight up Spider-Verse. All those cutscenes like look like Spider-Verse.
What the hell?
Hurry up! Jump!
I love it. I love it.
That's so
Yes.
cool.
South of Midnight.
I
Next
saw it
year?
spring, but
Lots of 2025 today.
And Game Pass.
I was saying they
Yeah.
did say they were going to start trying to show games that come out within the year, right?
Yeah,
So
but we
it
got
could be by summer of next year.
Hopefully.
we got COD and Dragon Age and Starfield and Fallout 76 already for starting
Blizzard,
today.
Blizzard.
Dude, World of Warcraft coming to Game Pass. Let's go.
console.
StarCraft 64.
I mean, they just need to promote the expansion.
Diablo
Diablo
expansion.
3.
That makes way more sense.
It's
Diablo
Diablo
makes a lot more sense than anything I just said.
I don't know. I still think there's going to be a World of Warcraft, the War Within trailer in the show. Oh, it is World of Warcraft. This is the classic cinematic
Yeah.
too.
Are they bringing classic to console?
I mean, I think it's just World of Warcraft on console. I think you might be right. Because this is an amalgamation of the cinematics too.
I'm gonna be mad that I didn't.
Guys, we're going back. That's the Lich King.
Let's go.
Morphe, yeah.
If it comes to console fee, we're playing, right?
We have to. I don't even have a console, but now I have to get a console for this. What the
I
heck?
have one. I can ship one to you, Pete.
Okay, this sounds great, Sean. This works.
We can work something out.
We can play this game.
Yeah.
You have a PC. You can already play it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, yeah, but console.
I know. I get it.
Lachlan's buying an Xbox and getting
Although-
sucked in.
Although, what if wasn't just a console trailer, but just a War Within trailer, just setting up the rest of the story?
Dude,
instead?
Game Pass.
Oh,
Everybody,
probably.
do it. This is
Sean,
my
you might be
prediction. This is my prediction.
Even upon the very
Included in Game Pass, World of Warcraft.
While new hope blooms on the horizon.
Guys, I watched someone play this game the other day, and I was really tempted.
Go back.
I'm definitely going back for the expansion this year, V. 100%.
Now, in the darkness, at the very
Bill Spencer.
of the world,
Looks more like Stein.
the drums of war thunder once again.
Call of Duty, Dragon Age, Fallout, World of Warcraft.
At last,
Banger after banger after banger.
They say Doom.
the world's soul.
Like, these are gigantic
so long
games.
denied me shall be mine.
Oh, that's Phil Spencer.
Oh, clear. Oh, well, it was just a War Within trailer. There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, this expansion looks hype. I'm very excited for it.
Yes, it does.
Oh, it's so soon!
What the
This
heck?
August! We got 3 months.
PC. I like how it just says PC. It's like,
Yeah, they're like,
PC, like, just calm down.
hey, calm down. Pump the brakes.
Someday.
Oh, it's Metal Gear!
Pakistan, altitude 30,000 feet. Approaching Soviet airspace.
Listen up, Jack. Your
this
mission
the
is to
remake?
infiltrate
Yeah.
Selino Yask in the Soviet
Oh, Metal
mountains,
Gear's,
ensure the
remake,
safety
yeah.
of Sokolov, and bring him back to the west. Your
Shonen at
code name for
Xbox
this
show.
mission
Let's
will
go.
be Naked Snake. I'll be referring to you as Snake from now on. The clock is ticking. This will be a sneaking mission. You must not be seen by the enemy. You must leave no trace of your presence. Is that clear? This kind of infiltration is the Fox unit's specialty.
But stealth,
In other
Sean.
words,
Stealth.
weapons and
So
equipment
bad
are
at
procure on site. That goes for food as well. You're completely
don't
naked,
shoot anybody.
just as
It's
your
not
name
hard.
implies.
I'm not gonna lie, this
I have
remake's
to find
looking
my
way
own
better than the
weapons
last
and
time we saw it.
equipment. Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
The mission rests entirely in your hands.
A real one-man army.
I want to be good at this so bad. It looks great.
Yeah.
I suck at these games.
I friggin' love Metal Gear. Please be excited.
So Ryan, I've never played a Metal Gear. Is this a good spot to start?
This is the beginning of the story, so this is a great place to start.
Although gameplay-wise, this definitely had more of the stealth, not that much of the action. This is
That is
definitely,
not stealth. He's firing
that
rockets at
part's not stealth,
helicopters.
Well, you fight big bosses with a bunch of weapons and stuff.
That's true.
So.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
Konami's back, baby. Between this and Silent Hill, man, it's could be good times for Konami, I think.
Question, didn't they show this off last time at the PlayStation show?
They did, but they also showed it at Xbox last year too.
Okay, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It's not a world premiere. Could be something.
No date on that Metal Gear?
Nothing. No. Nothing. But it sounds like next year.
Sea of Thieves.
Now available on multiple platforms.
I honestly can't believe they're not doing World of Warcraft in Game Pass.
I can, because people
That's
will
a
still
lot of
pay for
money.
it anyways.
Yeah. If the game was on a decline, I would assume they would start to open that up, right?
It isn't on a decline?
No, it's not. It's still got like 10 million subscribers every month, Sean. It's a lot of money.
It's going straight to Microsoft.
The world I'm not a part of
Yeah,
at all. I
like-
have no idea.
There you go.
Cool. More pirate stuff.
Can't argue that.
Thanks, Lachlan.
Guys, we still have 90 minutes of show. That's so awesome.
Your kind meddled where you shouldn't. As long as Uru is free, your world is in mortal peril.
And how is it that you know all of this?
Because I am a god too.
If you're a god, you're one of
Kinda
them.
cute.
Why
Fox
would I
God!
need to help someone I've sworn to kill?
If it's vengeance you want,
Trying to remember the name of this game. I thought this was a show.
I'll give it to you.
That looks cool. Like really cool.
That was cool.
You become the Fox God.
What is this?
Ooh. It was. I thought this was shown at a conference from Xbox before. I'm trying to remember the name of it though.
Is this Flintlock? According to Ron?
I will turn down the stream. Thank you, Relinquish, for pointing that out. It's not in 4K. It's at 1080. Hopefully that should do it.
That Mario Rivera subbed at tier 1. Thank you so much, that Mario Rivera.
Come on then.
Thank you, Mario.
Yeah, Flintlock. I remember them. This got shown at July.
Let's go!
Right before my birthday!
Me
Day before my
too!
birthday.
And it's on Game
Day
Pass.
before my birthday. Mhm.
Game Pass, I can play it!
Yay, Sean!
Hey, Sean.
More games for Sean. Confirmed.
That's why he's excited about this conference.
Yeah.
Bro,
These
that
are actually
looks
ones he can
awesome.
play.
I can play the Game
exactly.
Pass
It's like,
games.
I'm not buying anything. Hooray!
He's excited for 2025 and Game Pass.
Exactly, it's for me. It's a conference for me.
Is this RI History Untold or is it something else? Oh, Age of Mythology. That's what this is.
Lachlan, man. Age of Empires, Ryan?
Age of Mythology.
Oh, Age of Mythology.
Yes.
Different
Which is
age.
like Age of Empires, but it's like Greek mythology.
Of the Greeks and the Norse.
Love to see it.
The
Yeah.
Egyptians.
This is a cool game back in the day, and
Atlanteans.
this is like the remake of it.
We created mankind to fight for our glory.
Look at that real-time strategy games, Sean. They're back.
There have been a lot of them.
rise and wield
Yeah.
my wrath.
Ryan, as
12-year-old
someone who
Marcus
hasn't...
would have been so excited.
Yeah.
No. I was just gonna say, does this play like Civ at all, or like how does this play?
No, this is closer to something like StarCraft or Warcraft.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And unleash
Yeah, because Civ's
our
like turn-based,
Yes.
whereas this is not.
Worship me. Claim my power.
And legend.
Game Pass?
Yours.
Of course, it's Microsoft.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, this is a first-party game.
Who's making this?
I don't remember.
I think so far the only game they've shown that isn't.
Yeah, because this is a like a remake of the OG Age of
Game Pass.
September 4th.
Another
So the only game so far they've shown that isn't on Game Pass is Metal Gear, right? That's
Dragon
it.
Age
Oh, that's true. Dragon Age, yeah.
and World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Presents.
Your target is
Flight
in
sim?
possession of a radioactive device. Stop Carrington's attack at all costs.
Oh, it's Perfect Dark.
No way.
Yeah.
I always
How the
knew
hell
I
do you
had
know
an
that?
instinct.
Kerrigan Institute. They-
Ryan knows things.
I know, like
That's
it's
the
just
answer to
playing
everything.
in the sky, and Ryan goes perfect dark.
I thought it would
Yeah.
be like any other mission. I was wrong.
Wow.
Here we go.
To Garden City, where it's a pleasant 23 degrees all day, every day.
23 degrees.
that looks like gameplay to me, boys.
Yeah, it is.
Let's go.
This looks insane.
Local forces are also tracking.
Yeah, I
his
know,
whereabouts.
Lachlan. He continues to amaze
You
me.
need to find him before they do.
I'll have to improvise.
Generating voice print.
افتح ارسل واحدا آخر. اختبر البوابة بحسب.
Holy crap.
What readings are you getting?
We are getting odd readings from your monitor. Can you confirm?
I'm looking
Definitely
at Steam
Game
right
Pass.
now.
100%.
That's
Are we gonna get a
Our
window?
intel places Carrington on the second floor.
Fair bit of gameplay here.
No
there is.
kidding.
It looks like Mirror's Edge.
Mirror's Edge, yes. Yeah, a little parkour. Yes.
Parkour.
Turns out to be a lie.
Parkour. Dude.
Oh, get
There's
your
only one way
wall
forward.
run on. Let's go. Get
Yeah.
your Titanfall wall run.
Find the truth.
Dude, what am I watching?
Scans clear.
Your next favorite game,
Very
Mitch. That's what
blind.
you're
Yeah.
watching.
Hell yeah.
Carrington! Damn
A game I'm 100% playing.
Analyze. What am I looking at here?
Carrington appears to be targeting a research facility. If he attacks it, the casualties could be astronomical. Agent Stark, it's a pleasure to meet you. I could use someone with your skills.
I had to lose everything before I could see. What this world
Oh,
was
cool.
really hiding.
I hope you're ready, Agent Dark.
Are you all seeing this?
Once you open this door, there's no going back.
Dude,
Right meow.
Let's go.
Right meow. Come
That
on.
game looks awesome.
I dare you.
Yeah, that's great.
Play it on Game Pass.
Oh.
That's
right
the
now.
date. Playing on Game Pass.
Yeah, is that what it is? Okay, got
They
it.
forgot the
Agent
now.
Joanna Dark is caught in the middle of a
Hi, baby.
near-future war over advanced technology that threatens the lives of millions. We hope you enjoyed the first look at gameplay, and we can't wait to share more from the developers at The Initiative and Crystal Dynamics as the game progresses. The creativity and talent of game creators are what make our industry unique, and I'm incredibly proud of our games and our teams. They are building a diverse lineup of titles, which includes new installments in beloved franchises like Doom, The Dark Ages from id Software, updates and expansions to our ongoing games like World of Warcraft, The War Within from Blizzard, handcrafted original concepts like South of Midnight from Compulsion Games, and
That game looks
blockbuster games with massive audiences like Call of Duty, Black Ops 6 from Activision. On behalf of our creative teams at Activision, Bethesda, Blizzard, King, and Xbox Game Studios, we thank you for your continued support, and we look forward to getting their ambitious games in your hands.
Cool. Please don't fire
Diablo
anybody else.
is one of the most enduring and beloved series in all of gaming. We're thrilled to have Diablo 4 in Game Pass, where millions of you made it your favorite way to play. This October, Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred expands the demon slaying experience with an all-new character class, a new region, and of course, the next chapter in the acclaimed story. Here is the opening cinematic for the game. Let's take a look.
They had a chance to say anything else about Call of Duty games coming into Game Pass, and
Not yet.
No.
I think they would have said it by now.
No.
Probably
I think
There's going to be a whole montage they're going to drop at some point.
That's what I'm saying. I think there's going to be a big old, like, by the way, check this out. Here's all
You
the Game
think
Pass
so?
games. Yeah. There's still an hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Calm down, Sean.
I'm tired.
Let's just end the show
You're
here. It's fine.
exhausted.
Bye, everybody.
Dude, these cinematics always slap. Jesus.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what happened in Diablo 4, but I'm playing.
Couldn't tell you, but this looks pretty.
I should probably finish it.
Are you all right?
Or at least one playthrough. That's what I'm thinking, Stingray.
Nirel?
Don't want everyone to play.
Oh, you're not
Don't
well.
forget.
Please.
I mean, they're talking about Call of Duty in two different places with the showcase aspect.
Yeah.
Nay, Rel.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Is that how I raised you? No, Mother. But I must carry this burden alone. I must get to Akarat's tomb. But look at you. You're killing yourself.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Did we not kill this woman in the first part of the game?
I have to be honest with you, Fee. I played a lot of the
was a
first
mother
part of the
thing.
game.
Yeah.
I have no idea what happened.
I'm pretty sure she tried to sacrifice herself, or is that
Yeah.
someone else?
It might be someone else,
The mom
but-
is dead, but the daughter
Yes.
was at the end. Was still
Yeah,
alive.
the mom was just like, I'm not gonna help you, but I'm gonna sacrifice everything. Yeah. And then we stopped her.
No. Of course it's you. You monster. Let go of me. Let's go. No. You made a choice. And I warned you, little magpie. There would be consequences.
Oh my god.
Jesus. Rated E for everyone.
Yep.
No! I control the
They don't
stone!
need those arms anymore. So.
Yeah.
The stone. You control nothing.
Oh my god. So she's the vessel of hatred? Is that the...
Maybe you're
She's
right.
carrying it?
Maybe I could use some help.
Maybe not.
Welp.
Yep. Looks like we got to kill Mephisto. Please be excited.
I bet that lake smells awesome.
Yeah.
Talk about swimmer's itch, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I just want to point out what's so funny. If people did not know what's happening,
Oh,
okay.
Great. Same week as Silent Hill. Let's go.
Jesus.
If people didn't know what type of game that was and just looked off that cinematic and goes, holy crap, and then they go to play the game, they're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, it's an expansion,
like
though.
No, yeah. I'm just talking about visually.
Oh,
Those cinematics
right.
make it look like the greatest game ever. And like visually.
Playground Fable!
It's Fable!
So, you want to know all about heroes, do you? Well, you have come to the right place. Because who better to tell you all about them than perhaps the greatest
said in-game
hero
footage.
of them all?
Yep.
Yeah. There he is, in all his finery. Cheers.
Missed opportunity. They should have got Matt Berry. It would have been more been hilarious.
Yeah. They're saving him for the next Fallout game.
You know what? Valid.
Retired.
I'm ready to murder all the
sure,
townspeople
you
and
get your
steal
mega
all their
fans.
houses.
You are like
I
literally
want
my
this game
favorite
so badly.
You haters,
It's like a fan club, but we hate you.
your chances, and the occasional giant toad, for some reason. But it's more than that. It's about the choices you make.
I'm a hero. I should do what I
I'm excited for this to be my first Fable game.
You know, it's your life and death stuff. That's what defines you, doesn't it? Really stays with you. I knew this one hero. I took her in when she had nowhere else to go. Welcome to the most exclusive club in all of Albion. Thought I'd get her out there, make the most of her gift. But you know what it's like when you're young and you have a point to prove. I tell you, this kid, she had it all. The skill, the talent, the power. She was something else, all right. She was terrifying. So, yeah.
Mitch, thank
This
you.
girl once who made
Wow.
Shout out to
wrong
Mitch,
choices.
giving away some stuff,
Humphrey.
some merch.
She's back.
Guys, better hit enter.
Okay, just to be clear, Mitch is giving away a Carpool Gaming Summer Game
going to
Fest
fix
t-shirt to the chat. Type exclamation enter. Be part of the draw. Thank you, Mitch Power.
Thank you, Mitch.
Mitch Power, your dreams.
Yeah, this conference is rad.
2025. Let's go. They actually put a date on Fable. I'm very excited.
Ish.
They put a year on it.
They got half a date on it.
Look, it's close. It's closer than we were
It's
before.
better than none. I see.
That was-
I can't wait for the cars to drift around the corner in the forest. That's gonna be the best. Let's go.
Gears of War. Give it
World
to
premiere
me.
voice. Let's go.
Okay, Ryan, what is it? Hurry up.
StarCraft Ghost. It's back.
Use this. Make your own rules.
What?
Cards. Card game.
Yep.
It's
Neon white.
Phantom Dust. There's guns in this.
Hey, I'm sold with cards.
How is this?
It's
I
a
don't think it's
multiplayer
your kind
shooter
of
with
card game,
cards.
P.
Yes! I'm gonna play this and I'm gonna get sick!
Puking on everybody.
Yeah, this is like drinking for Fiona.
Yes!
Getting hammered.
Except for she's not having fun. She's just sick to her stomach.
Big head mode.
That's
Yes.
a real big head, yeah.
Let's go.
I will play the hell out of this.
Frag
Punk.
Punk.
Okay.
Coming next year.
And that
on
was
Game
not
Pass.
that was not a Game Pass game.
World
That just said world
premiere.
premiere. That's fine. Again, everybody, exclamation mark enter in the chat. Get yourself a chance to win a free shirt.
Oh, never mind. Smoking Yo won.
Never mind,
Congrats.
Smoking Mo. Congrats.
Okay.
Smoking Yo, congrats.
What's the
That was
timer
2
on
minutes
that?
already?
What is
Oh.
this?
There was nothing
2
left
minutes.
for me
2
to
minutes.
What?
say. So, I have
They didn't give me an
traveled back to
option to
where I
make that
grew up.
longer or anything, by the way. I just want to point out. I did that for
Here,
myself
found my
selfishly. I want to do that
childhood
in my
in
stream one day.
ruins.
Yeah, we can see the timers if there's a back end setting.
Why hasn't my aunt taken
Looks
good
like if
care
you
of
give a mouse a cookie.
me? The bridge to her house is broken.
Look at how
So I can't
sad
ask.
Fee looks. She's like, it's so cute. I just want to play it.
That poor
those
mouse.
squeaks
hiking-
too.
It
I
looks
will
like
make
Fee's
the
on the
tree
verge of
stand a
tears right
cozy
now.
home
We have
again.
don't know anything
No
about
matter
this.
It's
what
so
it
cute!
And no matter how hard it gets.
You need to wear a little toque!
Yeah.
What is this?
Farming.
Meaning.
You can make leaf shoes!
Some will say that
Got
in the
her.
dead of winter, a small
What the
city
hell?
doesn't stand a chance.
Call of Duty was
Maybe
for me.
so.
This is for Fee. Like
But I
it's
must keep believing that
leaf
every
shoes. She
winter
said she's stoked.
leads to spring. Auntie, finally!
Romance another.
Winter Burrow.
Hey, Game Pass. Let's go.
Prepare to be prepared to cry on Game Pass.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Next.
cry on stream!
Good cry stream.
Oh my god. What was the last game? The one with the cards?
Frag Punk.
Frag Punk.
Frag Punk.
Yeah.
Which is on Game Pass. I'll try it.
My mixtapes
Oh, mini
and
disc.
others
Yeah.
to my will.
Ooh.
Anna
It's
Pern.
a strange, almost cosmic talent.
I like that we've got like a small game block.
Music!
Go back to a time where summers lasted forever, when
The
friendships
80s.
were
Let's go.
unbreakable.
The
and
movie
any
announcer
trouble
voice?
was
Yeah,
a good
headbanging.
trouble.
This year, I want to ride a flaming stallion of delinquency.
Don't we all?
What's your name again?
From Beethoven and Dinosaur comes an adventure, a lifetime
Beethoven?
in the making.
And Dinosaur?
Experience the freedom of the
Are we talking
teenage
about like
wasteland,
Beethoven the dog?
sneaking out,
I doubt
Yes.
it. Jesus
avoiding the
Christ.
law, and maybe something a little more.
It's Stranger Things. No.
Hey,
Whoa.
can I stand up?
Yeah, little.
This is like 80s Life is Strange, and
I was gonna say yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Set to the soundtrack of a generation.
No Artful Escape devs. The Stingray.
Oh my God.
Iggy?
Not a stream game.
Yeah.
What are we gonna
Yeah.
think of ourselves in 10 years?
Discord.
I'll just remember
Yes.
to tell
Yes.
myself.
They definitely just
it
took
felt
LSD, and this is the whole game.
important
This is great.
At the time.
Your greatest memories
I don't know,
are
Mitch. You didn't
stored
see
in
some of the
music.
things we saw from Abstract Studios yesterday. That was wild.
That guy's riding a dinosaur dog.
It's called mixtape. I love it.
Noise complaints.
It looks like a lot like late.
That game looks rad. I'm
like
actually
it.
pretty excited.
I like it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Game
Game
Pass.
Pass. God, Game Pass is winning, guys.
I had day one with
It's
Game
so-
Pass.
Yeah. It's almost like Game Pass is the best deal in gaming. You know what I'm saying? It's like crazy, right?
Right?
Well, hold the phone, Mitch. I don't know about that.
This is Flight Simulator.
I think so, yeah.
Asobo.
Yeah.
Yep.
Flight Simulator 2024.
Powered by satellite data and Azure AI. Yep, it sure is.
Yep.
Red Bull races, let's go.
Y'all, we got planes. Planes confirmed.
And I have a joystick. I need to play this.
How did you know that, Sean?
Dude, commercial flights. So do you have to like deal with everybody getting on the plane and putting themselves above and
You
holding
just
everybody
sit
up
there
in
and you
line?
wait.
Yeah.
It looks like
everybody off.
There's the first person
in the
view,
overhead
you're just
storage
staring,
bin.
going, get on the damn plane. God, I gotta go.
They should refuse to open the door to let you off the plane until they make everybody sit down. Sit
Is
down.
that
What are
a
you
button?
standing for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not
Aerial
getting up quicker,
advertising.
Frank, sit down.
Y'all, you can fly ads in the sky.
Oh, dude, you can fly. Who was that? That looks like Psy.
Advertise the Xbox Drive in the sky.
Yeah.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. How awesome would that be if there was celebrity cameo? Oh, damn.
They're having a bad day.
That looks like a GTA mission. That is not real.
Oh,
Wow.
Metal Gear, you're flying
I
the
feel
cargo
like-
plane.
This is what I need from Flight Simulator.
Yeah,
Give me some
any
missions.
quests. Yep.
Yes.
Guys, the first achievement in the game is actually getting into it because it takes years, and by years I mean hours to get in because there's
Photo
always
mode.
updates.
You're right. Yeah.
Hold on a second. Hot air balloons? Is that Flight Simulator?
Yeah.
You're in the air.
flying.
What are you talking about?
Guys,
Yeah.
just
You do it. You just
give me a
flip
space
switch.
shuttle.
Well, that's too far, Sean. Also, we need
Jets,
Top Gun
that's
to
it.
come back.
Yeah, the jets. There it is.
Hot air balloons confirmed, bitch.
Yeah, the game is gorgeous.
What the
I
hell
just
is
wish
that?
I could understand it.
Northern
Northern
Lights,
Lights.
That's cool.
Answer the call.
How awesome would that be if the date was 2025?
November 19.
November 19th.
Let's go.
Played in Game Pass.
Yeah, I think we saw that last year.
Bethesda.
Presents.
Okay.
Hey, look,
Okay.
more ESO.
Kelsey messaged me to make sure her curling iron was unplugged, so I'm gonna check it out.
That's
Excellent.
important.
Very important.
I would like to confirm that after this trailer, we will likely be at the halfway point of this show.
Jesus.
That is ridiculous, dude.
Kudos to like Elder Scrolls for this entire game being voice acted. The
Yeah.
entire thing. There's no like reading. You don't have to read in this game. You can just talk to everybody. They are choosing banger songs after banger songs.
Also, I am very glad we're doing this on Twitch and not YouTube,
Yeah.
because the stream would have been pulled down by now.
I wish ESO were crossplay, though.
Yes.
Upbeat.
Yeah.
All DLC free for a limited
For a
time.
limited time. The Golden Road coming out soon.
world premiere.
Sorry, I forced a habit.
I swore I'd never use my power again.
Ryan never
Oh?
apologized for that.
But 2 nights ago,
Oh my god, is this Life is Strange?
Elsa.
I found my friend's body in the woods. I don't know who I can
Wait,
trust.
is this Adult Max from Life is Strange?
Or who trusts me. But my friend Safi is dead. So why can I still hear her voice?
Did I miss anything good?
Holy Sean,
Focus
it's
on
Life
my
is Strange.
power.
It's back.
I somehow
But it's Adult Max from Life is Strange 1.
Oh,
into a
really?
parallel timeline.
Yes.
Here, Safi is still alive. The danger stalks our every step. And only I can investigate both realities.
Hang on. Parallel world?
It's the same as this one, except you're dead. I can still save Safi. If I can solve and prevent the same murder across 2 timelines.
Dude, I did not expect them to ever go back to the OG storyline for Life is Strange, but I am so happy.
Let's
Oh!
Do 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 do.
Are you sure you want to investigate these fiendly?
I don't need a lot here. They showed it well last time.
Just the date. Just need the date,
What
Sean.
you got to do, Indiana?
What's the name of the Great Circle? Is that what this is called?
Had a
Yep.
deep
Yeah,
connection
sounds
to
right.
something in the past.
AKA the Great 360
360
shot.
kind of power.
Indiana
Discovery
Jones
that
and
could
the
change.
Xbox.
Right, I almost wrote down 360. The Great 360.
What were you doing out there?
This is another game I will get incredibly
Fresh
sick
air.
over.
We have to
Worth
find
it.
the stones, Gina.
Take your
Or they
medicine.
will.
Play it anyways.
Tony Baker voiced this one.
If you were to draw a line through these ancient
I mean, Troy
sites
Baker.
around the
Tony.
world, you'd get a perfectly aligned circle.
Tony Baker!
Tony Baker.
Great circle.
Yeah.
Very talented Tony Baker.
They said the name of the game in the game.
The Morse code
Yeah.
coming from the
I love when they do that. I always call that out right.
I love too the fact that they have like the map as they're traveling to destinations with the red line.
I was just gonna say that.
Why? What's that?
It's a
Let's get a
reference from the
closer
movie.
look.
Yeah,
I
whenever
don't
he
watch
travels
movies.
anywhere,
They're not good.
it,
Sean, just sit back. Just watch.
Find the
Relax.
stones get off this ship.
Just stop talking.
What's that in his hands?
It's a cell phone.
What does it say?
Earth.
Game Boy.
something.
It's a taser.
Game Boy. You got a high score on Tetris.
We'd better hide.
Rip his arms off.
Yeah.
Windows Phone.
Ciao.
They would shoehorn that into the game, right? They can. Of course, he's
Hands
blonde.
behind your head.
That was actually Troy Baker.
Yeah, that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the stone? you
That looks
American
cold.
rat?
What stone?
it looks pretty warm
you ever
for Canadian
heard of
standards.
Höhenangst.
So Chelsea asked me if she unplugged her curlers,
Yeah.
and they were fully put away.
It happens.
I have it.
Yep.
Entirely put away.
I'm like, where are they?
Screaming every
Like, I
step
think
of
you
the
put
way.
them away.
Because of a concept you narrow-minded Americans will never understand. Devotion. Total and absolute devotion to the fatherland. You have no purpose. What you have is your stupid American
Guys, I just want to
cartoons.
say I love Indiana Jones, but is the rendering weird to you guys? Like, specifically, like, the graphics in the game?
It could just be the restream.
I was just saying, we're watching in 720p right
your
now,
own
so.
idiocy and drinking some piss you
I
call
am
beer.
absolutely going to rewatch this in 4K, like on my 4K monitor in front of me.
Okay,
This is
yeah.
just- so, yeah.
Yeah, last time we saw it did look really good, but I noticed it too, Fee.
Can't give
Yeah,
you that.
I'm just like,
It's just
this
a
looks
restream.
like Uncharted 3.
No,
Like-
no.
Yeah, rewatch for sure.
Yeah.
That was Sonic for me the other day. When I saw Sonic and it looked, ooh. And then I rewatched it and it looked,
Ooh.
Damn, hold this grenade, dog.
Yeah. That is an indie move for sure.
Oh my god, look at that shit. Of course.
Okay.
Get out of here.
Help me die while you're
The stone! The stone!
Gina! Haltet sie auf! Erschießt sie!
Stormtrooper.
Me and Bowser ran into one of those
The Nazi
earlier in
joke.
Fortnite. No attempt to save your boy. None.
Okay, some gameplay.
Yeah. They showed gameplay in the first trailer.
Yeah.
This looks.
They showed us how to use the whip in a stealth mission.
That's true. Stealth whip.
Was that a banjo?
Yes, it was. And that made a great banjo noise off his face.
Date. Date.
Coming to Game Pass. Just 2024.
We have less than 6 months of this damn year left. How do you not have a date?
They just nail it down.
I feel like that's getting pushed.
They want to be sure.
December 31st.
Yep. Still
Watch 'em.
technically this year.
Uh-oh.
We got robots, Sean.
Gotta love robots.
Robots
Yes.
confirmed.
Gundam.
This is the mech game we saw the other day.
Uh-oh. Fee's interested now.
Character creator with robots.
Yeah, this is the 60-player battle royale mech game that we saw at Summer Game Fest. I think.
Oh yeah, we forgot to write it down.
Yeah. Well, because he was in the commercial block, so.
It looks really good though.
I mean, this is literally just Fortnite now with cars.
It's very true.
This is not a Marcus game.
Not a Marcus game? Oh, this is reminds me of late 90s.
I feel like this
There's
is gonna kill
colorful
people's
lighting.
computers.
Or Xboxes? Yeah.
Yeah,
It looks
Mecha
cool.
Break.
Beta coming next or in a month and a half.
You never know you are a monster until someone comes to slay you. The first signs are really subtle, but over time, it becomes clear. The gift changes you, slowly consuming every little part of your humanity.
Ouch.
Great Souls.
Yeah.
I
Jeez
should know.
Louise.
It runs in my blood.
Cool.
Game Pass.
Game Pass.
Wow.
Not a multi-pass.
What was
Game
it called? I thought it was Nothing Is Forever, but that was
Wu Chang.
Wu
Yeah.
Chang.
Wu Chang Fallen something or another.
Come on, give it to me, please. Just give me something.
Yar.
Your
Where had
emperor
CFUs?
has chosen you as our envoy to the living lands. That wild
I think
frontier
this is about.
suffers
Let's go.
from the dream scourge.
I'm so
Find the
fast.
root of this terrible plague and put an end to it.
He is wrong. The
Do we have a
dream
date?
scourge is but a symptom
Nope,
of a
just this
deeper,
year.
more dangerous.
Oh, this gives you the date you need.
Go,
Wu
tame
Chang
the
Fallen
chaos
felt
Thank
that
you.
plagues the living lands, so that those who remain standing can shape its future.
They both deceive you.
And that was
There's
Game
more
Pass?
wonder in this
Yeah.
world
Yep.
than eyes alone can see. You must open yourself to its mysteries. Tend to its purpose, no matter how wild. And become what the living lands truly needs. Its protector.
Pete, does this bum you out that it's first person?
Yep, it sure does. It's okay, there's been tons of games that I can play.
No dates still.
on.
You know, there's only so many days left in 2024, y'all.
That's what I'm
They
saying.
They
dude.
really
day.
want to be sure.
What
I
are we
think.
doing right
Yeah,
now?
they really do.
Yeah.
World premiere.
Oh no, it's Rebellion. Oh God, what are we gonna do? They usually make really bad games. So.
Got it.
I don't know what they make.
So far, Mitch is the closest on predictions.
With what?
He said Perfect Dark, shown Crazy Tech, but he's also said summer 2025 release date, and we got no date.
Now the worst seems to be over.
I didn't think we would see it.
That seems like an unfair fight, huh? Damn, dude. Badge just getting an arrow in the back of your head. It would suck.
Unexpected horror.
Unexpected horror.
Atom Fall. Game Pass. That didn't look anything. That one just looked like a culmination of all the games we've seen so far today.
Yeah.
It just looked like a lot of everything else we've seen. But all right. It's Game Pass. Who cares? Try it. It's for your Game Pass.
Yeah.
Oh, is this Assassin's Creed?
Did your father ever tell you why my bones ache in the weather?
Or another Japanese game?
War.
I think it's Assassin's
Their
Creed.
soldiers killed everyone.
I do not fear our enemy.
It's not giving me Ubisoft vibes.
They
so-
talk
There
of
it is.
peace and dream of war.
I just saw the thing on her hand. Definitely Assassin's Creed.
What did you see?
The blade part on her hand.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. Unless they have some other thing with it. But
Actually, this is like a very reminiscent of
Yeah,
an
there you go.
Assassin's Creed.
Yeah. Good job. Yeah.
Our people deserve to be freed of the oppressor's
God,
grasp.
this looks awesome.
Yeah.
Vengeance is a lonely path, Naue. Believe me.
I like they're giving Naue the spotlight this time. Oh, here we go. It's your boy.
People so quick to abuse their power do not deserve to keep it. There is much we will learn from each other, Yasuke.
I was gonna say, is that Yakuza?
It is Yasuke.
That's so cool.
You can see when two people fit, when they will be better together.
This looks so different from Assassin's Creed. Maybe it's just the setting.
Well, we do know that it is going to be an RPG like Valhalla or Odyssey. So.
They did say that,
I'm
so it's
good
going to be a
with it.
90-hour game.
Yes, that gets me excited. Please.
I love the style of it.
So, okay. Just want to point out, this is not anybody who has been only on Xbox and hasn't played Ghost of Tsushima. That game looks really good, just like Ghost of Tsushima. That's a compliment. That's one of my favorite PlayStation games. That game looked awesome.
This game's made in Ukraine.
Stalker?
Why don't all games have that label?
Oh, this is Stalker. You're right.
Скіфе, радий тебе бачити, друже. Валимо звідси. Ви тільки погляньте на це. Край, чарівний край, черемоша
so
й прута. Ти моя любов, ти рідна матінко моя.
I don't know about that floating ball of death right there.
Жива.
though.
Координати закинув. Поквапся.
Okay, you're not shooting at invisible things.
You in this game.
Sean's like, I haven't heard enough time shooting things that aren't invisible. Now you're gonna throw invisibility at me? What the hell?
Stalker's a weird game, okay, Sean?
Definitely not my game, but kudos to them for how much they had to go through to get this game out. So,
yeah,
100%.
Kudos to them.
Didn't they have part of the team, like, didn't they fight in the war?
Який
makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this game was supposed to come out in 2023.
Зона така, якою бачиш і ти.
That's wild.
Can you imagine? Just working on a game and like, what is it called? Conscription?
Я ж показав тобі, якою я її бачу. Іди своїм шляхом, і тоді ти зможеш побачити зону по-своєму.
September 5th on Game Pass.
Crazy.
We've been honored to partner with GSC Game World, the Ukrainian studio behind Stalker 2. We can't wait for you to experience their game yourselves on September 5th. Today, you've seen amazing games from creators around the world, from both our partners and our own studios, from the biggest blockbusters to original independent games. I hope you enjoy the breadth of titles coming to Xbox. In addition to all these great games, we're introducing a new all-digital Series
Oh,
X.
it's adorably all digital.
Expanding color and storage options across the Series X and S lineup. They'll be coming to select markets this holiday.
2 terabyte
These
special
new
edition.
X and S consoles,
Galaxy
alongside the
Black.
many other devices in our Xbox gaming family,
I'd like to remind everyone
offer
that
you
we're
more
45
choices.
minutes left of the show.
It's our mission to make Xbox the best place for you to play by including the titles from our own studios in Game Pass at launch, by bringing your games into the future with our commitment to game preservation, by pushing the technical boundaries in our future hardware and empowering you to play your games anywhere you want on Xbox consoles, PC, and cloud. This is what defines Xbox today and in the future, and we're hard at work on the next generation. Immediately after Showcase ends, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Direct begins. We're taking you inside Treyarch and Raven
Here's their
for an
chance.
extended look at what's
They really,
next
really
in Black
want
Ops.
us to watch this.
But before we dive into the Direct, we've saved one more thing.
Oh, is this over? Is this the end?
Oh.
Gears of War.
Oh, it must be with the red.
Yeah. This is it.
Is
That's
this the
weird.
end of the conference?
Sounds like it.
War's over. Oh my god,
Oh,
it's Gears.
Let's go.
Hi, Marcus.
That's a young Marcus, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's definitely
Is
a
this a
remake.
prequel?
No, it's probably a remake.
Or maybe it's a flashback from the game too.
Oh my god. Look at that locust do the mouth of the TV. That is the bayonet though, that's not the chainsaw one. So that is actually like Gears 3-esque. Gears 3 had the bayonet, the actual single blade on the gun, not the chainsaw.
The retro, the retro Lancer.
Uh-huh. Jesus.
That's fine. He didn't need a head anyways.
Is that Marcus?
Yeah, that's Marcus.
I mean, it was Don DiMaggio's voice.
It also had his keychain or his collar said Marcus.
Have we ever seen his hair?
He has
And the
hair.
old one- yeah. There's Tom.
What a trailer, dude. Holy crap.
Playing Mad World in the background too?
Yeah.
Like the commercial, man.
Like
Yeah.
the OG commercial.
It's a remake.
Oh, it.
Oh!
So it's not it's a prequel.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Whoa.
But like Sean, they left the story of 5 on a cliffhanger. I
Yeah,
don't
they
know
really
why.
did.
I'm good with it. I'm okay with it.
Oh, I guess it's Call of Duty time. We're going straight into it.
Maybe it's
Okay.
2 hours
Okay.
total, not 2 hours plus 1 hour plus 1 hour plus 1 hour.
Oh.
I'll be right back.
But that was so tight. That was so, like...
We'll get
there's
into
no
it.
filler.
I need a breather.
Yeah. I need a nap. That was amazing.
They didn't say who was making E-Day either.
Nope, they didn't.
Hello and welcome to Treyarch in Los Angeles, and thanks for joining us today. We're excited to share what we've been working on for the past few years. For Black Ops 6, we really wanted to give ourselves the time to craft something truly great. This means we're delivering a new level of polish and innovation across all parts of the game. I've been working here for over 20 years, and I can tell you that we have something special on our hands with Black Ops 6. And I know that the team are excited to give you a deep dive into our campaign and global innovations across the entire game.
With Black Ops 6, we're taking players to a new but familiar era, the early 90s. In true signature Black Ops fashion, our story builds on real history, thrusting players into a conspiracy where a shadowy force has infiltrated the highest levels of the US government, branding anyone who resists as traitors and forcing players to go rogue for the first time to fight the very machine that created them. The team has been meticulously crafting every aspect of this game to deliver the fun and attitude players expect from the Black Ops franchise.
Multiplayer is of course here and brings the Black Ops style and provides a playground for the brand new Omni movement system. New way to push beyond your limits and move like an action hero. You'll see a sneak peek of that later today. Round-based zombies is absolutely back and better than ever, and you can be sure it's full of surprises. With that, let's step into the mind-bending campaign experience we've been crafting with our partners at Raven.
No turning back now.
Every Call of Duty player has a favorite campaign mission. When we set out to make Black Ops 6, we were focused on delivering missions so iconic that they stick in your memory long after. We are bringing that action-packed blockbuster feel to every step of the narrative. We are giving you more variety, more dynamic moment-to-moment gameplay, and more options to finish each mission.
We can do this loud or quiet.
Sean's like, I don't know how to do quiet, so loud.
The game is packed with unexpected moments.
I
of
only
Black
know
Ops
how to
mystery.
do quiet, so.
It's a high-octane spy thriller where you're never sure who to trust and what's real. And it's all set against the backdrop of the early 90s. The Soviet Union was crumbling after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of the Cold War. The US is the only remaining superpower. The Gulf War was dominating headlines everywhere, and there was a growing mistrust in government, reflected everywhere across the music, television, and pop culture of the time. When we talk about the Black Ops timeline, Black Ops 6 comes after the events of the Cold War, but is directly tied to the 1986 flashbacks in Black Ops 2, the aftermath of which has left our heroes in dire circumstances.
Some you should see.
Black Ops 6 blends the rich and gritty history of previous franchise titles with bold new characters, with veteran Frank Woods as our through line in our story. In this new chapter, we see a different side
Lieutenant
of Woods
Dan
following
Frank
his
Woods.
traumatic injury at the hands of Raul Menendez. He's been pulled from the field as he adjusts to a new role within the CIA, often behind a desk or on the other end of a radio. His protege is Troy Marshall, who's been making a name for himself in the field. Marshall is a reluctant leader driven by a strong moral compass. Marshall and Woods are working with another new face in Black Ops 6, CIA handler Jane Harrow. She's a born leader, fearless and brilliant, and helps manage their relationships within the agency. Woods' ability to operate in the shadows has always been hugely valuable to the CIA, whether they want to admit it or not. And Marshall has the ability to make tough calls in the field, ones that Harrow trusts him to make. But when an operation goes wrong, Woods and Marshall are suspended and ultimately forced to go rogue. They soon realize they have to trust each other to get to the bottom of what's going on. Without any of their usual resources, they have to build their own team, recruiting two exciting new characters in Felix Newman, a technical genius, and Savati Dumas, a mysterious assassin. With the end of the Cold War, these former enemies have become new allies.
the taste out
and
of
with
the
the
dude's
sudden
mouth and
return of
knocked him
notorious
unconscious. It's
operative
crazy.
Russell Adler, who'd gone missing for months, a former ally may have become a new enemy.
For the Black Ops single-player campaign, we prioritized mission variety and unique experiences. Our goal was to offer players a wide variety of mission types, each crafted from the ground up. One moment, you'll be storming a palace. The next, you'll be pulling off a heist at a casino. We aim to take players all over the world and immerse them in vastly different experiences. Within these missions, we wanted gameplay to unfold in multiple ways, giving players the freedom to navigate through them as they see fit. Where we have different combat styles, we also have conversation opportunities where you can talk, barter, and manipulate your way into different experiences. And we think you'll want to replay levels to see them all.
We are excited to offer a variety of different enemy types in the campaign. The goal was to provide different challenges for the player. So whether they choose to go in guns blazing or take a stealthier approach.
Line them up right, you can take them both out in one shot. Nice and quiet.
We've continued to push on what's possible in terms of how our enemy combatants behave. Your enemies will be relentless, constantly seeking to outmaneuver you throughout the levels. They'll cut off escape routes, push on players' location, and force them to think on their feet. We've created certain missions where we give you a high-level objective and a variety of ways to approach that objective. One mission in particular takes place in a vast desert in Iraq. You and your team are hunting down missile launchers with the SAS. It's one of the largest campaign maps that we've ever created.
Look alive, people! They know we're coming!
It looks really good, right?
Visually, yeah.
Again, it looks
We're watching a restream, but that thing in 4K is going to look gorgeous, yeah.
You'll find that some of our destinations have a startling contrast in look and feel as well. We have a mission that takes place in an opulent casino in Southern Europe. It's unlike any past mission in Call of Duty. And what the player does in this space is totally unexpected. And another one of our missions we have set in the harsh tundra of northern Russia.
Damn, they're literally hitting like every type of locale.
We are excited to offer an array of brand new equipment, as well as some favorites from the Black Ops universe. RCXD, Tranquilizer Trap, Adrenaline Stim, Homing Knife.
I think we might.
Homing Knife.
Disruptor.
Great. Can't wait to play against that in Warzone.
The campaign is grounded within an expanded campaign hub called the Safe House. You might remember we also had that in Black Ops Cold War.
Oh no.
This time, we wanted to
Oh,
think
yeah?
a little bit more broadly about the environment. We chose to have our team's hub located in a more naturalistic setting. So, it's
Come on,
in an
make it.
abandoned manor by an ocean
My least favorite
cliffside.
part of it.
What's most unique is that it
Not a
used to be a
whiteboard.
KGB black site, which was
You,
operational
of
during
all
the 50s
people,
and
Sean?
60s.
I know.
This brings a lot of intrigue.
It looks
to
like
the Safe
Macaulay
House
Culkin's,
and
like,
will allow
from Home
players
Alone,
to
his little, like,
explore
map of his
and discover
house.
secrets
Yeah.
from the past. The team is
Sean's
also
just like,
bringing
only
back
I can have a
Chalkboard,
whiteboard.
which is still the
Chalkboard
centerpiece
is where
of the
Sean
Safe
draws
House
a line, damn
experience,
it.
And the
but
strings
with
and-
brand new
no.
upgrades. Players
out.
can view the
Look, there's a
campaign
chalkboard in
outline,
Alan Wake
gain
2, Sean,
deeper
and that was a
insights
great
into
game.
missions, and analyze evidence collected throughout missions.
The new era of games.
Chalkboards and whiteboards.
Thank you, good sir.
Okay, the attacker comes in.
I'll go. 3, 2, 1, go!
Who is he, Vin
That was
Diesel?
sick.
You can't just pick up somebody like that.
He just did.
With Black Ops 6, our goal
That's
is to
a
create a
word.
more connected experience that keeps players
my
immersed
God.
across every single mode.
Let's just say this was controversial to some people.
We've
What?
pushed ourselves at every corner to innovate
So-
and craft the most signature Black Ops experience for our players.
Basically, instead of just
Movement has been a consistent area of focus
same.
and innovation for Call of Duty. And with Black Ops 6, we're redefining movement across the entire game.
right,
For the first time ever, players can sprint in any direction and move like a true Black Ops action hero with an
can
entirely
run
new
in
global
reverse.
system we call Omni Movement.
instead of just running like forward, back,
This
left,
unlocks
right,
the ability to move
you
like
literally
never before and
diagonal running,
seamlessly
all
chain
that stuff,
combat
so
maneuvers
movement's gonna
like
be different.
slide, dive, and our enhanced supine prone and full 360 degrees range of motion.
right.
From the beginning, we started with, you can't do this thing, why? And then realized people actually move that way.
That's
what
a sentence,
happens if
guys.
we get
That's
rid
how
of
Mitch
that
talks.
construct?
You
And
can't
then
do this,
instantly
why?
it opened up like, oh, if you can sprint in any direction, then you can dive in any direction, you could slide in any direction, which then led to all the on-the-ground movement and everything else chaining together.
Is that not amazing? That sounds awesome.
No, that's huge. Yeah, because basically, yeah, the movement in the
Yeah.
game is nuts now. It's already nuts.
It's really
and
been
people are-
something that changes how you think and play the game, whether it's campaign, MP, or zombies. We truly believe that once you experience Omni movement, there's no going back.
Yeah, because basically
We
you
also
can
have
only
what we're
run
calling
forward,
intelligent
Sean,
movement,
Right.
which is a
You
set
can't
of
run
features
left way or
that
this way.
drastically
Literally, you can run
reduces how many
diagonally now.
buttons or keys you're pressing to perform various movements. These can be enabled in player options, and they're broken down into 3 categories: sprint assist, mantle assist, and crouch assist.
Wow.
And each of these settings will allow for fine-tuning.
No button presses.
Intelligent movement really started with this idea that we want all players to focus on what they want to do and not how to do it.
And not destroy your controllers in the process.
We
Thank
want
you.
every player, regardless of skill level or input or experience with Call of Duty, to be able to engage with Omni movement and live out their own action hero fantasy in Black Ops 6. We looked at other genres like racing games, where they have these great assist settings that can be turned on and off. Things like traction control or assisted braking. And we really love the idea of taking that thinking and applying it to our own movement options. I don't think this is a one-size-fits-all thing, and I encourage players to play around with combos of these settings to really dial in their preferred setup.
I can't wait for one time that movement to get me killed
Hit
and I
zones or
scream
regions on a
bloody
character
murder.
that react when taking damage or
He's
dying.
just like, dang
In
it,
past
it's
games,
this is
we've
the
only had
old
4
movement.
regions. For Black Ops 6, we've actually increased that to 9 regions. So now we can determine if that enemy was shot in their left leg or right
Cool,
leg.
new
And then we'll play a
animations.
bespoke death
Yay.
animation depending on that location that they were hit. So world connectivity is this concept that players' movement and reactions are connected to the world based on their choices. A great example that really shines is a global feature we call corner slicing, where as you round a corner or go through a doorway, your weapon's gonna dynamically rotate in the direction that you're rounding that corner. And since it's dynamic, it'll be a bit more dramatic if you're slowly clearing a room, but won't affect you at all if you're barreling full speed around that same corner. We're constantly looking for opportunities
ahead.
to set the bar with movement and animations in Black Ops 6.
Real talk, they've had the same death animations for like so many CODs, so this is very welcome to at least look slightly different.
Our art team is super thrilled to show you the best looking characters that we've done. Through our process of photogrammetry, gear was acquired, scanned, and incorporated onto each of our operatives. For our faces, a dynamic real-time analysis of spontaneous performances was captured and processed to make every emotional, impactful moment true to actual life. We made sure to have special attention
coalition
to
is
the
doing
vehicles, make sure that they don't look like they're just freshly cut.
Seems that way.
Gear
There's dirt
6 is
into
a
their
long
nails,
ways out.
The oils on their palms.
If they ever go back to
sweaty
it.
and running through situations
Find
that
out.
they're in.
Have to. They should at least finish that trilogy out.
Paying attention to every detail.
Yeah, but how do they reconcile the decision?
They got to make one canon.
The thing that I'm most excited about is the number of new weapons from the era.
Just like Life is Strange,
Includes many
there was a
of the
huge
Mass
choice at the end
Effect
of that,
franchise.
and they made a choice.
Our heroes are rogue operatives, and they operate outside the normal playbook. That means they're procuring gear by any means necessary, and that allowed us to pull a unique mix of weapons. We made sure to deliver dozens of unique attachments for every gun, and this allows the players to create a weapon to match any playstyle that you can imagine, all while maintaining the feel and tone of the era.
I actually really wish they would just tone down all the damn attachments on guns.
In
'Cause
Black
that's
Ops
like,
6,
COD
we
has
really strive
50
for
barrels you could
striking
put
that
on
balance
guns.
between real
Can you
and
tone it down a little
hyper-real,
bit,
but
please?
we want to ground our effects in realism. We find real-world reference so that we can match that motion, the weight, the timing, then riff off of that and create that hyper-real look that everybody has come to know and love from Call of Duty.
I'm pumped for Call of Duty, man. This looks great.
I am, because it's for freezies.
The Black Ops 6 user experience is all about focusing players on what they need
never
when
played
they
a
need
Call
it.
of Duty game.
And our
Ever?
in-game HUD is no different. From the mini-map to the ammo widget to in-game notifications, the Black Ops 6 HUD combines some of our best designs in a clean, streamlined experience. For
I'm
the
sorry,
first
Call of
time
Duty,
in
your
Call of
UI
Duty,
and interface
players
sucks.
will
It
be
always
able to
has.
change their
Sorry.
HUD in
Yep.
dramatic
I
ways
mean,
to
there's
suit their
room for
needs.
improvement.
For instance, streamers
Yeah,
can
don't you
choose
go
a
from here,
layout
right?
optimized for their setup. Or maybe you want your HUD centered so you don't have
Mitch,
to look
there you
away.
go, Mitch.
Want to
Speaking
play
to you.
hardcore anywhere, or finally put the mini-map in the bottom left? Those are options as well.
Why? How has that not been a
Not only
thing?
does the HUD give players important status, it connects them to the world and helps them feel
There's streamer
rewarded
mode
for
for
being
music. Now there's
awesome.
streamer mode for the HUD.
As players
Yeah.
track that elusive challenge or,
just move your
target their
camera.
next level unlock,
I mean-
Black Ops 6 delivers an end-to-end experience
No,
from
Mitch.
the lobby
No,
into
make
combat and
the game
back,
developer
where player
make
progress
them
and
move the UI.
achievement are
Got it,
celebrated
cool.
in a big
Heard.
way.
Well, when you have $1 trillion to make a game.
I guess. Now
Well,
you don't
also
have
they
anything
said
else
that
to
they-
fix like cheaters in Warzone or anything. I'm sorry.
Also, it sounds like this game in particular has had like a longer development cycle than the other COD games.
It has.
So
It
I
has.
think
Early
they
on
that
in Black
allowed
Ops
them to
6's
play around with some of
development,
this
we
stuff.
set a goal to make leveling and XP matter more than ever.
Looking back through the Call of Duty and Black Ops catalog, there's a lot of love, both internally at Treyarch and that we see in our community, for how we used to handle Prestige.
Oh.
Traditional Prestige is back in Call of Duty with
that's
Black
cool.
Ops 6. We've pulled the best of the best from past Call of Duty Prestige systems and are going bigger and more rewarding than ever. Players who reach max player level will have the choice to enter Prestige, start fresh with relocked gear, and go through the leveling journey again. Black Ops 6 will have 10 Prestiges, each with a valuable set of rewards to earn and equip to peacock your status. Players who make it through Prestige 10 aren't done. Instead, they'll graduate into Prestige Master with 1,000 additional levels to climb through.
Jesus.
And a classified reward to uncover for anyone
There you go,
dedicated
Mitch.
enough to
Never
make
play
it all the
another
way to the
game
end.
ever again.
Go to
The
level
full
1,000.
Prestige system is available on day 1 in Black Ops 6.
So much Call of Duty. That's so much Call of Duty. But again, for people that this is their one and only game every year, good for them. You're gonna have a ton to do. So. All right.
Multipass.
We know how many of our players look forward to multiplayer, and we will be providing a deep dive on it later in the year. For
course you
now,
will.
here's some insight into our development of Black Ops 6 multiplayer.
They
Our
usually do a
vision since
conference,
day
separate
one
conference
has
for
been to
multiplayer
craft
and
an
Warzone,
approachable and
like closer to
engaging
release
step
date.
change of that signature Black Ops multiplayer experience. We focused on supporting 3 core playstyles for launch. Enforcers are the slayers who like to kill and stay on the move. Recon is all about intel and counter-intel play. And strategists are support players who throw their bodies at objectives for the win or focus on taking out enemy score streaks for the team. All of our weapons, gear, and gadgets in multiplayer have been intentionally designed through that lens of supporting these play styles. And of course, it wouldn't be a Black Ops game if you can't relive those action hero moments in theater mode, which we're happy to announce is returning with Black Ops 6. Now, I said we're only getting a taste of MP today, but of course that means you're gonna get some early details on maps.
We're happy to announce that we will be launching with 16 all-new MP maps. We've
Okay.
got 12 core 6v6 and 4 strike maps, which can be played as 6v6 or 2v2. What do players like? What do we know that they want? So we're back to our classic
Nuketown.
3-lane maps.
Yeah.
Got fast,
Nuketown.
frenetic experiences, and we have that balance with more medium size, like better for hardcore pacing to keep the action flowing, but still have meaningful decisions for the player to make. The maps have their own stories, and we have multiplayer taking place after the campaign, after you finish it. So don't want to get into too many spoilers there, but you'll experience some of those locations through the multiplayer lens.
She has a C920 camera. Ugh.
We
Look,
covered a lot
it's
today.
fine for web
Couldn't leave
conferences.
you without giving you just one more thing.
Hey, come on. Here's your zombies.
I'm in for some zombies.
Look at this.
We can all play zombies now. All this guy.
Yeah.
Round-based Zombies is back, and we're picking up the Dark Aether storyline where we left it. We're excited to announce
There's
that
a
there will be 2
storyline?
brand new maps available at launch.
There is
with
always a
curated
storyline
mix
with
of fan
zombies.
favorite features and new elements to discover. For those new to Zombies, it's our unique take on the cooperative horde mode, where every map is packed full of powerful weapons and upgrades, deadly enemies, and tons of secrets to uncover. The legacy of Zombies is incredibly important to Treyarch, and we are so proud of what the mode is bringing to players in Black Ops 6. As you've heard today, the innovations in movement systems will also be coming to Zombies. Plus, there are many additional zombie-specific features, both new and returning. This is going to be a truly epic return for
wanna put
round-based
our
Zombies.
faces into
Be
the
on the
game.
lookout for more intel coming later
Let's see
this
Zombie
year.
Ryan.
Yep.
Steph interviewed AB Mark.
Now, we know we only gave you a little taste of multiplayer here today, so make sure to mark
RCXD
your
is
calendars for
awesome.
our worldwide
I love that
multiplayer reveal event at Call of Duty Next on August 28th.
There you go.
Make sure to
There's
stay
your
tuned for
You got a
details
date,
and watch
Mitch.
your favorite streamers get hands-on Black Ops 6 so you can be prepped and ready to jump into our MP beta and feel Omni movement for yourself. We'll be sharing so much more
That is
about
gonna-
Black Ops 6 in the
that
coming
is
months
such
and
a
look
big
forward
deal.
to seeing your
I just hate the
reactions
word.
and your
Yeah,
feedback
it's
from
weird.
our open beta coming up this fall and into launch.
I think they trademarked
And it's
that.
not just about launch,
Yes.
because the team is already focused on delivering a ton of content in the live seasons, which we'll be sharing more about. Am I allowed to talk about Warzone yet?
Please. Damn it.
No!
Our goal on Black Ops 6 was,
That
and
was
still is, to
awesome.
make it something that
was.
is the best work we've ever done, and frankly, the most fun to play.
No.
To do that, we deconstructed all of our gameplay, our systems, and content plans, and repeatedly asked how something could be better. In some cases, that led us to huge innovations like Omni Movement, where we're now allowing players
the
to move
12th
how
time they
real
said that damn
people
word.
and operate.
They really want you to know that it's a thing.
In
Boots
other
on the
cases,
ground
it
is
led
the-
us
it's
back to
just
some
like
of our
boots on the
classic
ground.
systems like Prestige. Then
Stingray,
taking
that's
that
what I
classic
heard from
system
them,
through
is
the
that it's
ringer and making
round-based
updates and
zombies.
improvements.
Yeah.
Across our weapons, gear, operators, maps, and more, a huge push has been to hit the highest visual and audio fidelity possible. The campaign tells an all-new Black Ops story where you're forced to go rogue and are being hunted by the teams that trained you. On top of that, the team is really focused on mission and engagement variety. Multiplayer is a key ingredient in the DNA of Black Ops, and hopefully, in this sneak peek, it was clear that every single part of the MP game loop will be improved and better than ever, from movement, to shooting, to footsteps, to engagement systems, to death.
Footsteps
And last but
improved.
definitely not least, the triumphant return of round-based zombies.
Well, I mean, that's such a
Omni
complaint.
improved.
There's no audio.
There is so much more to share across
Omnidirectional
all three
footsteps.
game modes before the game officially launches on October 25th. On behalf of the entire team, we can't wait for you to play Call of Duty Black Ops 6.
Oh, that hurt my feelings. That was,
Bum, bum, bum. Tense dramatic music is playing.
Of course. Could you give me a discount for having Game Pass?
No, of course
Please.
not. Why would they do that?
Well, sometimes they do the digital deluxe upgrade you can buy.
Yeah.
To get the
Hot air
Touch.
balloons!
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Really surprised at not a huge like dump of games in the Game Pass from
Yeah.
That could
catalog.
be, that is kind of crazy, right?
Yeah, still,
I
they
was
still
actually more
got it.
surprised that they talked all about the upgrades on the consoles rather than Game Pass stuff. Like, you'd imagine it'd be the reverse, right? Like, this is a game showcase, talk about games, not the hardware.
Yeah.
And then throw the hardware in, like, your week-long coverage after or whatever.
Yeah, it's still play they can make.
I mean, they're gonna announce some Game Pass stuff. Like, I think it's just weird that you have everybody in front of you. It's a game showcase. I get you want to talk about new hardware, but maybe throw that after and swap that Game Pass announcement. If that
Yeah,
is.
give me something I can play right now.
Also, yeah, that whole rumor of shadow dropping in Xbox handheld is gone.
Yep.
Whoever said that called me a
Don't need
liar
to
on
make
Twitter nicely.
Well, we had an adorably all-digital Xbox announced, okay? That's all the hardware we needed.
I don't think I like the white Series X.
I'm sorry. Like, yeah, everything in my game room is already black. I bought black plates for my PS5. Like, the white, I'm like, it's, cool.
And my Dreamcast is white, so it goes with my Dreamcast.
That's
So
true.
is everyone else's.
No, that's not true. There are different colored Dreamcasts.
Are there really?
Yeah,
This is special. Ryan.
there's actually a black Dreamcast.
There is a black
No
Dreamcast.
way.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
gave it NBA 2K, I think.
It was actually NFL 2K.
NFL
Yes.
2K. There you go.
Yeah,
I knew it was a 2K game.
because it has like the NFL 2K logo on the Dreamcast itself.
Jump in. They haven't used that since the 360 days.
Jump in.
Wow.
There we go. That is the end. That is all. As one
Need a
might
nap.
say.
That is all. Yeah.
I need a nap.
Oh
Can we take like
Oh my
a
gosh.
20-minute nap real fast and then come back and do the rest of the show?
Well, I was gonna say, usually because we have, of course, folks that are watching the stream right now, we are going to have a post show. So we're going to do that. Do we want to take like a 5-minute break before we do the post show, though? I think.
I think that would be good.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Okay. So, folks in the chat, we will be back in 5 minutes. We're going to throw up the BRB screen, and then
some
we'll be
ads.
back to talk all things Xbox Showcase because we got a lot to talk about, folks. So I'm excited. So stand by. We'll be right back. Oh my God, we are back. Hello, everybody. Of course, everyone is still returning. Welcome back, Mitch. Hello.
Howdy.
We're still gonna get settled in over here.
Yeah,
right?
I was gonna say we're still waiting for Fee to return too, as well.
Yeah.
So she should be back.
We
shortly.
just talked the whole time, so maybe we'll do a bathroom break now. Sorry, everybody. I can't see us if we're taking questions for the post show. I don't see why we wouldn't. It's actually a good question because I don't think we really did that so far.
Yeah, it's one of those things too where it's like it's hard to ask for questions before the show starts.
Totally.
Because it's just it's just hard to, because not everyone knows what's gonna happen, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. But yes, if anyone has any questions in the chat, just let us know. In fact, I think the best thing to do is actually what Yarden says, which is as a topic comes up, if you have a question about a specific game, because I imagine, Fee's going to host the show. She'll tell us what we'll be doing, but I imagine we're going to probably go game by game. So like as a game is coming up, if you have a specific question, it's best to drop it then, or if you have a random question, throw it in there as well.
And we might get to like overall questions, like start and at the end.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely. Yeah. So, just throw them in there. We will grab them
sounds
as
good.
they come up. But I think we're all feeling pretty good. I mean, I've also looked over on Twitter, and oh my God, Sean, people are excited.
Oh, good, nice. Yeah, I haven't had a chance. Yeah, drop it in the chat. I can't see. We'll get to it.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Cool.
We will be here.
We will be here. If we wanted to, Bowser, we could just sit here and watch Pepsi Man commercials for the next 10 minutes until everyone comes back if we wanted to.
We could.
Chat, if your first question is, Mitch, what are you eating? I'm eating leftover Raising Cane's from yesterday because I had my son's graduation party, and I have about 75 chicken tenders that are left over from catering that I have to eat.
That's so many. Chicken tenders.
I ordered 150.
Jesus.
So just so to be clear, for anybody who's not aware, Raising Cane's, they specialize in chicken tenders, Texas toast, fries, and coleslaw. That's all they have. It's like In-N-Out Burger, where they know, hey, we do these things real well. We're not going to put a bunch of other garbage on the menu, right? But it's my son's favorite place. They have this sauce that's delicious. And it was his graduation party yesterday. So for catering, he said, I want to do that. So I bought a bunch of food, and then some people decided not to show up, which is totally fine. Everybody has a reason why they didn't show up. Did you get a bucket of the cane sauce? No, I got 47 individual sauce things this big because I didn't want people having to do this, but yeah. Smoking Yod knows what's up, man. It's thoughts on the cane sauce, Smoking Yo.
I was gonna say we don't have Raising Cane's here in Canada, but I have had it Raising Cane's before, and it's very good. So it seems like a good choice, Mitch. And the best part is if people don't show up, more chicken tenders for you.
Exactly. I threw them in the air fryer for literally the 5 minutes you said. You're like, hey, 5 minutes. I'm like, that's enough time to reheat some chicken tenders.
Yeah.
So I went and did that, and they still slap.
I will tell you, speaking of restaurants, people here in Toronto are very excited because we finally got Canada's very first Shake Shack, and it opened in Toronto a couple days ago. I still haven't gone yet, but I am very, very excited to go to Shake Shack for the first time in Toronto.
Have you been before or just?
I've never been to Shake Shack before.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm excited.
Ryan, how do we sound for podcasting?
I think we also sound good. I think everyone sounds like they're at equal levels. Like no one sounds quiet or anything. So
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because we're sharing the mic.
Yeah, I was
here,
gonna
so
say, Steph
we can
might
get
have
tight
to might have to do some magic with you. I'm not sure, but
is there anything we can do to fix?
Does
where we're
being
at?
closer help at all, or does it hurt? Or
I mean, being closer would help because it would mean you'd have to turn the gain down.
Oh, you
Like,
want me
you
to turn
wouldn't
the gain
have-
down? Yeah.
No, I'm saying that you just wouldn't have to have the gain as high if the two of you are closer to the mic.
Right.
Is what
So
I'm saying.
where it's at now is probably fine.
Yeah, I think
No,
where it's
yeah,
at now is
I just
fine.
took it down a bit. Yeah.
Like I'm not hearing any background audio from you or anything.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, it's just a computer fan.
Yeah.
That I literally can't do anything about.
Everybody got Audacity ready?
Yeah. Oh, we
I've
should.
got
We
Audacity.
should.
Are we recording locals?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Seth has requested we record locals, especially with some of these streams where we just are not having StreamYard record individuals. So
right.
Question: did we want to go through each game, or did we just want to do what we did yesterday, Ryan, and just kind of go around the room and ask everyone's kind of like top games of the showcase?
I mean, I feel like it's probably okay if we go game by game.
Yeah, I agree.
But that's just how I feel because again,
There's
like,
not
there's not a
800 of
ton.
them like
Yes.
yesterday.
But also too, I felt like when we were watching the show, I think at least one of us has something to say about almost everything here too. So I think that helps. It was different from yesterday, Fee, where we had 300 games to talk about. So we didn't go game by game because there were literally 300 games.
Valid. Yeah, I'm skipping Call of Duty until the end as a heads up
Yeah.
because yeah.
Well, not only that, but it's just, that's when they did the deep dive and stuff too, right? So
Yeah, exactly. Which I'll probably pass over like hosting to maybe one of you who watched the majority of it. I did watch it. I just don't know if I would be the best representation as a host for the Call of Duty section of the podcast.
I feel what I would normally do in this situation, Fee, when I'm hosting is if I know there's an expert on the panel, say Mitch Power 1116, I would usually just turn it straight over to Mitch and be like, "Hey, Mitch, let's talk about Call of Duty. Just tell me all about it."
Okay.
That's kind of what
Sounds
I would
good.
do if it was me.
Sick. All right. Cool. I will click on record then for
Cool.
myself.
I'm recording.
Recording.
Hello, future Seth,
Seth.
and or Ryan or whoever.
Confirmed
Howdy.
it is Seth.
It is Seth.
Hi, Seth.
Seth.
Yeah. All right. Everyone ready to do this?
Yup.
Ready.
All right. Fee, take it away.
All right. Hello, everybody. It is day 3 of the Summer Game Fest. Also, what we'd like to call is Xbox Day. Very exciting for all of us here. I know for myself, I was really anticipating this day, and you know what? We'll talk about my thoughts in just a little bit here. But before we get started, I'm going to just start off and go around the room. I will start off with Bowza to be friendly to my co-host who just took a swig of Dr. Pepper. Bowza, how are you doing? And what are your initial thoughts?
Wow. I need a nap. I'm tired. They wore me out emotionally. That was a wonderful showcase. I can't wait to talk about all these great games.
I 100% agree. And Sean, and also guest to the show, we have Marcus O'Neill. How's it going, the two of you?
Things are going great. I'm very excited. We normally, I think Ryan had said at the very beginning of the stream that it's always good to come into these things with low expectations, which I generally subscribe to. But today I didn't have low expectations, and they were met and probably exceeded. This was a really, really good show.
Awesome. And Sean, how are you doing, buddy?
Hanging in there, man. I had high expectations, and I feel like I was right to have them. I don't think most of us got any predictions right. Maybe Mitch got pretty dang close with Perfect Dark, but man, I was just saying before we started recording to Marcus, I felt like this was a statement from Xbox. Like, this is them coming out. We spent $70 billion on stuff, and this is how it can show up. This is how it can change Xbox. So yeah, I think the internet agrees, but who cares about any of that? I thought it was great.
Exactly. I only care about the opinions of the people on this podcast.
Nice.
Including Ryan. Hello, Ryan. How are you doing? And what are your thoughts?
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. Happy to be here with you fine folks talking about Xbox. Of course, I'm doing a little bit of a scouting mission from the PlayStation side of things to get a feel for like, okay, what are all these games coming to PlayStation? I'm very excited about this. No, seriously, I tried to get my expectations in check going into this showcase, and they exceeded the expectations that I had even when I was overly hyped for this showcase. So yes, I'm so excited to talk with all y'all about all the games we saw because there's a lot of good stuff here.
Absolutely. Well, what we are going to be doing, I know that the showcase started off with a small little indie game called Call of Duty Black Ops 6, but we'll get into that near the end of the show because there's a lot to talk about there. But the second trailer that came out was Doom: The Dark Ages. Holy bleep, guys. This was a way to kick off the frickin' showcase. And I want to know, Mitch, how did you feel about Doom: The Dark Ages?
Dude, that looked awesome. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, Doom by itself, right? The remake and then Eternal, like, they were just, it's insane. It's chaos. It's bloody. It's violent. It's fast. It's heavy metal. It's awesome. And then you throw in the Dark Ages, where you have a Captain America shield that has spikes on it that you could just throw at people and probably cut them in half with it. Like, it's just more Doom. And like, that's not even like a knock or anything. Doom's awesome. Like if it just kept going, nobody would be sad. It's just more chaos. And now it's even crazier with this. And now you have like wild looking bosses that also have shields. So now there's just different enemy types that are going to be there. Yeah, that was definitely a way to, I mean, Call of Duty is a good way to kick off anything, right? But it's like, oh, you don't care about Call of Duty? Check this out. And like, yeah, a way to kick somebody in the face and get them hyped about a conference, because that's exactly what it did for me.
Oh,
good Lord, look at this game. Like, oh my gosh. It's just more Doom. I don't understand. If anybody's like sees this and goes, ugh, another one, stop. I don't care. This is great. Yeah, you cannot convince me that this won't be an awesome time.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think the hype became like the hype was there, but then when you just saw him like pull the string and then you hear like and it's like chainsaw shield. Oh my hype level exceeded. I am so here for this game. Like I said, this is definitely a game I'm going to be checking out. Even though motion sick be damned, I will be playing this game. I do not even care. So definitely. Bowza, do you feel the same way? What are your thoughts on the game?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna play it. I mean, all these weapons look great. I am a little bit disappointed that Isabel didn't pop out and say new Animal Crossing coming the same day, but I guess I'll just have to play Doom.
He shoots skulls at people, guys. Like, what
skull
are we
bits.
doing in this?
You got skull bits. It rams those skulls and then just shoots all the bits at people, Mitch.
Yeah,
I feel Solus that skull gun is kind of like a callback to the 9-inch nail gun from Quake in a lot of ways. Because it's also a machine gun in the same way.
Oh my god, this looks okay. Before I just gush about this game, you know what? I'll start off with Marcus. What were your thoughts about this game starting off the showcase?
I think it showed really well. I'm not the biggest Doom person, but I do like the setting. The setting seems a little more fantasy. I think that's what they had suggested it would be coming into this, and that definitely interests me more than a traditional Doom setting. So yeah, looking pretty good. It looks fantastic. I'm not sure it's a game for me that I'll be putting a lot of time into, but it looks good.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I like the fantasy aspect. I also just got really excited because I saw Morningstar. For people who aren't aware, it is the massive cannonball that's at the end of a chain with spikes on it.
Yes.
Chef's kiss. We are here for this. Just complete and utter destruction. Sean, what are your thoughts?
I am way overhyped on this, you guys. When I think about Doom, like, you look for certain things and everything is over the top, right? So I was thinking, like, what guns are they going to show us? What enemies are they going to show us? And it was the shield with blades, like a chainsaw shield, that really, really got me on this. Because, you can start to get a little samey with Doom, like between Doom and Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal just kind of expanded, I think, on what we got with the first Doom in 2016. And this it ups the ante. It's not just about the glory kills. It is that still, but even more so. I love that they've added the chainsaw shield to this, and I'm pumped about it. And it's coming to Game Pass day one, which is just bonkers to me. I thought it looked really smooth and gorgeous. And when I first saw I think it was like screenshots, this did leak ahead of time, so some of us knew that it was going in this direction. I'm like, I'm not so sure about this medieval thing. That's all gone for me. Like, I am 100% in. Go all in on what does he have, some sort of like main cape or something on the back of him? It's all crazy. Just totally fearless. Give it to me, id Software. Show me what you're all about. I thought it looked great. And this was right after Call of Duty, so it's like Xbox is coming to play with this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely agree that they brought the hype after they had they brought on COD, and then they needed to really hype up everyone, and I think this was a great way to start it. Sure, they could have also probably ended with it, but I think with the hype levels that you need to bring with the beginning of a showcase, this was 100% there. So I'm so excited. And also, exactly, Relinquish comes out and says the dragon flying too, which is insane. And the fact at the very end we saw the dragon just spew fire into the other dragon's mouth. I need to see what happens after that. Who knows? Maybe we see explosions, but we'll see when we get either another trailer or some gameplay, whatever the situation might be. But Ryan, how are you feeling about Doom: The Dark Ages?
I am just as excited as the rest of the panel here. I have the 1,000 gamer score in Doom. I have the platinum in Doom 2016. I have the platinum in Doom Eternal. So I can't wait for Doom: The Dark Ages. And this is almost in a way felt to me like the Hexen reboot that I always wanted, because Hexen, for those that don't know, is an old id Software franchise that was basically just medieval Doom in a lot of ways, but it just wasn't, related to Doom. And this just felt like that, but with Doom guy instead of the Hexen guy in a lot of ways. So this got me also very hyped. And yeah, this shot up my charts of one of my most anticipated games in the future. 100%.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I definitely say that Doom for myself has like quite a little bit of a soft spot, mostly because the game I truly found out that I get motion sickness from first-person shooters, but holy moly will I be playing this game. I love listening to the soundtrack to Doom, whether it's like going out for a leisurely stroll or playing Helldivers 2. I am blasting this music until my ears bleed. And guys, I want some Gregorian, like, medieval monk with like the big like death metal like riffs. I need this. Please. I really want this, especially with the Dark Ages. But no, I think it brings like two different elements. I'm a huge fan of kind of medieval slight like fantasy side, and I think it's really cool that they're bringing this into this particular game series, because we have seen kind of like obviously the metal, the very like futuristic, and now we're going back into this time where they have to use like different types of weapons. So seeing things like the shield, of course it is a little bit mechanized with the chainsaw aspect, but like seeing the Morning Star, I'm hoping that we get to see a lot more. Maybe we get to see Claymore in use, maybe we get to see some like really cool, like really over the top like Dark Ages weapons, and maybe torture, who knows.
Oh my gosh.
Really exciting.
Press X to torture.
Exactly, press X to torture. I am super pumped, and the fact that this is coming to Game Pass, guys, this is a no-brainer. I am so pumped for this. But
2025, not really a tight date on this. And then the only other thing that I would kind of say just off the start here is kind of wish that we had some fan reaction to this. Like, I know it was pre-recorded and they showed it in a theater to a live audience down in LA, but I would have loved to hear some crowd reaction to what essentially was full of blockbuster announcements. And for Doom to show up, I that's just old man screaming at the fact that we don't have E3 anymore. But I miss that just overall from the showcase.
Yeah, I agree. I think even if they took like the cameras, like you said, and just kind of like panned across, because there's definitely a entire like area, like a theater that's full of people watching this live at Summer Game Fest. It would make sense to have those cameras come out and just either get some reactions or have some cheering, because I know we were all cheering, and I know everyone else on the internet who are huge Doom fans were really excited, and a lot of the games that we saw today would probably got a lot of reaction to it. It's just, I agree, there's like, it's really great to see this back to back, but we kind of miss that opportunity with it being pre-recorded. But no, maybe they'll do it next year, hopefully. Maybe. But the next game that came out, and I'm going to start off with Sean on this one, which is State of Decay 3, because a comment that you made was that you and I should play this game together.
Yeah.
I personally haven't played State of Decay, but please tell me about this and why we should be playing this together.
It's just so cooperative, I think, is the thing that strikes me about the second one. And I know that that's something that you enjoy playing too. There's a communal sort of like aspect to State of Decay. There's like a home base that you're kind of like building up together, as well as going off on missions and risking it all to see what you can go find and collect to, advance your little society kind of thing that you've got going on. I don't think that we even got a sense of that with the trailer. I don't think, like, if you don't know what State of Decay is, I don't think you necessarily got a full picture of that with what they showed, which is kind of fine to me, because this looked like a lot of great action, and it looked one of the things I was looking for from State of Decay 2 was some polish. The series has been, I guess, kind of like maligned a little bit with like this charming, maybe not so charming little bit of jank. Like it's the thing that people kind of, if you've played it, you accept the little bit of jank from this game because it's been made from a small developer, but now it's, you know, it's first party from Xbox, so it does need to elevate. And I think we saw that from a couple of developers here that, you know, the ones that aren't Bethesda, the ones that aren't, you know, id Software, those are gonna achieve the levels that we are expecting from them. But Compulsion, I think, especially, and then, oh, what are these ones, Ryan? Who's making this one?
It's
oh my
Undead
God.
Labs.
Undead Labs. Thank you. Yes. They need to step it up a little bit. So I think I saw that as far as like the fidelity of the gameplay. So yeah, kind of. I expect to find out a little bit more information, Brian.
Yeah, I was gonna say like the biggest complaint that a lot of people had about State of Decay 2 was just it was very janky and it was full of bugs at launch. Like I had the pleasure of reviewing the game at launch and I gave it an 8 out of 10 because I really enjoyed the game.
Yeah.
But it was very buggy, to your point. So I think, you know, them being able to step up to the plate and deliver a rock solid experience day one, I think is going to be a huge statement for this particular game. Because if they have because they have all the parts of a great game with, you know, where State of Decay 2 ended up with all of its updates that it got over the years. And if they can nail it out of the gate with State of Decay 3, like I think they're going to have a huge hit on their hands. And yeah, the multiplayer is great for this game. This is actually, fun fact, State of Decay 2 is a game that I played with Major Nelson. Him and I played together for like we played a couple days together, actually. We built like a little town together and everything. It was so fun. So the multiplayer is a lot of fun for State of Decay. So I'm excited.
Nice. Yeah, I will definitely say when I saw the trailer, I was particularly excited about it. I will admit I was definitely on the, I don't want to say the hate train, but when it came to the amount of zombie games that we've seen in the past decade, it became too overwhelming for me. It was a lot of like zombies. And so I was just like, this is like the first time in a long time that I've seen a zombie game. And especially with the fact that we got to see that kind of cooperative play in it, where I was excited. I was just like, oh, I do want to play this game. Like, I do want to try this out. And quite honestly, if I'm able to just put in one request, if I could just get a keychain that has like a little otter holding a shell or something as my keychain, I am sold. Please. I love the little dinosaur, but I want to have some sort of like, if I have to spend money, by all means, take all of my money. I will play this game if you give me an otter like a little otter keychain.
Well, fun fact, Fee. The big reason they actually showed off the keychain in the trailer, it's because that's a big thing in the State of Decay games, where that's kind of like the resurrection item that you hold on to that you bring back to basically where you can bring the other players back, and you can customize it in the previous games to different animals. So yeah, I would imagine that maybe there is going to be an otter one. Who knows? But
then we're sold, because I feel like that's a great representation. It's really cute, but then also incredibly murderous, which is definitely a great example of me. So I think that would be fantastic. But yeah, I'm really like interested in this, which also the fact that it's coming to Game Pass, definitely another winner for me. And so I'm definitely going to check it out. Mitch, though, are you going to be checking out this game?
Yeah, that was, I mean, kind of what you guys have mentioned with everything with State of Decay, right? Is like, it's always been that like, if only this game had a little bit more polish, how great this game could be. And I think some people maybe just missed it because of like, they maybe got it, it was a little janky, and they're just like, oh, this is, you know, the core gameplay of it is awesome, right? And the permadeath is awesome. And like, those types of things are great. But some people may have not given it as much of a fair shake if they got to play it and then it was just that, this is like, it feels a little off, or just, you know, visually. Whereas now, like, for what we saw, I mean, obviously this could be great. And I think that the co-op part of it's always a really fun aspect of it as well. Also, it's on Game Pass, guys. Like, that right there alone is going to get more people interested in the game. Like, that's always a barrier of entry when it comes to certain types of games like this, is that, you know, some of these games, while they could be fun single player, they're definitely more fun multiplayer. And the fact that it's on Game Pass just allows people, more people, I should say, to give this game a fair shake. And I mean, all I need to see is you can still open doors and hit people while you're driving with your door in the game. That was like the first thing I saw, and I was like, because I remember that was like when I played the first State of Decay, that was like, it said open door. I'm like,
well, there's a bunch of achievements for hitting a certain number of zombies with the doors. So
of course, and like I said, I mean, you had your big bad zombies, of course, you had your giant super boss zombies. I mean, this game looks like it's given. I mean, obviously they've had time. When did State of Decay 2 come out?
2016, 2017.
So 7, 8 years.
It was one of the first games that they did with Game Pass. Like that was one of the first day one with Game Pass was that string of games. Crackdown 3, State of Decay 2. There's one other in there too.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean the fact that they've had time to do this, and then also too, they were acquired. Were they acquired before State of Decay 2 or after? Right. So now you have backing of more funding and the full support of Microsoft and everything to make their games as good as possible. Like I just think that's a recipe for success with this game because, I mean, the two games weren't bad games. Maybe just give it a little bit more time, a little bit more polish. And if you tell them you have 8 years to make a game or 7 years to make a game, just can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, absolutely. I am very like you said, getting this on Game Pass is going to bring out a lot of people who may or may not have tried this out previously, especially with kind of the feedback that we saw with State of Decay 2, where people were commenting on the fact that there was like a lot of like bugs. So hopefully we see an influx on that. And Bowza, are you going to be joining us to play this game and kill out some zombies?
I was going to ask if I was invited to play too.
Yeah.
It's not just Sean and Fee. Like
I was going to say, I want to play too, please.
Of course.
We don't even know how many players.
Holy crap, you guys. I can't like single out a single person I'm not talking about anybody ever again. I'm just going to play by myself. And if people want to jump in, then that's fine. Good. What? God.
I mean,
that's just it, Fee. Like I'm not inviting you to anything anymore either because I'm just going to piss somebody off. Whatever.
So just to throw it out there, State of Decay 2 was 8-player online co-op multiplayer. So I expect it'll probably be the same with this one, unless they tell us otherwise.
See,
so
here's
calm down,
the thing.
Sean.
For myself, I know I definitely need some more people on our team, mostly because here's my gameplay style. I like to either be the sniper or I like to have machetes and I like to just go to town and kill people with a knife. So I need people to be able to protect me because if I go full bloodlust and I just go crazy on zombies, I need assistance. So Bowza, I think you're definitely a key player in this, but what are your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, it looks good. Looks like a good time with friends. Like you said, definitely be more fun to play it together than play by myself. So I'm here for it.
Nice. Yeah, we're already 3 games in, really fantastic so far. And then they came out with Dragon Age the Velguard, which is really exciting. I'm going to pass this over to Ryan because Ryan was hyped the moment that it came on. So Ryan, go for it.
I was going to say, I think actually Sean Capri is the Dragon Age person here at this panel, but I also love Dragon Age.
Or Fee, or Bowza, or Mitch, or Marcus, or like everybody probably has an opinion and probably wants to play
probably has an
about
opinion,
it.
but I feel like
there's no unique.
If you're talking about Dragon Age Master, because you and I have had many discussions about Dragon Age, Sean, and how we both love it, but you in particular, I know you love Dragon Age first. But I'm very excited to learn more about this one. I was a little disappointed it was cinematic only this time around, but they did confirm on Twitter June 11th, so in a couple days, there's going to be a 15-minute gameplay reveal trailer coming out. So we will have gameplay in a couple days for this game because I'm just excited to learn more about this because I want to see how the game actually plays, if they're going more in action style or if it's still going to be, very much like Dragon Age Inquisition where it's kind of like a mixture between action and turn-based stuff. I just want to know more about this game, but I think they kind of set the tone with this where you're kind of putting together a crew. Kind of reminds me of Mass Effect 2 in a lot of ways, where you're probably going out and recruiting all these people, and you're gonna have different relationships with each other. And I think it's gonna be fun. So I'm just excited to learn more, and also to find out when the heck we're gonna play this game. It sounds like it's this year because they announced this year, but when they tell us, I'm excited.
They said fall of 2024. So here's hoping. It sticks with fall 2024 and doesn't just slip into early 2025. But I digress. Sean, apparently he's shaking his head as a no. You know what, Marcus? I would love to hear from you. Marcus, tell me all about what are your thoughts? Are you excited for this game?
See, this is where the show actually started for me. I'm over the moon excited about Dragon Age. I think I very much rival Sean and his affinity for the series. I love Dragon Age Origins. It's very fond memories on the PS3, and Dragon Age 2, yes, and Inquisition as well. Like very, this is a seminal franchise for me. So yes, very excited. I'm a little surprised that we're getting it this year. I know that there were rumors that it was coming soon, but I'm not sure I believed it because we hadn't seen really anything from it. So yeah, no, this looks great. As Ryan said, I'd like to see some more gameplay, but that's coming soon. And yeah, this is in. I'm it. It's fantastic.
Nice. Yeah, I will definitely. I'm gonna skip to myself for a second. I need something to fill the void of Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm hoping, because I've heard really great things of Dragon Age. I personally haven't. I've started Dragon Age Inquisition like probably 6 times because I made a character and then I stopped, and then I made another character and then I stopped. Mostly because I just really enjoyed just creating characters. Who knows? I've never made a character in my life. I digress. But no, I think it's one of those things where I've been wanting to play it. So I'm hoping that this is a great way to hop into the series. I might try Inquisition over the summer, but every time I try to start it up, I'm just gonna go play Baldur's Gate 3. And I feel like that's just because I've never played Dragon Age, but I've heard such great things about it. So definitely am excited. I know comments that were made that the art style looks a little bit different. It's a little bit more cartoony than it has been previously, but here's hoping that it keeps the fantastic storylines that they've had in previous games, because I've heard nothing but good things. Yeah, so I'm just going to quickly ask as well, Bowza, what are your thoughts on the game?
I have no experience whatsoever with Dragon Age, but this trailer has me interested. I could easily see myself playing this game, so here's hoping. We'll take a look at the gameplay here in a couple days, and might be another one to add to the list.
Nice.
There's already so much on the list.
I know. The list is just so empty. It needs some more games.
Just a really short list. But after that, there was the crazy trailer of Starfield Shattered Space, which looks absolutely bonkers. And I want to hear what Mitch's thoughts were with this trailer.
So here's all I'll say. I did not play Starfield yet. It was one of those games that, like, of course, I'm just playing Call of Duty and Apex all day long, guys. You already know this, right? I already had single player games that I was playing. I got to Starfield. The problem is like sometimes when games launch, and Sean, we've talked about this before, is like a game will launch, it's out, give it 6 months, it'll have this quality of life update, this performance mode, this blah, blah, whatever, right? So and again, I got plenty of stuff to play already. So it was kind of like, you know what? I have the affordability to wait the time for these types of updates to happen. This update literally, it's almost like changing the genre of the game in a way. Like, because now it almost feels like you can still do all these things, but check out this like Dead Space crazy like things that are going on right here, right? Creatures and environments and wild things that look like they'll scare the hell out of you. It literally, I feel like this alone would make people who may not have given Starfield that fair shake of like, you know, it's an RPG that's in space. Cool. No. Now you're going to add horror elements, which it's a good way to get people into the game. I mean, there's been games out there before that have had like one type of, this is the type of game we are, and then kind of throw some other stuff in there out of nowhere, right? But I really like the fact that this is something that will literally make people who did not give a thought to Starfield want to play it. This will be something now that when this comes out, will I give Starfield a start? That's very possible. I still have a lot of other stuff to play, but this is the type of update that I think this game needs to kind of reinvigorate people. There was already the update that happened, a month ago, maybe something like that, to give some quality of life stuff. But this is literally like around the 1 year mark of the game coming out, and it's just going to kickstart the game into a whole new type of play style or a whole new audience that may not have given this game any thought whatsoever. So I'm super stoked on it, and this would definitely make me want to put that on the higher up list of games to start over some other games.
Awesome. Yeah, I know for myself, I agree. I was in kind of the same spot when Starfield first came out. I was playing Baldur's Gate 3. I was really wanting to play Starfield. I was really excited for Starfield, and then I was just like, you know what? I didn't pre-order it. I'll play it, and then I kept on putting it off for a few weeks, and I haven't played it at all yet. It's still sitting on my computer. So for that reason, I think this is a great motivator to get into the game, especially with the fact that we are getting some new releases tonight. They mentioned the fact that they're going to be releasing some new maps and new things going on. So that's a really great great for everyone who's played Starfield and are currently being trying to hold over until the next expansion or DLC release comes out. But I know our friend here, Sean, was really excited about the maps when the game came out. They definitely released this game with maps. Sean, what were your thoughts when you saw this trailer?
This was a juggernaut for me. I thought there's a lot to love with Starfield, but obviously, you know, the launch came with its own sort of storyline and narrative. But people forget, and it was lost in all of that mess, that the story in Starfield is actually very good and definitely worth playing. For anybody who actually played it, somehow they were the most quiet, I think, about Starfield. It was everybody else's opinions that sort of messed up how people thought about Starfield. This, to me, I think Mitch put it really nicely, just like it almost like changed the genre, and there's so much to explore that's what has excited me about Starfield from the very beginning. So this was like a very grounded, oddly enough, set of reveals to us, because it got back to, you play some of these Bethesda games for the story and for the experience that you have, but then they also threw in, you know, creator mode and a whole bunch of other stuff that people know these Bethesda games for. But for me, it was nice just to see like a saturated story mission that is coming, and maybe it'll just kind of like rejuvenate how people think about Starfield. It's not, we got so mixed up on things that don't matter to that experience. It's, yeah, what are the choices you can make? What factions are you going to align with? Like, what are you going to do in this scenario versus that scenario? There was so much about it that kind of got messed up. So I'm looking forward to that. And it looks like we've got stuff to talk about with Starfield starting now to the end of the year. So I have been biding my time. I wanted maps. That's good. It looks like the content will drop at a time that works for me. And overall, it's like, how am I going to have time for all of this? I just spent yesterday watching Wholesome Direct and everything else that showed me 400 games that have been added to my Steam list. So shout out to Starfield, man. This was what, like 5 games in, and they're just nailing it so far.
Yeah, they threw out some really heavy hitters at the beginning of the showcase, which was kind of unexpected. I knew that they were going to be coming in hard, but they're just like bringing in even.
Whoa.
But, I mean, like they were going to bring heavy hitters at the beginning, and I wasn't expecting them to show all of this within like the first 5 to like even the next few games after this. I wasn't expecting some of the games that were announced. So. Bowza, I know you played Starfield. What were your thoughts, and is this going to make you go back into space to play the DLC?
Yeah, when they did the last update and had maps and stuff, I did start a new save, and I've just been slowly chipping away at it, and hey, just more stuff to do. Especially since I am like repeating some of the content, because I hadn't quite finished it. I got near the end and then put it down for something else, and now I'm back, but I'm not getting any Chivos because I already did it all. Maybe some of the new stuff will have some new achievements for me.
They probably will. Here's hoping. I hope that they have much more achievements for you with the DLC. And Marcus, did you get to play Starfield when it came out? And are you excited about this new DLC?
I did play Starfield when it came out. I finished Starfield when it came out. I love Starfield. I love the OG Starfield, and I wasn't even expecting to. It was kind of I didn't play it immediately when it first came out. I wouldn't want to say maybe November-ish. I had a bit of a lull in my gaming, and I picked it up, and I couldn't put it down. I really enjoyed it, and it's not to say that it didn't have the flaws that everybody has talked about before, the maps, the other stuff, but the story, as Sean alluded to, was fantastic. I am very excited to now jump into this new DLC. very interested to see where the story content that takes us. One thing I loved about Starfield was that you can engage with the content that you wanted to. There's lots to do, there's lots there, but you don't have to do it all, and you're not penalized for not doing it all. So that it was perfect for me. I played the story through. It took me 40 hours. That's not a nothing game, but it wasn't a lifestyle game. I was able to get through it. I played it all, and yeah, if this DLC is another, I don't know, 10, 20-hour campaign or something along those lines, then sure, give me more of it. I love it.
Awesome. And Ryan, is this getting you excited about hopping back into Starfield?
Yeah, I think that this could be kind of the moment that Starfield needs to get a lot of players back in, especially with all the updates that have happened over the summer. I mean, I'm someone that tried Starfield, played it for about 5 hours, couldn't really get into it, especially, doing a couple dungeon missions and getting lost because there were no maps of any kind, and just going around in circles just was not fun for me. So now that we have, in-game maps, as well as a bunch of other quality of life improvements to Starfield, because it was also kind of buggy at launch, I think that when this expansion comes out, I think it's going to be a perfect time to jump back in. So I don't know if I'll be able to give it a chance right away with all the other games coming out this year, but it is going to get a second chance from me. Can't say when, but I am definitely excited to go back.
Nice. Yeah, I definitely think that this is going to lead to me playing a 6-hour character creator stream, because it just looks really great. And I think I was waiting, of course, not just because of BG3, but I think I was waiting for those initial kind of like bugs, because I did talk to a few friends that were playing it when it first came out, and they experienced a few hiccups throughout the way. And then, of course, finding out that there's no maps, I feel like I would have just been lost in space, and I would have just been ending up spinning. And then that would have been the end of me playing Starfield. So I think this is a great time to jump in, especially with the idea of what we get to see with Shattered Space, because it seems like everything's about to go a little bit haywire. But that's definitely something that I particularly enjoy. And also something I particularly enjoy is Fallout, which was the next announcement. I am so excited. We get Fallout 76 Skyline Valley, which is coming out, I believe it said at near
June 12th.
June 12th. You know what?
So
Lies.
Wednesday,
my friends. We are going to be hopping back into the Appalachian Mountains with a new and the first time with the map expansion, which is really exciting. I know for myself, I'll start it off. I was really enjoying playing Fallout 76. I know Sean and I hopped in for a while, and this definitely just motivates me to get back in. It's just such a great game now. Of course, at the beginning, there was definitely some hiccups in the fact that they began the very first day with no NPCs, which was a little bit of a weird choice. But I feel like they've definitely built and expanded upon it, and there's so much to do now in the game. And also the fact that we're going to be seeing a lot more with Vault 63, which I mentioned in the live show, that is going to be very interesting, because the reason why we're seeing a lot of the ghouls is the fact that 63 was damaged around, I think it's 2150-ish. The actual vault there was a leak, and a lot of people turn into ghouls, which is why we see a lot of ghoul scientists. So I'm really excited. I don't know if I want to play a ghoul myself. However, I'm excited to see other players become ghouls and see what they do with it. Coming up, Sean, as my fellow Fallout 76 partner, because even though you can't, I will call out people for gaming that I played with. Sean, how excited are you about this?
This completely makes sense. I mean, the only thing I will say about this Fallout sort of segment is I kind of wanted a New Vegas or a Fallout 3 remastered, but beggars can't be choosers. They needed to come out with something big for Fallout. I do think that this makes a lot of sense. This is the game they want people to be playing and spending their time in. And now is the time, with Fallout, the TV show, of course, being so popular, this game is in a really, really great place, and quietly over the last couple of years has progressed towards this. And so, yeah, we jumped in a little bit earlier this year, and I kind of got to go hands-on with it and see for myself. I'd heard that the community was happy with some of the changes and the adjustments that they've made over the years, and I get it. This is this is the Fallout game for 2024. I know a lot of people are waiting, the next 36 years for Fallout 5 to come out. This is it. A map expansion. We can play as ghouls, of course, ghouls being very popularized by the show as well. This makes a lot of sense, and I don't think that they've really ever said this, but the connectivity between the show and Fallout 76, like it's there without being too on the nose. I think is really kind of nice. It's not like, see, hey, remember the show? Like, you like that, so here's this. It's just this universe of Fallout gets to be spotlighted and highlighted. So I thought it showed very well. But yeah, no Fallout 3, no Fallout New Vegas. But this is another example of the games that they came out with. Again, we're 5-6 games in at this point, and everything was like, really, it was about the statement that they were making. It wasn't necessarily about going all the way back in time. For some people that might be disappointing, but something new and exciting, I think genuinely new and exciting for Fallout 76 is a big deal.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree. And I was hoping, as someone who made one of their predictions, Fallout related, I was hoping to see something else. But you know what? Maybe next year. That's just a great opportunity for moving forward, because I know we're getting a season 2, so maybe that will be something they're waiting upon, where they might just do kind of like a hand in hand, like, oh, season 2, here's a remaster of games. So who knows? I'm just hopeful for the series, of course. Bowza, I know you've been wanting to play multiplayer games with us, and we talked about Fallout 76. Would this get you interested in playing Fallout 76 with us?
I think the problem here is the lack of crossplay.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I didn't get into it. You guys are playing on PC, and I prefer to play games on my Xbox, so it's these older games that are just holding me back,
Bethesda, please fix this.
Yeah,
allow
this,
us to...
ESO, same story.
Man, what a bummer. Yeah,
all sorts of just goodwill, awesomeness. No crossplay.
Well, I was gonna say, because I've also, the only time I've really checked out 76 is on PlayStation. Like, I haven't really played the game on Xbox or PC, and I don't have Game Pass anymore. So it's one of those things where, yeah, I would love to see them add that at some point too. Because at this point, I'm kind of just like, I'll wait before going back.
Yeah. No, that you know what, that's completely fair, and here's hoping maybe we get that announcement next year. Maybe when they look into things like remasters, maybe they'll introduce it. I know there is a lot of people who like to mod with Fallout 76, and of course with the other Fallout series, so maybe that's their slight concern right now. But I can't talk for them because I definitely don't work for the studio. But yeah, Marcus, is this a game that you are interested in? Have you hopped into this series at all?
No and no.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no. So this was not for me. I would have liked. I mean, Xbox had to do something Fallout, right? They had to, with the success of the show, they had to have something Fallout here. This was not what I was hoping for. It makes sense. I think what Sean kind of said is that this is their ongoing project. It makes sense for them to continue this and in the way that they are. Not for me though.
Valid. And Mitch, on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited is your son upstairs, and was he screaming when he saw this?
So actually, I think my son's still asleep. I don't know if he knows any of this stuff, actually. We had a party for him yesterday. He might be up. He has to work today. The thing is, he's actually pretty, I mean, as much as I am in like the rumor mill of like, what are the Apex rumors? What are the COD rumors? Like, he's very much into that Fallout, for the Fallout side of things on that part. But as far as the actual trailer, I honestly don't know if he's seen it yet. I'm not sure. I just assumed he was upstairs freaking out. But then at the same time, my wife's just like, your son should probably get up and go to work today. I'm like, oh yeah. That was the 5-minute break that we had. So he actually might still be sleeping for all I know. But I'll show him the trailer. We'll see what he says. I'll let you know.
Nice.
I'll put it in the Discord.
Thank you. Yes, we need a full reaction of what he thinks.
For sure.
But yeah, that was Fallout 76. But the next one, which was a world premiere, if I remember correctly, it was Expedition 33, which was a wild and twisted trailer that we saw. And I want to know, Bowza, what were your thoughts of this when you first saw it come out?
This looks pretty cool, not gonna lie. I'm pretty excited to see what's going on here. It almost has that feeling like you're going to be attempting the same thing numerous times. So apparently somebody's painting numbers, and when they do, a bunch of people die, and we're trying to stop them from painting the numbers. So I don't know, is this a semi-roguelike type thing? I'm interested to see how the gameplay actually fleshes out in that regard, what kind of systems we have here. But yeah, looks beautiful. I'm big into this one.
Yeah, nice. No, I definitely agree, and I like the kind of the painting aspect of it. I think one of the quotes was like, "May she not paint death again." So it seems like every time she does this, almost a Thanos snap of just removing large portions of the planet just out of existence, which is a very interesting twist. But I would also like to know what Sean's thoughts were of this. Is this something that you're going to be checking out?
How could I not? Holy crap! This looked like finally things look next gen. That's kind of like what I took away from this one. Party based looks like a RPG, very action heavy, very stylistic. I love all the different environments and landscapes, and man, games this weekend look like they're just going hard. I've been talking about this. I actually spoke about this with Hellblade. I want to play a game that it felt like the devs gave a shit. Like it's just like show me something that means something. And we got a nice blend of premise and setting and what this is about. And this is going to be this has to be like a rated M game. It just looks like it's going so deep and dark. Maybe too much for some people is the one thing. But a big win for Game Pass, which leads me to remember, over the last couple of months, I've been wondering, is Xbox as all in on Game Pass as we want them to be? And of course, with Call of Duty going day one into Game Pass, that is the case. They are still pushing it. I think with a game like this that none of us had really ever heard of, it looks great. And by the way, yeah, day one Game Pass. This just goes to show how much we have to look forward to with Xbox. I need to know more. I really can't wait for this one. But yeah, 2025 is, I think, as much information as we got on it. But man, like finally the teraflops are working for us. It looks really good.
I agree. It looks so great. Honestly, and I also got really excited about like seeing like the UI and the way that it was moving, because I thought it was kind of, and it might just be my inexperience of RPGs, but the fact that like the UI moved with your character. So when it tilted, like the actual like dials started to kind of shift, which was very interesting. So I'm really, like, I know for myself, really excited, but I would love to hear from the RPG Lord himself. Ryan, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, let me tell you what, Fee. There were a couple games in this show that were Ryan Turford games.
Mm-hmm.
This was one of those games because you got some horror elements, you got RPG stuff. The combat kind of reminds me of Legend of Dragoon, which is an old PS1 turn-based role-playing game where you're kind of timing your moves with the combos that are happening on screen. Like, yes, please. Sign me up. I am 100% behind this game. I can't wait. This is definitely on my radar for next year. And I will definitely be talking about it probably with Garrett in the weeks and months to come, I think, for sure.
Yeah, nice. I'm notorious for saying I don't like turn-based games, but this looks fast enough and enough interaction in it to pull me in. And being on Game Pass, hey, it's worth a try, right? Maybe this will be me transitioning to playing more turn-based games.
Ooh. And actually, we're seeing like a bit of a shift with... Show. Sorry, Mitch.
I was saying that should be the tagline for most of the show. Game Pass, it's worth a try.
What I was going to say is that we're seeing a bit of a shift with turn-based role-playing games now where they're adding a lot more action elements. We saw that with Metaphor ReFantasio, kind of having this open world element where you have action RPG stuff and then you go into the turn-based battles. So I think we're starting to see a shift with a lot of these turn-based games, and I think it's to appeal to people like Baz or other people who just aren't really super into turn-based combat. So I like the idea where we're getting more interesting ideas with turn-based combat, and this game looks really cool, so I'm excited.
Absolutely. And Marcus, what were your thoughts on the gameplay and just the overall look of Expedition 33?
Yeah, I echo everything that Ryan just said. I think it looks fantastic. I'm very keen on the combat, the beautiful, yeah, all in. I do hope that we don't get a roguelike element like Bowser suggested. You might have there might be something in there. That's not what I'm looking for here, but Yeah, this looks really good. Really good. And Game Pass too. Do we know anything about these developers? I thought I saw Savoy say that this is their first
Yep, I actually
effort.
looked it up as well.
Yeah.
This is their first game.
Yeah, okay.
What a way to come
Interesting.
out.
Yeah. No kidding.
They're just like, hey, here's just a wild idea of just Thanosing half of the planet and just bringing out these insanely creative, like mythological, like twisted creatures. And then here's a really cool UI. And then also just the aspect of the characters themselves. And it seems like you have some choices as well, because they talked about the fact that like certain people could die. So I'm curious how that's going to work. My goodness. I know for myself it's definitely a game that I'm going to be looking out for in 2025. Mitch, I know you're definitely a shooters kind of guy, but is this something that would be in your roundhouse, especially with the fact that it is going to be coming to Game Pass?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not opposed to RPGs. I've definitely played RPGs in the past. It's been a while. I can say that, right? But the fact, like, I mean, the turn-based, the more action-oriented. I mean, like, I say it's funny because like Kingdom Hearts is one of my favorite games, right? And that's more complete action rather than there's like zero turn-based stuff there. But I don't mind the mixing the two. I do like that. But like I said, it's on Game Pass. Like, what's it gonna hurt to try it? The only thing I'll say when it comes to like RPGs is sometimes it takes a little time to get into it. So some people, give it like an hour and goes, "No, for me." Like, bro, what did you even get into in an hour of the game? Like, what are you talking about? So that's how it is. Like, for me, I would want to put some time into it to make sure I give it the proper chance to catch me. But again, it's on Game Pass, guys. Just the only thing is, I also the fun thing is when we say, "Oh, it's on Game Pass," there's a lot coming to Game Pass. So as long as everybody has time for everything, because there's so many games, like there's so much stuff. So I am happy to give any of these games a shake. But like, there's a lot of other games that I guess it'll just depend on when it comes out and what else is coming out around that, how much time I give it. But I am not going to write it off though, because it did look super cool. I did like the way it visually looked.
Yeah, absolutely. And I definitely agree. There are a lot of games coming to Game Pass, including South of Midnight, which is another game that looks absolutely fantastic. But I want to start off with Marcus. What did you think? I know that you were making some comments about the movement and the actual like look of the game, but I'd love to hear more from you.
This might be the highlight of the show for me. I really love the art style. It's almost got a stop motion sort of look to it, and the world that they are displaying here, we're gonna probably see here a little bit the locomotion that the character is kind of gliding and zipping through the environments. There's nothing that I can say that doesn't interest me about this game. It kind of hits all the notes. We had seen a short teaser trailer, I want to say it was last summer, last showcase, and it was intriguing, but it didn't really show all that much. And so getting a lot more, this is a lot brighter too, if I recall. I seem to remember it being quite dark, the previous stuff that we had seen about this game. So yeah, no, it hits all the notes for me.
Yeah, I definitely agree, because I know I mentioned this when we were watching the showcase. I do not remember seeing the show, like this game, at all last year. I cannot tell you when it was like what happened with it. It just completely just, I guess, wiped out of my memory. But I can definitely say that this is going to be the complete opposite. I think the art style is phenomenal. Just the fact that they have like a very sassy like kind of sidekick that we saw with the catfish, and also the fact it wasn't a beaver, it's a muskrat. But I digress. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Just had to represent Canada slightly. But no, I think it's going to be I'm so very excited to try this one out. And just, I'd love to see what other creatures are going to look like in the game, because we've seen like there's very hyper realistic with the muskrat. I know it's a very silly thing to bring back up, but then we saw with, of course, the catfish, where we had kind of like almost this like patchwork kind of look to it. And then with the alligator at the end of the trailer. So I'm really pumped to see what that's going to be like. But Sean, what are your thoughts on this? I know that this definitely is a new, different, like it's a new look, but I would love to hear what you think of this.
Highlight of the show, 100%. I don't know if it's fair to say, but I had low expectations, I think, just based on what we've seen from Compulsion in the past. But instantly interesting, the look of it, like a lot of very specific choices have been made about this game to make it stand out. This mix of light and dark, and I think Bowser, you had mentioned during the stream something about like removing the darkness, removing, what did you say? Like you said it so well, that it's letting the beauty kind of like come back. Yeah, so like the combat I thought looked really interesting, and they made a specific choice to show us that. The traversal is definitely the thing that stood out to me. Jumping, dashing, gliding, a little almost like imaginary, almost like a Wonder Woman lasso that allows you to kind of whip onto stuff, almost like a hook shot kind of thing. So I am impressed with how large this game seems to be, with how comprehensive. As we're watching the stream right now, it showed us a little bit of a bunch of games that I'm reminded of in the past. A little bit of Infamous. I think somebody mentioned in the chat. The climbing definitely gave me Uncharted vibes, but it doesn't look really like any of those games. Very imaginative, very different. So yeah, this is why it's a highlight for me. It subverted or exceeded a lot of my expectations, and I just can't wait to get my hands on it and find out what the heck else is going on in this world and in this game. It's like a tortella sort of a gator just with this land climbing up off of its back. It was really, really interesting. So kudos to Compulsion for just really blowing me away. I just want a date 2025, but I thought it looked really good.
No, I definitely I agree with what like all you said, Sean. It definitely was a standout for myself as well, which is kind of like the complete opposite, of course, because like I said, I just don't remember it from last year. So kudos to them for just like kicking it, like hitting it out of the park. I almost like kicking it out of the park. I mean, that's what happens in soccer, but I digress. I'm not a sports person here. But Bowser, what are your thoughts? As Sean said, you were able to bring some fantastic narrative to this particular game, and I want to hear more from you. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, from what I recall, when we saw it before, I think it was just like nighttime on the dock, and that's why it had that really dark vibe. And now they're showing us daytime, and the world is colorful, and yeah, there is some dark force taking over, and you got to clear that out when you defeat an enemy. So yeah, this looks rad. I cannot wait. Give it to me, January 1st. Come on.
That would be a wild day to like
it's 2025. Give it to me.
I mean,
Can't
you know
wait.
what? That's valid. Just bring the exact day, January 1st. We're releasing this game. No, absolutely. Oh my goodness. Just, like every time that you bring up the trailer, like we get to see more and more and notice more like things that are going on, like the birds that are flying by, and just, oh my goodness, it just looks so good. I can't handle this. But yeah, Ryan, what are your thoughts on this game?
So I'm not gonna talk too much about it because I kind of like my thoughts kind of echo what Sean and Baza both said.
Completely right.
I think this is just a really refreshing game to show off, and just a huge step up over what we saw with We Happy Few from Compulsion before. And you definitely tell like they definitely put some money behind this one. But also I think Sean said it during the stream where Sean was like, after your Hellblade review, you wanted to see more games that people gave a damn about, and I felt like they really put it out there with this game. I will also personally, though, admit this is definitely lower on my personal radar of games that I'm personally excited about, just because I guess the overall vibe just didn't jive with me as much as everyone else. But this is a game that it's gonna be in Game Pass. I'm gonna be giving it a chance, and I'm excited to try it out. It's just definitely lower on the list versus some of the other games we saw today, for me personally. But that is not to take away from the game itself, because I think it looks great.
No, absolutely. I know a game that does pique your interest, and one that you're going to be checking out later on this year, which is World of Warcraft: The War Within. That I'm pretty excited for. Like I said while we were watching the live stream, I personally haven't played World of Warcraft since I think mid to early Mist of Pandaria, but I think this might be the time when I might go back. We'll see. But it's been looking so freaking fantastic. I know, of course, Sean was hoping that it was coming to Game Pass, and we'll get to him in just a second here. But Ryan, what are your thoughts on seeing kind of like this overarching trailer from the beginning to the latest expansion trailer?
Yeah, I think this is a great trailer. I know that while we were watching the stream, we were a bit surprised that it was for the expansion and not World of Warcraft coming to consoles or World of Warcraft coming to Game Pass, because it was, highlighting all of the opening cinematics for all of the previous Warcraft games. But then when I thought about it, the War Within, when they announced it at BlizzCon last year, they talked about the idea that it's the start of a trilogy of expansions that are going to come out very close together, that are going to be kind of smaller expansions versus what we're normally used to with World of Warcraft. That's really going to be wrapping up the story that started going all the way back to World of Warcraft in 2004. And with all the expansions going forward, it's kind of just wrapping up this overall story. And I guess they're going to either reboot the story after the third expansion, or they're going to maybe give us World of Warcraft 2 one day, maybe. So it made sense to do it this way. And I think this is a really good tribute. And it was also just, gave me the feels of watching, all of these old cinematics kind of put together, with all my time with World of Warcraft. And now, I need to go back and finish all my Dragonflight stuff, because there's only 2 months left to go, because this is coming out on August 23rd. So it's right around the corner. It's very soon. And then, of course, we have Dawn Trail at the end of this month for Final Fantasy XIV. So just us MMO players are eating good this year. And also, if you're into ESO, we've got Golden Road coming out, very soon too. So lots of good MMO stuff.
It's crazy. And honestly, you were talking about the fact that this is going to be the trilogy. I'm interested to see if they're going to treat it almost the same way as Endwalker, where this is kind of the end of the overarching story, which would make sense why they showed
it. Is they talked about that.
They did? Okay, cool. I apologize. I haven't been keeping up too much with the World of Warcraft lore as of late, but I'm that might be the reason why I might come back. I know a lot of people who I've played with previously have messaged me and asked me if I'm going to play. Who knows? But definitely we'll have to see, because like you said, Dawn Trail is just around the corner and there is so much to go through there. But before I get into that, our fellow Final Fantasy XIV player, Bowza, did this trailer intrigue you into trying out a new MMO? I know you're not usually a PC gamer, but is this something that would interest you in the slightest?
I mean, I don't think so, just with Dawn Trail coming out so soon. If I were going to go to one, it would probably be ESO, if I had to choose, because it is on console. So, WoW did not wow me, one could say.
Completely fair. No, it's just more in line. It's curious, because I know that's always been kind of a debate on when it comes to MMOs, is just which MMO to try. And some people, I know for myself, like I said, and I know Ryan, you and I have had this conversation, I was very hesitant about playing Final Fantasy XIV because I played WoW first. And I'm like, should I get into another MMO? So I completely understand. Sean, how are you feeling about the fact that this isn't coming to Game Pass? I would love to hear your feelings, because I know we were all hyped about it. I know we were losing ourselves. We thought maybe it was coming to console. What are your thoughts now?
I feel like I'm speaking completely ignorant when I say things like that, because apparently there's, a billion people who already pay happily to play World of Warcraft every single month. So maybe that's a step that doesn't need to be taken, maybe one thing at a time. The thing that I'll just point out here is just that it's remarkable to see all these properties and franchises show up on an Xbox stage. And really, I think that's what this was all about, was being able to showcase all of the different games and franchises that we've loved over the last, in some cases, decades. And it's here. So for me, that's about as much as I think I'll get into it. It's not a game for me at this moment. And it's really the subscription that keeps me out. But that's me. Apparently there are, what is it, Ryan? 10 million active users, active subscribers.
It's still behind, Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV is the top dog right now, but it's still 10 million people paying $20 US a month to play World of Warcraft.
It's $20 a month.
Wow. Yes.
Yes.
Well, because it includes WoW and WoW Classic under one subscription.
Sure, I thought it was $15, but
it's gone up. I mean, inflation's happening.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Back in my day, it was a solid $12 Canadian. Now it's probably even more expensive. It's just I definitely agree. I honestly, Sean, I don't even think you were that far off, because there was a lot of us who were confused why they were showing every single trailer. I know for a lot of
that's
Xbox
what it's
players,
about, being on an Xbox stage. So I think that's really what they did there. It's just let's go back and kind of reintroduce some of these things. There's a nostalgia factor that Ryan touched on there as well. That's okay, reignite some of that nostalgia, that history. And by the way, it's an Xbox thing now. I think that's really what they were going for.
That's fair. Kind of like at the beginning of the episode, like this is like what happened last 20
Previously
years.
yeah, exactly.
Previously on World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, but I'm curious what the to see what happens, and of course with War Within coming out later on this year, who knows? But for people who are excited about it and are currently buying your just expansions and everything else, I wish you all the best of luck. But I know a game that a lot of people here are really excited for is seeing the remaster of Is it Metal Gear Solid? I'm gonna make sure that I'm
Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater.
Wow. Okay. Fun, fantastic name. I'm at a loss. But I know someone who's not at a loss. Mitch, how excited are you about this?
I am excited because I literally played this game when it first came out, and I have not like replayed it. It's been put on like a billion things, right? It's been remastered and put on this and put on this. I haven't touched it since. So to be able to play a Metal Gear game again, Metal Gear 5 obviously was the last one I gave a lot of attention to. I should have played some of the remasters that they did, but again, time. God, Apex in the way. No, but Metal Gear's awesome. It always has been awesome. It's been a great stealth game. The storyline, especially of this was like highly regarded as one of the better games of like an entire generation. So that whole PS2 Xbox generation, of course, never went to Xbox. But that literally, this is one of those games that's definitely worthy of a remaster, and it looks phenomenal. I mean, Sean might not do so well because there's stealth involved, but for the rest of us who apparently can play stealth games just fine. I don't know why Sean can't, but no, I'm excited about this game. Like I said, it's definitely, when I look at all these games that are showing up, it's literally just the hierarchy of they don't have, this never got a confirmed release date or anything either. This didn't even get a 2025, did it?
Nope, it got nothing.
It got nothing. So we have no idea how far this game out is, or how far it is. I feel like I said that weird. But no, that's not Delta. That's a triangle.
They call it's the sign for Delta, Mitch.
Cool. I'm right there with Fee though. I'm just saying, if I looked at that, I would be like Metal Gear Solid Triangle. Let's go. Love it. No, but like I said, this is definitely one of the better games in the franchise, and very worthy of a remaster, and I'm definitely looking forward to it.
I definitely want to say that when it comes to games like this, I always get at a loss, especially when they start adding like Delta, Alpha, Omega, like Squadron, and I'm like, yes, 10 out of 10. I don't know what's happening. So I apologize for the Metal Gear fans who are currently listening and are wondering why I'm currently at the helm. It's just because it's just not my cup of tea, but I don't know that this is a beloved franchise. And I want to hear from everyone else. Is there anyone else on this panel that's currently really excited for this? Ryan, I'm going to pass it over to you because I'm seeing the fingers being pointed directly at you. What are your thoughts, Ryan?
Hi, yes, me, Ryan Turford, Metal Gear Solid Stan over here. I love Metal Gear Solid. Mitch made some great points about this one, and the only other one I wanted to throw out there was a question we actually got during the reactions when we were watching it, which is, can I start with this one? And I would say to all people out there who have never played a Metal Gear Solid game before, especially because it's been a long time since Metal Gear 5 came out, and then even before that, it's probably not an entry I would tell people to even start with, because they should go play the other games first, especially with where the story goes and stuff. Metal Gear Solid 3 is the perfect place for anyone to start story-wise. It's the beginning of the story. It was a prequel, but, for anyone who's brand new jumping in the franchise for the first time, it's the origin to everything else that happens afterwards. So it's a good gateway to jump into the other Metal Gear games from there. So this remake looks like it's come a long way since we first saw it last year. Because we got very brief glimpses of it, and it did not look very promising. But this showcase for it with all the gameplay that we saw looked very promising. And this is already a great game already, like Mitch pointed out. The story is fantastic, and the stealth gameplay is top notch. So I think it's gonna hold up pretty well. And I know that there are some people that worry a little bit about it being a stealth game, but trust me, I think the stealth in Metal Gear, when you compare it to other stealth games, is a little more arcadey and a little more forgiving than a lot of the other stealth franchises. So even if you're not super good at stealth, they give you a lot of options even when you get caught to get away and stuff. So I think that this is a good entry even for people who are not like super into stealth games but want to dabble a little bit with it.
I think that's completely fair too. Because like it's not the type of stealth game that like if you get caught, you're SOL, right? Or like, oh my God, I'm so weak against these enemies. I mean, realistically, if you wanted to run and gun in there, you could. Would it make your job a whole lot easier to go stealth? 100%. But I mean, even when you go stealth, there's still moments of silenced pistols you can use. Like you can still have the action element. So it's not like you're just sneaking around and can't make a single noise or else you're completely done. Like there's definitely, I mean, there's still giant guns. Metal Gear.
We saw rocket launchers in the trailer, Mitch.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Fighting helicopters and dudes in cars and stuff.
This ain't Thief where you get caught and you're like, I ain't got nothing. Sorry. No, there's definitely ways to get around it. So, but the stealth part of it though has also got a charm to it, especially with, all the different ways you can hide in this particular game, especially with like the camos. Camouflaging yourself is like, like he had that alligator head on too. Like there's always different types of ways to be stealth, not just hiding around a corner or hiding in a cardboard box.
No, this game in particular is very much inspired by stuff like Rambo. So it's very much one of those things where, there's times to be sneaky, but there's also lots of go loud moments too. So.
Nice. And I noticed that, Marcus, you're currently leaning towards the microphone. Did you have anything to add when it comes to Metal Gear Solid?
This game has my interest. I'm one of the people that Ryan had said that I don't have any history. Metal Gear Solid is one of the big gaps in my gaming history. So knowing that it's a good spot to start, it definitely has my interest, and I'll be keeping out an eye out for. We didn't get a release anything. It's not Game Pass, but it's on my radar. It's on my radar more than it was before. So yeah, I'll be keeping an eye out.
Nice. Yeah, I'm really excited for the people who are in love with the series. I know quite a few of my close friends are constantly talking about it, which probably makes it even worse that I'm terrible at the names of this franchise. I do definitely listen to my friends when they talk about video games, I promise. But that's just here nor there. But the next one that did come out, we're not going to spend too much time on it. There was some Sea of Thieves footage. I know Ryan, who is the biggest pirate fan of the planet, is so excited for this. This is the game of the year for him. He's just like, I cannot handle how excited. Look at, guys, if you are watching right now, Ryan is so excited. He's just like, I have to go prepare. I have to go download whatever he can do with this. Is anyone excited about any sort of the updates when it comes to Sea of Thieves? I know for myself, I played it once and it was an interesting experience to say the least, because there were people that were very high level who came and just constantly attacked us, and then I just uninstalled the game. But some people on this panel might have other experiences. Anyone excited about the new updates that are coming to Sea of Thieves?
I'm glad they're updating it.
Yes.
I played through, got my Pirate Legend, and that's probably the last time I played it. Keep supporting it. People love it. But I think I had my fill with it.
I didn't play as much of it. I'm just happy to continuing to have support for a game that people obviously do play. And especially when it just went to another platform, to show that we're not just giving you the final version of the game, right? Like we're all done. Have the game of the year, quote unquote, version. Like, no, this is a living, breathing game, and more and more content on live service games is exactly what those things need. So happy for all you people that get to play it. I'm not one of them, but I'm not hating on it. So have fun, guys.
I'm definitely on the same boat, no pun intended, but I know a game that I'm really excited to play, which was the most adorable thing that we've seen on this entire panel here, which was definitely not the game that I currently have listed in front of me right now. It's so cute.
Oh
it's so cute. That game is just like
explosions. They're just adorable.
No. I mean, there's also a fox god in this one. It's kind of cute.
There is a fox god. Yes. Flint. Oh, my goodness. Flintlock looks fantastic. I know for myself, I'm really excited. I mean, it is adorable. Okay, guys. It's what is it? A Finnick fox. I forget the name of it. But yeah, I'm very excited to try this one out.
Wait. I want to know what you had up next. What is cute? I'm looking at my list. There's nothing cute coming for a while. It's got to be the mouse
game where you had to leave shoes and stuff.
The problem was because I saw fox and I thought that it meant, like, in my head, I'm just like, oh, it must be the cute, adorable mouse game next. And so it was just like, oh, yay, we get to finally talk about something really cute. And then this came up and I'm like, oh, this is not it. But you know what? You get to turn into a fox, guys. You get to fly as a fox across the city. I'm really excited for this, especially with the fact that it is in third person. Even though there is very fast movement, I know for myself I'm probably going to try this one out because it is coming to Game Pass very soon. Right before my birthday. This comes out July 18th, which is insane. So I'm super excited for this one. I know for myself, I'm down to play this one. I know someone else whose birthday is close to this one. Sean, are you going to be hopping into this game too?
Game Pass! This game is coming to Game Pass July 18th, 2024, 10 days before my 40th birthday. I am absolutely in. I love this collection of games that sort of have this aesthetic, a lot of colorful lights. That's all I need. It brings me back to the late 90s of 3D graphics on PC, man. Just like give me all the laser beams with colorful lights. It looks really, really cool. Motion and action looks really great. And yeah, I didn't know that I was looking for a game that I would transform into a little fox and jump from ring to ring. That's all here for me, dude. Like that's really cool. It looks like it's really going for it. Again, Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn. Holy crap. Yes, please. Game Pass coming in again. I've been screaming about this and I'm screaming about it right now. Like I need more than just like the first party stuff. I feel like we know the first party stuff that's coming to Game Pass. That's all great. I'm very excited not to take anything away from that. But it's these ones that we don't really know about, these third party games that this game is likely coming to PlayStation as well. But like, why would you? It's coming to Game Pass. We need more of this. The last one, like maybe MLB The Show when that was a big deal and maybe Outriders. But it's been a bit since we've seen third party partnerships coming day and date to Game Pass. And in a way that isn't like, I mean, like that's the only way that game's going to survive. This game seems like a big deal. So I'm a little lightheaded now after all that.
Sean showing his age, getting too excited and just almost
I didn't control my breathing a little bit. I gotta remember to breathe.
guy.
I should know this by now.
Oh my goodness. That is quite the hype.
Sean's so damn excited. He's going to black out on the showcase. That's great.
It's like a roller coaster for me, man. I'm just going over the loop de loops and like, oh, I'm seeing stars a little bit.
Marcus, I hope you know CPR because Sean might just
he
get too
does.
excited. Perfect. Marcus, what are your thoughts on this game?
Well, I can't say that I'm anywhere near Sean's level of hype for this game, but it
hope
it
not.
looks good.
Yeah, I can't save you.
Yeah. So I think it looks good. There's not something about this that isn't quite hitting in the way that some of the other games that have maybe looked a little similar did. I don't know. Maybe it's because we didn't get any story. I don't know what's going on in the world. I don't know what's happening. And having a little bit more of that context might have helped bring me in a bit. But it's something, again, Game Pass, as we keep saying, it definitely one that I'll keep my eye on, see what reviews are like, and if it starts hitting those buttons at that point, I'll definitely look at jumping in.
No, absolutely. And watching this now, and we're currently, for people who are listening, we currently have the trailer currently playing. And I'm just thinking about all the times I'm going to fall into the harbor because I'm going to forget to click a button and I'm going to not end up turning into the fox. I'm just going to fall to my death. But that's here nor there. I'm still down to play this game. Anyone else excited for this one?
Definitely interested in it. I'm a little sad that it comes out in July because I was about to start playing Elden Ring, and God knows if I'll have that anywhere near complete before July. Because I had talked with Bowser about this off stream. When I play single player games, I can't bounce back and forth. Like I have to stick to one because while Sean might get too excited and black out talking about video games, my brain can only handle one set of single player controls at a time. So God forbid you give me two single player games and I don't know what button does what, or where I am in the story. So I have to focus on one game at a time. This was one of those games that was shown off. I think it was shown off, was it this year? Earlier at the Xbox showcase, they showed this game off, or maybe late. I mean, it was less than a year ago, I believe. I can't remember when they showed it off, but it was just all one of those awesome, looks cool.
I want to jump back in. I'm sorry. I just noticed watching this trailer again. It says from the makers of Ashen. I don't know if anybody played Ashen. This is just a gigantic leap from what we played with Ashen. Very sort of almost, I don't want to be demeaning about it, but pretty basic Souls-like, if I'm remembering Ryan. It was a pretty simple looking, minimalist graphic style. Very cool game, good mechanics and everything. But I am shocked at who made this because, like I said, I blacked out while Mitch was talking. I hope you said some good stuff there. But I've awoken. I'm back. And I'm just blown away by the leap that this team has made with coming out with this game. I think Marcus makes a good point. I have no idea what's going on here. I probably should, temper a little bit before I find out. Maybe there's nothing interesting happening here. But from a gameplay perspective, I think it showed well. But man, kudos to the team for just leveling up here.
Yeah, and I'm looking at screenshots of it now. They didn't even have faces in the
Right.
last game.
Yeah.
That's insane. That is a huge jump compared to the two. Holy moly. And that's like, I know that 2018 wasn't just yesterday. That was shockingly 6 years ago, but that's still a massive jump. So that's
Yeah.
huge. Holy moly. I'm going to have to check this out.
It harkens back to what we talked about with Compulsion earlier with the South of Midnight, where it's such a huge step over their last game. So, yeah,
And I think Ashen launched into Game Pass as well, Ryan. I think that's when you and I might have been doing the Xbox Drive together.
I think it was before, because 2019 is when I joined the show.
Oh, okay. Oh,
but,
wow. Holy crap.
But I suspect you are correct. I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it was launched into Game Pass. So, yeah, amazing. Good partnership.
So good. Yeah, I'm very excited for this one, especially since there is a very cute fox god. Not the game I thought it was going to be, but you know what? Still pleasantly surprised, and I'm really pumped to get into it. But I know a game that also was shown after this. Going on the topic of gods, there was Age of Mythology Retold, which was a RTS game, which my fellow RTS players here, Ryan, to start off, what are your thoughts on Age of Mythology Retold?
I think it looks great. I mean, Sean and I talked about this during the Summer Game Fest showcase, but between, this and Stormgate and the other RTS we saw during Summer Game Fest, that the name I'm blanking on, like, RTSs are back, man. I love it. I love RTS games. I miss the fact that we don't have a Warcraft or a Starcraft role-playing game, or Command and Conquer isn't back yet. But I'll take these games, and the Age of Empires games are pretty fun, and this is kind of like the Age of Empires formula, but in like Greek mythology. And it is also a remake of an older game, because the original Age of Mythology came out in the early 2000s. But this game looks really cool. Like, every time I've seen a new trailer for this Age of Mythology remake, it's looked better and better, and I think this is going to be a very solid RTS when it comes out later this year.
Yeah, I agree. As someone who is a mythology fan, I think I'm definitely going to have to give this a try. I personally am not used to the particular gameplay. I've definitely done like turn-based RTSs, of course, and trying to like more in the lines of Civ, as we talked about previously. And then, of course, Dune. Oh my goodness, I'm always bad at it. Sand Wars. I always say like Sand Wars. Not Sand Wars. I don't remember what
Spice
it is.
Wars.
Spice Wars. That's why, because it's called Spice Wars, and I constantly call it Sand Wars, but I digress. Here I am, once again, making up names for video games. But I seem to remember on our Carpool Gaming website, someone has stated that StarCraft is one of their favorite games of all time. And for that reason, Sean, is this going to get you into playing Age of Mythology Retold?
Man, it's reminding me of a time in the 90s where every game was a real-time strategy game. Everything that came out was this style, which was really interesting. I have to admit, I'm definitely more on like the Warcraft, Starcraft, maybe even Command and Conquer, Total Annihilation side of things. Age of Empires feels different for sure. And I actually have no connection with Age of Mythology at all. But I don't think was this one coming to Game Pass, you guys?
It is. Because it's Microsoft first party.
I'll check it out. That blows. Yeah, you mentioned that before. Sorry. Yeah, I'm interested, but I have to admit, even though I am big on StarCraft, big on Warcraft, like it'd be more of time and place. If I've got an opening, then I'll check it out. Or if Ryan's got something to say about it at the time, then I'll kind of wait and see. But kind of more so glad that we got such an eclectic mix of games at this showcase. Like, this isn't for everybody. This is pretty at this stage, the mid 2020s. It's not really the highlight. We got a lot more first person shooter stuff today, but it's good to see that we've got this in the mix as well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And just out of sheer curiosity, is this a game that you could play with friends, Ryan?
100%. It's got full multiplayer. It's got co-op multiplayer or competitive multiplayer.
Ooh,
and you can kind of set it up depending on how you want. Because I think it's 8 players. 8-player multiplayer.
Okay.
Intriguing. Yep, I could be in for that.
I would be in for that. If we all wanted to play this game together, I would be super down because I would definitely, like, I wanted to try a game like this before, but it's one of those things where I don't want to try it alone. So if we can just get a group of us just to download this game, I am 100% down to try this out. And it comes out on September the 4th for people who are interested. So get it on Game Pass. I want to know though, Bowser, are you going to be joining our day one gameplay of Age of Mythology Retold?
No.
Okay.
Solid no. Appreciate it,
There you go.
honestly.
Yeah. Although, just shout out to the one last thing I wanted to shout out with that game is the fact that it's also coming to consoles. So whether it's, I mean, for those people who like to play RTSs on consoles like Halo Wars, it's there for you. So shout out to that. Shout out to more RTSs on consoles.
Awesome. Yeah, I definitely like. I think it's one of those things where when I was a console person, I definitely miss those types of games. So it's good to see that we're seeing those more, because I know when they've moved things like Civilization over to console, it's definitely a weird experience, at least from my point of view. But I'm really excited to see this is coming to console. But a game that did come out after this one that got everyone excited, and honestly, I was very impressed that we had Ryan on the panel who just instantly knew from this clip alone that it was Perfect Dark. Are you excited for Perfect Dark, Ryan?
I mean, one might say it was my personal game of the show, actually. I was so impressed with what we saw with Perfect Dark here because, you know, we didn't really know much about it. We only really had the cinematic trailer 4 years ago at the Game Awards. It's been a very long time since we heard literally anything about this game. But, you know, as someone who loves, you know, the OG Perfect Dark, I'm so glad that we have like a really cool reboot of it. And one of the things I loved about it that kind of really reminded me of the old Perfect Dark game is the fact that there's a bunch of mixtures of genres here. You've got first-person platforming like Mirror's Edge. You've got some stealth elements because you've got your spy gadgets and you're using some of them to spy on people or to access computers and stuff. And then of course there were some guns blazing moments as well. Like I loved kind of the mixture of gameplay styles. It also I believe they talked about it before, but it seems more apparent in the trailer that's going to be a big like kind of open world experience as well because you're exploring this one city. So yes, sign me up. Like I am 100% day one whenever the heck this game comes out, because no release window or date or anything. That's kind of the only downside from this announcement. But I am so hyped for Perfect Dark. Like this is easily my most personally anticipated game of the show for sure.
Nice. Yeah, I definitely know that someone else is also excited about this because this was one of their predictions. Mitch, what are your thoughts on what we've seen for the game?
My buddy Buzz is quite happy because they actually showed something. Instead of just talking about it, which, like I said, this is one of those things I mentioned with, I'd rather you not tell me it exists and then show me something, you know, just ready, have gameplay and all that stuff. Like Ryan just mentioned, it's been so long since they even showed this game existing, right? And after seeing what I'm seeing, I'm quite happy with the results. Visually looks stunning. Just again, a mix of different types of gameplay. Also, I'm interested. I mean, obviously, we're seeing a bunch of single player stuff right here, which is definitely gives me like cyberpunk-ish vibes, just to the setting and the locale and stuff like that. But visually, like, there's a lot going on in this. There's some parkour elements going on. Like, I'm watching a restream right now of this, but I really cannot wait to see this like full fidelity on my TV or on my monitor right now. Like, I really want to check this game out. So far though, looks just, I mean, it looks awesome. The one component that I am interested in seeing how they handle is multiplayer, because obviously everybody remembers Perfect Dark for multiplayer back on N64, which that's going to be the thing that's going to be a little different. Because now with the plethora of multiplayer games that are out there and the try to compete on where people spend their multiplayer time going, it's going to be kind of different. But I wonder if that's even going to, I'm not going to say it would be a really strong, like, weird thing if they just didn't do a multiplayer. I think like you have to have some sort of multiplayer just with the legacy of this game.
I think they've confirmed that there is some. We just don't know.
They did? Okay. Yeah. But like I said, I mean, so far, like if it has some of the same gadgets as what we've just shown here throughout this, story trailer, I think it's definitely has a strong chance of giving some traction. Of course, it's on Game Pass, so give it a go. Why not? But no, I'm actually really excited about it. And again, another first-person shooter, but at the same time, it's going to hit nostalgia points for people that love Perfect Dark from back in the N64 days. Visually, it's up with the time, so it definitely does not look like, you know, a game that's been in development for however long, right? Because that's always the worry too. Sometimes games are in development for so long that they have a certain graphical hit of like, well, we kind of capped to where we can hit with graphics here in this forever development cycle. But no, visually that looked awesome. That looked great. And I'm very excited to hopefully see it within the next year, because that was, you know, 2025. I'm hoping to see it, but
no date. Yeah, they didn't give anything
no
on
date.
that one. Yeah,
nothing. I'm only going off of like what Microsoft said, like they want to show off stuff that comes out within the last 12 months, which I don't know if that necessarily still applies now, because they also showed Gears.
I was gonna say, I don't think so. I think both this and Gears are probably 2026 games.
I would imagine, but like that was the only thing for me is like, so far I'm just you finally got past that barrier of just telling me the game exists. You've shown me what I want to see, and I'm excited for it, and I will give you my full attention when it comes out. Like I said, like for the single player stuff that I saw right there, though, that was enough of like, oh, this game looks nuts. Like with the parkour stuff, with the jumping off the balcony, like she handled like the melee combat on that character, not just the shooting. There's a lot that could be awesome about this game, and I'm looking forward to seeing more about it. Whenever it comes out, hope sooner than later, just because I feel like you've had a lot of time. But it is also a brand new studio, and Crystal Dynamics was helping out too, which, you know,
and it's cool to see their logo actually, that they launched that with the trailer. So
yeah, absolutely. So it's, I mean, like I said, you definitely want to give them props, because it's like, also too, Crystal Dynamics isn't some like third-rate studio that just helps out with games, right? They made solid games on their own, so them putting them side by side with the initiative is definitely a good plan, in my opinion, to promote that, hey, it's not just this new team that no one knows anything about, or no track record of a game even, you know what I mean? This is the first game.
Not only that, there's an interesting correlation, because we actually got an announcement for a game we're about to talk about fairly soon after the show, that another former Square Enix studio like Crystal Dynamics is working on another one of the games, because we learned that Eidos Montreal is actually fully supporting Fable, and they're actually working on that with Playground. So between, you know, Crystal Dynamics and Eidos Montreal, it's cool to have this like, you know, former Square Enix studio like timeline working with these studios kind of working together. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah, like I said, I'm just happy that we have something to visually put to a game that got announced so damn long ago. So didn't disappoint me. I was happy to see it. Yeah, same. There's a lot of games that they've talked about for years that finally got shown, and that's where we're at the point now where all the stuff you've kind of like hinted at being available is there. So now, like, we already know what, you know, Fable looks like. We know what this looks like. So now it's like, cool. All this stuff you're going to talk about now, hopefully you learn from those mistakes of not telling me the game exists and telling me 4 years later some cool gameplay trailer. I think we're at that point now where all that stuff you talked about before, you've shown me. So now I'm excited now to any new world premiere they're going to talk about, because now hopefully it will be one of those, we'll world premiere this game and show you a year from now when you get to play it. I hope.
That's fair. Yeah, and I didn't know that this was based off of a previous game, or is this just a remake, or is this...
It is a reboot of an N64 game.
Yep.
Okay, so that answers my other question, which would have been, should people go play the previous game?
Well,
so
it's on Xbox, which is nice, because it is part of Rare Replay, and it is on the store. So, and it's on Game Pass.
You can play the 360 game.
Yeah.
Perfect Dark
Perfect
Zero.
Dark Zero.
Yeah.
Perfect Dark Zero. Yep, that's there too.
I would tell you, like I said, the thing is, like, also remember, like, especially Perfect Dark, like, that was right when first person, it was on N64. It was basically GoldenEye.
Wait, it was the GoldenEye developers. They wanted to make a sequel to GoldenEye, but they couldn't get the James Bond license. So they made another game.
They basically just created a whole new IP and took the cool stuff they were going to make GoldenEye 2 into and just made it its own game. Yeah. But that's the thing, is like, that's what people remember. Going back, some of those games though, like I said, like going back and playing Perfect Dark, it's okay. But also you got to remember, that was a game of like, at that time, that game was like, oh my God, this is amazing. This is like gaming at its peak. And now we've had a lot more stuff. since then. So, but at the same time, the way that they're doing this game, if you didn't hear of, like, Fee didn't know Perfect Dark existed, right? That's totally fine. You're not going to play this game, and I doubt people are going to be like, do I have to play the other ones? No, dude. Those games came out 20 plus years ago.
No, this one's a full-on reboot. You can start with
exactly. So, I mean, this is like a full, but also too, they could, I mean, the character as well, Joanna Dark looked awesome. Like they did so far, everything they showed on it was what I was hoping for. So, and hey, Buzz, you're welcome. I willed that into existence. I take credit for that. Go on.
Yes, Mitch asked a studio to make a reboot of a game from the 360 and earlier era, just for you, Buzz. Congratulations.
You're welcome, Buzz.
It was definitely a cheap endeavor on his behalf.
I just had to email Phil. It made it happen. Hey, Phil, my buddy loves Perfect Dark. Make it happen. And then he sent me a thumbs up emoji back. And here we are.
That sounds like Phil for us.
100%.
I'm going to ask Sean and Marcus, are either one of you going to be parkouring into this game when it comes out, whenever the time period arrives?
I certainly will be. Yeah, no, this game looks great. I mean, just echo everything that others have said. It looks fantastic, and thank you, Mitch, for saying that this looks like Cyberpunk, because that is exactly what the vibes that I got from it as well. I was very impressed with the amount of gameplay that we saw in this trailer. For not having seen too much from the game or anything from the game prior, it was filled with gameplay. So that made me a little surprised that we didn't get even a release year. But yeah, we'll see. But yes, I will definitely be playing.
Awesome.
Yeah, and I'm with you guys. Like, I think this is, I've used the word statement about this the showcase overall. There's been a lot of doubt about the future of Xbox, in a lot of ways. I think the showcase does a lot to answer for that. And the future of Perfect Dark and the initiative, and this sort of almost like it was venturing into vaporware territory, the evil, Good and Evil 2 sort of like territory. We heard about this game for a long time. What's going on? Troubled development. So this was a statement. This was a reaction. This is meant to, even without a date, it's meant to sort of like quiet the noise about it. It's in a state that looks really good. Graphics look really good. Cyberpunk, certainly. I was thinking Deus Ex even, which is a series that we probably won't be hearing from or seeing anytime soon. No. But yeah, I mean, aside from all of that, I agree with everything that, especially Ryan did a wonderful job breaking this thing down. For me, it's about, just assuring confidence in the Xbox community. I think this goes a long way to do that for us.
Yeah. I know for myself, this is definitely not a type of game that I'll be checking out. However, I'm really excited to hear from all of you and when you actually play it, because I know this seems to be a beloved series, and this is no shade by any means. I just didn't start playing games until after this came out, so way later. So that's just my experience, but it looks phenomenal from what we saw. And I also want to know, Bowser, are you going to be checking this one out at all when it comes out?
Heck yeah. Looks like a fun game. I'm here for it. Just try not to get too excited because it's probably 2026.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah, I'm interested to see because like Bitch mentioned, they were talking about the fact that it'll come out within a year, but I also agree with Ryan. I don't think we're seeing this until 2026, but I think that was a great balance because there were a few games, just like 1 or 2, maybe 3 games at most, that we're going to be seeing in 2026, but I think that that's something that's needed in the showcases, even though, of course, they really hyped the idea that a lot of the games, most of the games are going to be coming out within the next year. I think giving all of us an idea of like what's to come is a great way. I'm really happy that it wasn't like overbalanced with these are all the games that are coming in 2026, because they could have done that. They could have showed us like 20 games coming in 2026 and we're like, okay, so what's coming out next year? Instead, they focused highly on this is what's coming out within the next 12 months, and here's some just little tasters of what's to come after that. So I think that was a really fantastic balance on Microsoft's choice and when the process they took to do this. And thankfully, it wasn't just like back-to-back 2026 releases as well. So really good choice there. Another game that came out right after this one trailer wise. It's not a cutesy game, guys. It is Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. I think that this is going to get me back into Diablo. Now, mind you, I'm going to have to say this right now. I wish that there was an option like the Quarry where you could just watch all the cinematic trailers back to back as if it was a movie. The trailers and the freaking like cinematic features that they do for Diablo make me think that this is going to be like a AAA like fantasy game, and then we get into the actual gameplay. I'm not trying to hate on Diablo, by the way. It's just a matter of these trailers are phenomenal from start to finish. Like, they make my skin crawl in the best way possible because it's just wildly just like dark, and we're seeing like a lot of the storyline, and I like the fact that this was in fact a continuation. It wasn't just like, oh, here's a new story plot. This is the continuation of the beginning of Diablo 4. So I'm really interested to see where it goes. So I'm probably going to have to hop back into Diablo. I took a very long break. I think I played 3 weeks. Nope, 4 weeks of Diablo, and then I ended up picking up Baldur's Gate 3, thinking I might only play that for a few hours, and we see where I have, what I've accomplished since then, but I digress. I would love to hear from my panel, the group of co-hosts here. What is everyone's thoughts of Diablo 4, and is this going to get you back into playing Diablo 4? Because I know a lot of us started, and then we just stopped playing it cold turkey, so I'd love to know if this is getting people interested in hopping back in again.
I need a reminder like this, that Diablo is here and that it's, continuing on. There is, you touched on something, Fee, I think that's really, I agree with you actually. Like, there's a brutality and sort of like a visceral nature to the cinematics that I don't know necessarily if it totally translates into the gameplay. I think that's a fascinating take. But there is something that really pulls me in with this cinematic trailer that regardless of that, it makes me want to go back in and play it. The game or the expansion is called the Vessel of Hatred. So like this is probably what we should expect, like just a totally demonic series and sequence here. So it's good to remind me that this is a game that I truly enjoyed. I never actually finished it. I got almost like jokingly enjoying the fact that I wasn't progressing the story. I'm pretty sure I'm like level 50 in this game and I haven't finished Act 5. So I could go back to it. This is a good reminder. I actually don't know if I get this game. Is this a paid DLC? Like, I don't think I have access to Vessel of Hatred when it comes out. But again, like this is just, it reignites me to go, maybe I should play Diablo 4 again because they did it, man. Like, that game is a very good, well-received game. So we should play it.
Yeah, I can confirm, Sean, that in the Xbox blog post, they talked about this, and it is not part of Game Pass. You do have to purchase it separately.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
But it's available to pick up now because I think pre-orders just went up. And there's a bunch of different versions of this too with different, extra things thrown in here.
Yeah.
So just FYI, you do need to buy this.
I'm just trying to remember like what I might have purchased like a early access thing or something.
Oh, that's different though. That came with like the season pass and stuff.
Right.
None of the previous editions came with this expansion.
Oh, okay. So this is now sort of like into the next era of Diablo, if that makes sense.
But it's also not a full price game either because it's an expansion pack. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not meant to be. But
Vessel of Hatred. Holy
I'm gonna throw it out there though. Every single Diablo expansion, going all the way back to Diablo 1 with Hellfire, all of them have been fire. They've all been really good, whether it's Loaded Destruction for Diablo 2 or the Reaper of Souls from Diablo 3. Like, they've all been good. So I'm very excited about this. Not only that, but there have been a ton of great updates. I know friend of the show, Steve Vigvari, he still talks nonstop about Diablo 4, especially after the Loot 2.0 update that they just released, where they totally changed up how the gear system kind of worked, and there's a ton of stuff to collect now, and there's a ton of world events and other things to do in Diablo. So I do think that this expansion is shaping up to be a really good one, and a really great place for people who maybe put the game down, like myself, to come back. Because I played through the campaign, enjoyed the campaign. I did a lot of the side stuff as well. But then after I was done all that, I was like, well, I'm not going to stick around. There wasn't enough for me to do at that time. And I feel like this is the perfect time to go back in and, jump into Diablo 4 once again. The only downside for me personally is the release timing, because it comes out the same week as Silent Hill 2, and it also comes out the week before Meta 4 and a bunch of other games. So it's just like October is becoming crowded very quickly. And I don't know if I have time to fit this in. this year in particular, but I am very excited about this. And it also sounds like Mephisto is going to be kind of the big bad guy, as hinted by the title, because Mephisto is the Lord of Hatred. He's one of the 3 prime evils, and he plays a big part in the main campaign for Diablo 4, but you never fight him. And in fact, you don't really fight him in any Diablo game except for Diablo 2. So I'm excited that we're going to see him kind of return as like the big bad villain, I think, this time around.
I also do want to point out that is the goriest trailer I think I've seen in an E3-esque conference of my life. Oh my God. Like that was weird. I think all of us, I want to go back and watch the reaction of like that lady's arms getting split and all of us just going like, oh, good Lord. Yeah, that was nuts. So
Yeah. Oh, continue, Mitch.
Oh no, I was gonna say like they just do a solid job with the trailers to get people hyped, and I'm not saying I won't get back into Diablo. I mean, I don't. The fact that it's an expansion, you have to pay for it. I get it. You should, right? I mean, expansions like that shouldn't be included. I'm sure the Starfield one will be the same thing.
I mean, we already know because there was a bunch of people who were picking up just the expansion so they have early access to the game, right? Because they have that separate version of Starfield. So yeah, I would assume going forward that any like first party games, if there's an expansion, you're going to be paying for it.
Yeah, exactly. But no, like I think this will definitely get people more hyped for the game. But I just think that like Fee had mentioned though, it's funny because hypothetically, let's say you never knew what Diablo was and you saw that trailer and you'd be like, oh my God, I cannot wait to play this type of game. And then you go play the game and where it is, and you're like, what the hell? Like, this is top down. I don't see all the details in this. But no, like the gameplay itself, though, is still that fun gameplay loop. And like I said, every time there's an expansion, I mean, there's usually big jump in. I mean, Diablo 3, I remember when Diablo 3 had its expansion, and then that's when it came to consoles, right?
Yep.
Like, I mean, obviously we're already here, but, you know, they'll always drive up traffic and everything for the game. And, usually, if it's anything like any previous Diablo expansions, it's going to change more about the game. There's a new... Did they mention... I don't know if they mentioned a new class or not. I don't remember.
I think there will be, but they haven't talked about it.
They haven't talked about it. Okay. Yeah. But no, people who like Diablo... it is weird because, like, with me, I feel that... I played Diablo 4. I did enjoy it. But I did fall off of it quicker than I did 3. Also, though, I played 3 when it went to consoles. And I had all, you know, like more content right off the rip and everything. So maybe that's why I was more into it right off the start. Not saying Diablo 4 had less content or like lack of content. There was still a lot. There's just a lot to play, man.
Also, Mitch, quick correction.
Yes.
I looked this up because there was a big blog post that showed up on Blizzard's website after the show. And they didn't talk about it too much in the trailer, but there is a new class. And they announced it's the Spirit Born, which is like a battle-hardened person with mystical synergies. And that's all we really kind of know about this. There's going to be like a class reveal. They said they're going to be doing a deep dive on the new class on July 18th. There's going to be like a big showcase for it.
Okay. I think, Mitch, you made a good point. Is if someone saw this trailer and they would assume like, what is this for? I'm not gonna lie to you. I would have thought it was a Game of Thrones trailer, mostly because there is a place called. This is me nerding out for a second. So there's a place in the world of Game of Thrones called Old Valyria, which is where the Targaryens are from. And the idea of it is the waters there are completely contaminated. So what we saw was like the dead fish and like the really creepy stuff. And the fact that we don't really know what happens in Old Valyria. There was a lot of things that were terrible and could probably cause psychosis like this. There's an entire, if you're interested, go look up Arya Targaryen. And as a heads up, with an asterisk, it is incredibly gory and incredibly disturbing what happened to her in her year away, because we don't know what happened to her. So I think that honestly that would have been what I thought this game was about. Like what this particular trailer was for was like essentially Game of Thrones Old Valyria, which gosh, if that ever becomes a game, you guys are losing me. I'm just going to play that game and I'm just going to like consume myself, but I digress. Sean, I'm just talking about Game of Thrones because of course I did for a second. So yeah, that is Diablo 4. So really excited for that one. Might check it out. But that might just be my problem because I'm becoming so reliant on Game Pass right now that who knows if I'm going to jump in. But I do know one that I am very excited for, which is Fable. This We've been seeing a lot of trailers over the past few years. Each and every time it gets more and more silly, but I love that. I know that's kind of the vibe of Fable, and I'm really excited for this. This definitely gives very much like I've given up all hope vibes. I did say while we were watching this, I kind of wish this was Matt Berry, but I also agree with Ryan. I think they're holding on to like Matt Berry until we get a new Fallout, but I digress. Humphrey, Albanian's greatest hero, retired. He's retired now. But no, I'm really excited for this. I hope we do get some character creation. We haven't really seen too much gameplay whatsoever, if at any, but I'm really excited to see where they take this. I am going to start though with Ryan. What are your thoughts, and are you excited? Does this get you more excited for Fable, or are you indifferent? What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, I love the previous Fable games, and I already thought, like, when we saw the last showcase for Fable, just with the snippets of gameplay there, I think they nailed the tone with the humor, and the gameplay looked really fun there. And then seeing much more of the gameplay and the different variations this time around, I think it looks really solid. So, yes, this is a game that I think is going to be a banger, as one might say, when it comes out. I think this is going to be a great game. And I'm excited to play it. I love, again, the British humor, and it also, they showed off, you know, the different gameplay styles, because you have access to magic and range attacks and sword attacks, which was a big thing in the old Fable games, where each one was mapped to a different button. And I also love too that they had some callbacks to the old games as well, with the Heroes Guild. They showed that off a little bit in the trailer too. So yeah, all things, the stars are aligning for this game to be awesome, and I can't wait for it.
Yeah, I personally haven't played one, but I know for myself, I'm really excited that this is going to be my first Fable, just because of how much we've seen. I remember in high school when my friends hyped up the older Fables and just talked about how great they were. So I'm really excited to hop in finally to the series. I also want to know, Marcus, what are your thoughts, and are you excited to hop into Fable?
I'm quite excited to hop into Fable. Fable is, I was telling Sean before we hopped on for this post game that I'm relatively new to the Xbox ecosystem. The Series X is my first Xbox, and I don't have a huge affinity or a history with many of the kind of legacy IP that Xbox has. So Fable is one that I've always wanted to try. Fable is one that has always looked good. I'm a big RPG fan, so. But I tried. What is it, Ryan? What's the Fable Anniversary?
Fable
original
Fable Anniversary Edition.
I played that on Game Pass for a few hours, and I was like, yeah, we need something a little more modern. I had a hard time with some of the mechanics and stuff. So this is exactly for me. And I love the tone. I think that's one of the things that really I don't know, is a characteristic of the series, from what I understand anyways, is this kind of like more silly, very comedic sort of tone, and I'm here for it. So yeah, this is one of the most one of the IP that we knew about, that I was most hoping to see today, and we saw it, and we saw a decent amount of it. So yeah, excited.
Awesome. I'm happy to hear that hype. And as someone who is a fellow like novice when it comes to Xbox, welcome. There's a lot of things, and it's a great time to join Xbox, the Xbox ecosystem. So definitely, for sure, excited myself. Anyone else have any thoughts on Fable before we continue on with some craziness?
I'm happy for people that enjoy Fable, and looked into, completely different studio running it. Competent studio. I'm definitely waiting for, a Subaru to jump through the forest, right next to that frog. But don't worry about it. Maybe there's an Easter egg in there about Forza. No, I'm like I said, I'm happy for people. And again, like, it just builds more onto Xbox not just being a shooter console. Like, there's more RPGs. Obviously, this is like the one like flagship RPG that Xbox had for a very long time, that stayed dormant for a very, very long time as well. So happy to see people excited for that. I know the humor side of things, people were worried about that. But so far, the trailer looked good. And, for what we saw of it, I'm just happy that all these games that got talked about years ago are finally getting shown. So It's the best part about it.
Absolutely. And another game that has come out, which was Fragpunk, which is a card, like a deck builder in a way, as from what we've seen. It's also a shooter. So I'm actually just going to volley this right back to our resident first-person shooter fanatic and expert. Mitch, are you excited about this game? It does look really wacky, but is this something that you're going to be hopping into day one?
Was this Game Pass?
This was Game Pass.
Sure, why not? It's definitely weird because, like I said, it feels like, there's these cards that just randomly change like aspects of the gameplay, right? Big head mode. All of a sudden, the hitbox and headshots is gonna be bigger now? Like, okay, cool. No, as I say, it's on Game Pass. Give it a shot. Again, that's the motto. It's on Game Pass. Give it a try. I know what game Fee's really gonna give a try to.
That is true. And we're going to hop right into it, which is Winter Burrow, which, this is the game that I was excited about, guys. This is the cute one. This is the one that has the little leaf shoes. This is the one where you would venture out and collect things. Holy freaking moly. I am going to be playing this the moment that it comes out. It comes out early 2025 to Game Pass. I want this game now. I think that this should come out early. I think they should just announce it's actually coming out tomorrow, but I digress. That's just me being hopeful. This looks like a really adorable children's book and then recreate it into a video game. The fact that you can just make the toque. Guys, I can't handle this game. If I continue to talk about this podcast is going to be like 6 hours long. But holy moly, it's just so adorable. Like the art itself, the gameplay looks fantastic. And of course, we saw the tragic situation that we saw at the end, kind of like the cliffhanger, if you will, where he finally finds his aunt and then his aunt gets swooped up by an owl. That is not a good time for sure. So I am both excited. I was tearing up with how adorable it was. Holy cow, this just looks so great. Sean, what are your thoughts on this game? Because this is completely out of left field as well. So what do you think about this one?
Love it. First look at a brand new game. Very, very cute. Maybe Ori-esque is giving me like, obviously not gameplay wise, just like cute little owls are here. So therefore I think Ori. And you shouted out you can make leaf shoes. And that was one of the highlights of the entire showcase for me. Coming to Game Pass. What do we got a date on this? 2025.
Early 2025.
So yeah, I'm here for it for sure. Very, very cute. Love seeing this variety of games. Yeah.
No, absolutely. Anyone else excited for this game before we hop, skip it, and jump over to another game?
I'm excited for you, V.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marcus. Yeah. I'm going to stream this game and I'm going to cry because it seems like it's going to be sad. Man, I'm
I
too
don't know
excited.
if any one of us were as excited about any other game as Fee was about that game that's brand new. That's all I have to say. There are games that are in this conference that I was like, let's go. Didn't match the level of excitement that Fee had about leaf shoes. That's all.
True. The next game that came that we got to see, which looks super rad, which is the game you're not going to be able to stream on Twitch or on YouTube. It is Mixtape. This looks like such a fantastic, like someone in the chat, and I apologize, I should have wrote who said it. It's very Spider-Verse vibes, but with like the 1980s, which is phenomenal. I'm so excited for this. Ryan, what are your thoughts on this? I know you had a few comments when you were going through and watching this trailer, so what do you think?
This game looks rad. It's giving me a ton of 80s nostalgia, and it wasn't just the music. Even from little things like the scene we just saw where it's like almost like a 2D platformer, but it almost reminds me of like the end scene of Ferris Bueller's Day Off as Matthew Broderick's kind of race home.
Wow.
That's kind of what I picked up from it. But even, riding the skateboard on the back of the car, kind of like, Back to the Future, to even the movie guy voice, narrating the trailer, like everything about this kind of reminded me of the 80s, but also kind of reminded me of Life is Strange in a lot of ways, which of course, funny enough, we're going to talk about it very soon, which just gets me very excited. So yes, this seems like a really fun adventure. It seems like it's going to have like a really heartwarming story, and I can't wait to play it.
Awesome. And our fellow 80s kid, Sean, what are your thoughts on the trailer?
Yeah,
Fellow
somebody
old
mentioned
person, go on.
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, no, very creative looking game. Yeah, I don't know if I can say it any better than what Ryan just mentioned. I'm here for it. Game Pass, yes. Game Pass, yes. 2025. So, hell yeah, love it.
Nice. And Marcus, what are your thoughts on this game?
Speaking of old people, Marcus, what do you think?
Yeah, the oldest. So yeah, this looks great. I'm really excited. I think somebody in the chat when we were originally doing the stream said this was the developers that did The Artful Escape, which looks quite a bit different. I enjoyed The Artful Escape, but this looks like it's got a lot more to it, with maybe that musical vibe that The Artful Escape had. But yeah, no, this is all good. Is this the first time that we've seen this? Was this a world premiere, or has this come up somewhere else somewhere?
This was brand new information.
Yeah, yeah, it looks great. Yeah, very excited.
No, absolutely. And you know what? We're going to hop, skip, and a jump to a game that Ryan commented on. It had a really good feel to it. I am going to hop over to Life is Strange Double Exposure. Because I don't think anyone was expecting this one, because I got comments in my I've seen it in Discord, I saw it on Twitter, I had friends messaging me about this. They're losing their minds. Ryan, how much is your mind blown when you saw that this came on?
Let me tell you, Fee, this blew my mind. This is a Ryan Turford game through and through. Life is Strange, the original, was my personal favorite game of 2015, back when The Witcher 3 and Metal Gear Solid 5 were out and everyone was talking about those. Life is Strange for me was that game. And to see them actually go back to the story of Max Caulfield, the protagonist from Life is Strange 1, but seeing her as an adult, which I never thought they would ever do, because there have been sequels to Life is Strange, but they've never gone back to the original story with the original characters, other than the prequel that they did with Chloe Before the Storm. So it was so cool to see Max again. Like, I could tell it was her just from hearing her voice, because it was the same voice actress, but she's playing kind of it's more of a mature take on the voice. So I am so excited for Life is Strange Double Exposure. It's coming out October 29th, so it's going to be a tough window for the game. But Square Enix already announced in their blog that there was going to be a big collector's edition, like a stupid edition for this, and I'm already confirmed I'm going to be buying this one. So I am there day one. Plus, the best part is it comes with Final Fantasy VII skins for all the characters, which again, just even more up my alley. So yes, please. This is one of my most anticipated games of the year going forward.
Wait, whoa. There's Final Fantasy VII skins for this game?
Yes, in fact, there's a Moogle coat, as well as indoor outfits, including a Chocobo, Cactar, Bomb, and Tonberry outfits for the characters.
Okay, I've never played a Life is Strange game in my life, which is a shock to some people. I feel like that is now my motivation, because I need to get that bomber jacket. Even if it is in the game, I think they should bring it in real life, but I digress. I'm going to have to play this game. Also, the fact that it's a murder mystery, sign me up. I'm now motivated to play these games more than ever. Is anyone else really excited for this game? Were people shocked when they saw this trailer?
I didn't play the other one, so I have no formal opinion. I'm not.
It's also one of those things too, where like this one in particular, all the other Life is Strange games have always been standalone, and you never needed to play the old games. This is the one where you need to at least go back and play the first one.
Got it.
I'll say.
Gotcha.
Fair enough.
Okay, cool. Marcus, did you have any thoughts on this particular game?
I've dabbled in Life is Strange in the past. I have played the first one. I've played True Colors. I've enjoyed them. I don't have Ryan's level of excitement. I will not be buying the stupid edition. But yeah, if
stupid edition.
Not Game Pass, but yeah, I'll probably check it out at some point. But yeah.
Completely fair. Well, yeah, that was Life is Strange. The next trailer that we got to see was actually one that I found out that Sean doesn't like this particular movie series. It is Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Holy moly, I didn't know how to react when I heard this. I am pumped for this game, guys. I will risk it all to play this game. I love Indiana Jones. I am a big fan of the original trilogy. I have not seen the new one, and we don't talk about the other movie. So I digress. I am very excited. I think I have to, and I agree with what we were talking about when we were initially watching the trailer. I have to go watch this again myself because we were restreaming it, and I personally didn't get the best experience watching the trailer, but I definitely want to go check this one out. It definitely, I'm not going to try to hate by any means. It definitely reminds me of the end. I believe it's Uncharted 3, which is when they're in the Himalayas, or that's Uncharted 2. I
two,
apologize.
yeah.
It is 2. Okay. I apologize. But I'm very interested in checking this one out for sure. It looks great. Now even now watching it, it looks a lot better. So I'm really excited to hop into this one. But I'm going to start off with Marcus. What are your thoughts on Indiana Jones and the Great Circle?
I have been waiting for a new Uncharted game for what feels like forever, and we've got one. So this is perfect. Like, yeah, no, this is one of my most anticipated games of the year, assuming that it does still hit its 2024 date. I think that was one of the biggest surprises. Everything looks great, but I was a little surprised that we didn't get a date on this one. But yeah, I don't need to see any more. I almost don't want to watch this trailer because I don't want to be spoiled on anything. I'll be playing this day one on Game Pass, and I can't wait.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I am very excited for it. And I love, Ryan even mentioned it when we were watching the trailer, is the map aspect of it, where we're seeing them go from one place to another, and they're doing what they did in the movie, where they have the map over top of the overlay, and then they just move it around to see where you're actually flying. I think that was really, it was so cute. And it was a nice nod back to the original movies. So I am very excited to see what happens in this game. And I am slightly also shocked that we didn't get an announcement, like an actual date. Like you said, Ryan, we're getting close. Like 2024 isn't going to be forever. And I don't know why they're just not mentioning the actual date, because this is kind of getting wild at this point. I would have expected a date or announcement of a date, unless they're planning on releasing this in like November. That's the only thing I could think of, because it seems as though very odd at this point that they just haven't announced a particular solidified date, especially if it's supposed to be released by, I don't even know when they, like, I think there was comments on 2024, but who knows at this point. Yeah. Ryan, what are your thoughts?
Honestly, Marcus said everything I was going to say.
Perfect.
I'm already sold on this game. I kind of don't need to know more at this point, and I kind of just want to just know when it's coming out. That's it. And that's all I need to know at this point.
Completely fair. I agree. I just like the little comedy points to it. I feel like sometimes games can become very like too serious, and I'm very happy that they were they kept on brand with the comedic timing. So I'm hoping that it continues with the actual game itself. Anyone else have any final thoughts before we hop into, okay, that's a-okay. What we're going to do is we're going to get into what I was not expecting, which is literally Gundam character creator, which is Mecha Break, which looks, honestly, I will spend time just creating mechs. I'm more than happy to just sit down for hours and make mechs. But I just want to hear from you guys. Anyone interested in hopping into this on day one, because it is coming out. There is beta currently going to be released in August of 2024, going to be coming out later on in 2025, and then it's going to be a Game Pass release. So anyone going to be hopping into this day one?
Beta for me, big time. I think I don't normally jump into betas because I don't really want to spoil my game experience with it, but this is one that not a game type that I really play all the time. So I kind of want to just get a feel for it. I thought it showed really well. I love big robots with big explosions and guns and big battles and everything. I thought it looked really interesting. Somebody pointed out, I think it was in the chat, that this is a battle royale. Like, is that, I don't know.
I heard somebody say that. Yeah.
So that wasn't clear to me on the
it's a
on the
64
showcase.
player battle royale.
Holy crap. So I'll be curious to check that out. Hopefully there's a way for me to kind of play in those kind of scenarios. I generally like to learn the game outside of the competitive nature of battle royale. Maybe there's, I don't know, more than just like a training scenario. But I'm here for big robots and explosions and stuff.
I would like to formally set a RIP to everyone's consoles and computers that are going to explode because of the 64-player Battle Royale with all those mechanics. Because holy moly, if you try to play that on Ultra and your computer or console is not prepared for it, rest in peace. It is going to be a toaster. Anyone else going to be hopping on
graphic
to?
settings for a reason, though.
Mitch,
that's like Ultra's it.
Okay, here's the thing, Mitch. If I can, I just turn everything to Ultra, and then if it doesn't work, I just like change it to like I'm not.
She
the
stops
person to
playing
read
the
it.
game, guys. If
I
it
stopped
doesn't run
playing
well
it.
into Ultra, she just shuts it off.
Exactly. I need the best or nothing. That's
I
my
get it.
opinion.
I get it.
Yeah, thank you, Marcus. Yeah, we're here for it. Yeah.
I just saw the only thing that worried me was when the mech was flying in the air, and it literally, like, if it's a battle royale, right? It looked like there was 77 different bullets flying at the dude, and I'm just like, I don't know if either A, these bullets don't do a ton of damage to you, or B, you're just a really bad player to throw yourself in the air for everybody to shoot you. I don't know, but there's a lot going on in this game. Like I said, I don't know what necessarily is happening. Obviously, Fee will spend 12 hours on a character creator, and that's totally fine. She's had success with streams doing that just by itself. You know, it'd be awesome if you just did the character creator in Ultra, and you were like, you know what, this is a great game. Shut it off.
That's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. I've done that before. I haven't played a number of games. All I did was I opened up the character creator and just had fun doing that, and then just shut it down.
Right.
Just shut it all down. But yeah, a game I won't be doing that with is going to be Wu-Tang Fallen Feathers. Not to be mistaken with Nothing Is Forever, which was what we originally thought the title was because it looked like it was the title, but it actually wasn't. I just want to say I was profoundly shocked, but also I had to write down this quote because it was so cool, which was, "You don't know you're a monster until someone comes to slay you." I'm like, this, I don't know why, it resonated with me, and I need to play this game now because I want to know, like, as from what we could see, is she's turning into a monster, and I'm like, did she turn into the monster at the end? Do we get to see her, like, fall from grace from the girl who's fighting a bunch of Souls-like monsters and then trying to find a way to, like, repair her? We don't really know what's going on with this, but I am actually probably going to try out this game, especially since it is going to be coming to Game Pass. We didn't get a release date, but I'm going to have to hop in because it seemed like, I don't know why this game's resonating with me, so I want to go and check this out. I'm not a huge Souls person, but this is definitely right up my alley, and I think it was just the way that they displayed the game in the trailer and the actual, like, narration of it. So great shout out to them. Fantastic job, because I know that sometimes it can become a little bit monotonous when it comes to Souls-likes. There's so many Souls-likes coming out now, and some people can feel like they're getting overwhelmed, but she looks sick. She looks so cool. I don't get it. Like, she looks... Mind you, once again, still kind of confused by why you put Nothing Is Forever, but I mean, it kind of makes sense because it seems like that is her fall from grace.
It's the tagline, V, not the title. It's fine.
The way that I agree though. That tagline getting set, Sean literally goes, "That's a cool name for a game." And I was just like, it was very much like, that could have been the name, just the way, I don't know, the way it was delivered.
I would have been disappointed if that was the name because it looked like a cool game. A lot of like the setting and the animation was really good, deep lore and everything. And I thought like Nothing Is Firm, like that's kind of corny, cheesy,
sounds like a James Bond
or
movie.
chorny at the same time.
Whoa.
Yeah, it sounds like a James Bond movie. Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm not done with Souls-like games. I don't play every single one of them, though. It's how smooth the combat is. It really is the thing that gets me. I've been really taken by a lot of the animation and the stylized games that we've been getting over this weekend. So Wu-Chang Fallen Feathers, this is close to other... What was the Monkey Man game that we saw on Friday, Ryan?
Black Myth Wukong.
Yeah, like so it's not just the Souls-like that games can start to blend together, maybe some of the naming of these games. So we'll see, but another third-party Game Pass coming to Xbox here in 2025. So I'm here for the games that are going hard like this, just really deep and dark and going into some themes that are not so fun. I don't know why that's really like sparking for me this weekend. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, Definitely. I think it's also very interesting to see, and I know that you can do this with like other Souls where you can select like a female character, but I think that it's really cool to see like an actual female lead in this particular one, especially in a Souls-like game. So I'm very interested to check out what's going on, and I agree with you for sure, Sean, that a lot of them do seem like they're blending in a little bit, but this one just kind of piqued my curiosity is the best way to put it. But yeah, that was a phenomenal one. One, though, I'm not going to be able to play. Thumbs down. But mostly because I just can't handle first person at all, which is Avowed. This game looks great, though. I just want to know what everyone's thoughts are on this one in particular.
No date. Where is the date on this thing? Come on, what are you waiting for? I don't need any more.
100%.
I don't get how that happens. Like, we have games that are coming out in 2024. Was the only game coming out in 2024 that was from Xbox that got announced COD and Flight Sim? Did that get a date?
It did. Yeah. World of Warcraft also did too.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like we didn't get any dates. We got dates, but like this is
weird.
when we
It's like, low, you got less than
expected.
6 months. You got less than 6 months.
I was gonna say the two games that we didn't get dates for from Microsoft first party are the two games that were also given 2024 as the release date during the developer showcase this year.
And the only thing that's weird to me, and I was going to mention this during the Indiana Jones part, is I almost get weirded out at the lack of gameplay in those trailers. That trailer we just saw of Indiana Jones had a lot of story stuff and not a lot of gameplay stuff. And I almost wish it was the opposite. Like, please don't show me story stuff. I don't want to know. I'd rather just see the gameplay and like cool mechanics of it, right? But I feel like this is different. This is showing a ton of gameplay. So I have full faith that this is absolutely coming out in 2024. Full faith in that. But it's just weird that you don't have a date on it still. Like, what are you trying to figure out that you haven't yet? Like, what? Like, are you waiting to see if another RPG gets announced in the next week that has a date or something? I don't know. It's just strange.
I feel like
this
it.
Indie doesn't.
I think I said it in the stream, but I just feel like they're so gun shy about potentially missing it, and they don't want any bad press about even pushing it a couple of weeks or something like that. They just want to be so sure that they can hit it. That's the only explanation I can come up with, because if
they'll announce that date
like
2
a month
weeks
out
before it comes out.
Yeah, totally.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah. It's just, I get it. You don't want to start throwing dates around and missing it, because then the internet goes on fire. Oh, it's not ready. But well, at the same, yeah, like, it's stupid, right? People like, shut up, stop getting mad that game. I get it. Do you have any idea? It's not like this is your only game, right, dude? It's not like this is the only game that's in existence, my guy. You have Game Pass. They just showed all these games on Game Pass. You can play something else, but like, people, you're right though. Like how developers just get such crap. Oh, I'm sorry the game didn't live up to our standards and we don't want to release a garbage product, in your opinion. Because what? If we do release it now, you're going to slam us for saying it sucks because this, and this didn't get fixed. Whatever. Like, it's just weird to me. Like, we're at the 6 month mark and you don't have dates on those. I think Call of Duty is like that type of, I won't talk about Call of Duty though, because that game comes out with a ton of crap.
Well, you're going to be talking about Call of Duty pretty soon.
Yeah, I'll talk about Call of Duty later, but it's just weird. Like, I guess you're right. Like, they just don't want to, they're scared to say a date and then it missed that date and the internet slam on them for it. It's just stupid.
But the one thing I will say is that, a lot of people were down on this game after the last gameplay showcase for it during, the Xbox Developer Direct. And I thought it looked way better this time around. And in fact, I can't wait, just like Mitch talked about earlier, to watching the 4K trailer on my TV in my fancy chair and seeing like how good the game actually really looks. Because, like an Obsidian made Bethesda style game, like almost like Elder Scrolls, is something that sounds very exciting to me. And I think they're going to totally nail it with this one. So I can't wait for the full release whenever it comes out this year. Please tell us eventually though, Microsoft, but whenever it comes out, I'm excited.
I couldn't agree more, right? I just feel like it didn't matter. I don't even almost need to see very much from this. It's the makers of Outer Worlds, which I loved, in a fantasy setting, about a 20-25 hour shortest RPG, or at least that's what we're expecting it to be. I don't know if that's officially been confirmed.
Yeah, it's gonna be like Outer Worlds, where the story, the main campaign's short, but there's a ton of side stuff to do.
That's all I need to know.
Right.
And so that I'm in. I don't need to see any more. I would love to hear a date, as we've talked about, but otherwise I'm very excited for this one too. Probably day one Game Pass for me.
Nice. Yeah, I honestly, my only comments on it is I need the art from the actual title of the game. That skeleton with all like the different like geometric shapes and like the geodes. I need that on my wall. I think it looks phenomenal. The art style and what they saw in the trailer, chef's kiss, 10 out of 10. I am down for that, and I'm so excited to hear what your thoughts are when the game comes out and when we finally hear when it's going to come out, because who knows at this point. But a game that also was announced, but we got kind of a rough estimate, but it is coming to Game Pass, which is Atomfall. This game is giving me a lot of things all at once, like everything everywhere all at once kind of thing. Because I wrote a lot of weird notes. It was more in the lines of flame-throwing robots, first-person glowing zombies. What is happening? I don't know what's going on. Why is there a party happening? And do the robots talk? So there was just like a lot of things. I was confused, but I would love to hear what everyone else is thinking about this game. And are you going to be hopping into it when Game Pass finally gets in?
I mean, honestly, I'm just going to throw it out there. This is the one game for me that I saw at the showcase where I'm like, I was a little bit down on, where I was just like, it looks fine, I guess. I'm just not too excited about it.
I swear to God, this felt like the montage at the end of the showcase, where it's like a little bit of this and a little bit of this and a little bit of this and a little bit of this. And I'm like, what the hell is going on in this game? Again, it could be a really awesome game. It could be great. The problem is I feel like this game getting thrown in with everything that came before it, we were already kind of at the point where we were like, didn't we just see like a game that had this? We just saw Fallout where they had robots and stuff like that. We just saw Avowed where they had magic and stuff. We just saw zombies and Call of Duty. Like, we just saw everything and everything before it. And it's just like, if this had its own separate, if you had a whole first person shooter showcase and then this showed up, we wouldn't be talking about it this way. Maybe we'd say something different about it. I just feel like you showed so much similar to it before that it just felt like a mixing pot of all, and it doesn't look special. It could be cool. It could be awesome for all we know, but it's just, it's a weird time to show it. That's all.
Do you know what would make a lot of sense? And there's a missed opportunity here. And Atomfall, if you're the creators of Atomfall, if you're here and listening to this, here's an idea.
Sorry.
Just change
I'm
that.
so sorry. I just dumpstered all over your game. My bad.
No. Take that phone booth, turn it blue, and make this an entire Doctor Who game. Then it'll make sense why everything is just going all at once and just absolutely insane. Because that's the only explanation. I don't hate this game by any stretch of the word. It's just there's a lot of things going on here. But who knows? We'll see some more gameplay with other showcases and with more trailers. Anyone else interested in this one before we get into the next one, which is Assassin's Creed Shadows? Is that the name? I'm so sorry.
That is, in fact, the name, and it looks very exciting. But this was more of a cinematic trailer with some gameplay kind of thrown in there, but which we'll see a lot more of this game tomorrow. So I'm going to kind of save my thoughts, I think, until we see the Ubisoft.
I forgot about that. Yes, Ubi Forward. Or Ubi Forward. I'm sorry,
Ubi
Fee. Whatever it's called. The only thing that I'll say, because you're right, we'll probably get a little bit more of this, is we knew that this was Assassin's Creed, and even I was like, I'm not getting Ubisoft vibes from this, at least at the first onset. And it was Mitch, I think, who first caught the blade, the hidden blade, the assassin's blade kind of thing. That okay, yeah, this is Assassin's Creed, and I want to say that is like a huge positive for me, because Ubisoft games have been maligned for so long about just being so formulaic. They all look and feel the same, like all this stuff, and this looked special. It looked unique to me anyway. Maybe it's just a matter of setting, the fact that this is set in Japan and we've got samurai swords and all this other stuff, but it felt unique. And I don't know, it seemed like Ubisoft in general, and certainly Assassin's Creed, has needed that. I'd love to know a little bit more about the scope and scale of this. Are we Odyssey? Are we Origins? Or are we all balls out like Valhalla? Like, is this a 300-hour plus kind of epic? That's what I'd like to see.
So there is clarification, Sean. They talked about this when they announced it. It's going to be in the ballpark of size of an Origins or an Odyssey. They talked about.
Sure.
I feel like and it's so funny that I want it to be small, like Origins or those games are huge, right? It's just when Valhalla entered the ring, it was a sumo wrestler. It was just this huge game, just bottomless pit of content. But I adore this new era of Assassin's Creed games. That's really where I have come into it, is actually with Origins. I went back and played a few of the others very briefly, finished the first one. Was it Syndicate, Ryan, that I played with in London?
Yep.
I gotta finish that one because that was really good as well.
And that's actually what this game actually reminds me a lot of is Syndicate, where with the dual protagonists, and the different play styles between the two of them. Like Evie, now the ninja character, she reminds me a lot of Evie Fry, whereas the Yosuke, the samurai, he kind of reminds me of Jacob Fry. So there's a lot of contrast between that game and this game, which gets me excited because I love Syndicate.
Yeah. I personally, we'll talk about this tomorrow, so I'm going to hold off on my experience and my history with Assassin's Creed, but I definitely agree with the fact that, like, I think I'm more enticed to play this game because it doesn't look like an original Assassin's Creed game. Like, I couldn't point that out until midway through and when Mitch pointed it out, and I'm very excited about it, but I'll talk about that more tomorrow.
I'm gonna flame the console wars here, Fiona.
Yes.
The fact that PlayStation didn't have a showcase really allows for stuff like this to show up on an Xbox stage, and I think that's a big deal, man. Like, that's really too bad for if you're a PlayStation first gamer. Like, kind of a bummer that you don't get something like this. I don't know, Ryan. Like, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, or Marcus. Like, you guys are a little bit more on the PlayStation side of things, but this, I feel like these types of games, these big AAA third-party games, don't normally show up at an Xbox stage, especially when this has nothing to do with Game Pass, by the way. I think this is a big win for Xbox to showcase a very cool looking Assassin's Creed game. Everybody's been wanting, Japan setting for Assassin's Creed. So kind of a big deal that it's here on Xbox's stage.
No, you're 100% correct on that. I mean, the state of play, as much as I thought there were great announcements there, they were announcements. The good announcements there were announcements that were games that were specifically on PlayStation only. So, and generally at a PlayStation showcase, at a bigger event, we would usually get these types of announcements. So you're right. Like, I feel like Xbox definitely stole their thunder by a whole lot in this way.
Agreed.
I would say for sure, Xbox should put so much marketing in this game only because Ghost of Tsushima is on PlayStation. And this is literally like, if this game is half as good as Ghost of Tsushima, it's going to be an amazing game. So like, I would, if I were Xbox, I'd be like, no, this is something we need to market. We need to have on our showcase because, Sony already has this awesome samurai game that is literally like, I can't talk enough about how freaking good that game is. But like, this not being like, like I said, like it looks, I think it's just the setting that's throwing everybody off, honestly. Because like the fighting of it looked very.
Well, I was gonna say where the comparisons end, because I think Ghost of Tsushima and this are very different games, because especially because this is more of a role playing game and a BioWare style choice game, whereas Ghost of Tsushima is not that.
True. I just think like when it comes to like amazing samurai games, Sony already has one. But again, like should Sony, it is weird that Sony didn't have like more of like a presence of like third party AAA stuff like that, or third party AAA stuff. I pray it's more the Origins, like you said. I don't want a 300-hour game ever. That just sounds so long. Even though
how many Apex thousands?
So we're not talking about that.
Okay.
We're not talking about that though. Hold on. We're not talking about that though.
That's fine. I've only got 6,000 hours in Final Fantasy 14. Sean.
I got like 3,000 in Apex. What I'm talking about is a narrative going that long instead of just a multiplayer is different. I'm just saying.
Well, Valhalla is only a 70-hour game if you mainline it. It's not that long. That's if you mainline it with none of the side quests.
I'm a father of 4 with a full-time job and a mortgage. I don't have time for a mainline 70-hour game.
That's your own mistake, okay? I can't help you with that.
True.
Must be nice to have a mortgage, Mitch.
Well, la-di-da, Mitch.
I'm so sorry.
Well,
no, I'm just saying, like, the games, like, when they were, like, the 20 to 30 hours is where I'm like, cool, I appreciate those. You start getting logged again, because I'm the type of gamer I can't bounce back and forth. So if I know this game is 70 to 80 hours, that's a big time commitment, especially when I'm like, I have a certain amount of time I can game and a certain amount of time. I have all my time allocated for very particular things. So that's where it's like, I would rather have I would rather have 3 or 4 games that are 15 to 20 hours each rather than one 80-hour game, to be honest. Like, that's just me, because I want to experience more instead of just being on one game for 80 hours. So I hope it's like a 20 to 30-hour game, and I'll love it and be really happy with it. That's as
fair.
much as I can ask.
I know a game that a lot of people spend hundreds of hours playing, though, which is Stalker. We saw some gameplay of Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl. This is definitely not, I will start off by saying this is definitely not a me game. However, I know people who are going to love this game. And also shout out to GSC Game World who created this game. They were under a lot of pressure. This game was supposed to come out last year at the earliest. However, due to conditions, if you're interested in reading on how it took them or what they needed to do to get this game to be released, there's a very good IGN article that goes into depth, and they did an interview with the actual creators of this game because it is insane. Go and check that out. But yeah, this game is not something I'm ever going to try because it's definitely not a me game. However, I know people who are obsessed with this series, and I wanted to know, are any of you interested, or have any of you played a Stalker game before? Cool. Well, that means
for the audio listeners, when Fee asked that question, we were all shaking our heads.
Just head shakes left and right, and right.
That's completely fair. It is a very difficult game. It is very relentless, from what I've heard, and it is definitely a game that is not for the faint of heart, because I know for a fact that it's very like relentless in a way.
Well, it's more of a survival game as well. Like there's
course.
You've got like a food and water meter and things like that, and people who are into survival games are going to love that stuff. I just don't think we're the audience for that.
Yeah.
Exactly. So shout out to my co-host, Frank, who absolutely loves this series, and I know for a fact he was going absolutely ham when this trailer came out, and I know he's super excited for September the 5th when it does come out. But we did get a little bit of information about some tech, which was definitely something I'm interested in because I totally am a tech person when it comes to Xbox. We have all digital Series S and X, and then also a 2 terabyte Galaxy Black coming out, 2 terabyte SSD. Are you guys gonna purchase one of these, or are you just good with the consoles that you have? I'm seeing a lot of head shaking, so we're just gonna say no. But the game after that is one that everyone seems to be incredibly excited for, and I honestly am so excited for you. Gears of War E-Day. What are your guys, like, you know what, I'm gonna start off with Mitch. As a person who is a massive Gears of War fan, how were you feeling when you saw this trailer, and what do you think?
It's more Gears of War. I'm excited. I was a little thrown off at the fact that it's not Gear 6. Not saying like it has to be, because what I saw was like, it brings me back to the Locust being scary. And the Locust being like this like literally that is a normal grunt, Locust grunt. That is not some big bad dude that is whooping the hell out of Marcus in that clip. Like this leads me back to the point of like, this is probably Marcus just becoming, because I got some kind of confirmation while we were like looking up stuff. There's Gears of War E-Day. It is not a spinoff, but a new entry into the mainline Gears saga. Coalition is content with the stories told in Gears 4 and 5 and isn't abandoning them, but making this game was an opportunity that felt too good to miss. Team is looking to recreate and improve on the series' classic cover tech shooting, revisiting the tone of the older Gears games with true next-gen tech. Takes place 14 years before the first game. So again, this is literally, for people that don't know, Emergence Day, E-Day, that's what it is the day that the Locust came out of the ground and decided to wreak havoc on their world, right? So I mean, this is literally them showing up, and this is kind of where you see in the trailer how he looks up and he just sees the whole world or his whole town just demolished by the fact that the Locust showed up. Obviously, certain story points, Dom's back. That made me really happy because Dom's awesome. But the fact that they're going backward, back into it, I kind of noticed, and I pointed it out when I was watching it, they had the Retro Lancer, right? So like, they didn't have your normal chainsaw Lancer. They had the Retro Lancer that had the bayonet on the end of it. Supposedly in this, it actually is going to hints that the origins of the Lancer will be part of the story. So that's what they're saying, is like them coming up with the Lancer to help eliminate the Locusts are part of this. But yeah, dude. And then the last things they were saying here was over 100 times more environmental and character details than Gears 5. Hardware, ray tracing, lighting, reflections and shadows, next generation destruction and gore, and cutting edge animation technology. I cannot friggin' wait. Like Gears has always been that staple of like Gears 1, when that came out, was just a kick in the face. That was like, in my opinion, that was like your first next gen during that generation. That was your, here's why you bought a 360. Look at how ridiculous this looks. And then every entry of the game after that is just a showcase of hardware being top notch, them figuring out hardware, maximizing as much of it as possible. And the fact that this, even the trailer, and it says in engine, I wouldn't put it past with Unreal 5 and Coalition to make the game look as accurate to that as possible. I spoke about the Diablo trailer where there was a lot of gore. Him shooting that Lox's head off looked pretty disgusting as well. I don't know if you guys saw it. It was insane. Like, the level of detail on this is awesome. Looking on X afterwards, there's a lot of like Easter eggs. There's like a Coltrane figure that's in like the trailer somewhere. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that about this that I'm just them talking more about prior to Gears War or Gears War 1. Just, yeah, like, I'm so stoked. I'm not sad that it's not Gears 6. We did mention the part of the decision in Gears 5. I don't put it past them to make, you could say they do the hard cut of like, no, this is actually what canon was, right? Or you could go the route of, well, you could have Gear 6 go off your save file and figure out what you did and then go from there. You could do that. I don't know if they would or not, but I'm not upset with this. I'm a little like wishing there was some more Gears stuff, because honestly, we don't know when this is coming out, like, at all. I don't think they didn't have any date on this at all, right? Zero, nothing. So God knows. But I just, yeah.
It's the shock factor, Mitch. Like the fact that this exists and that they're going back to like the origins. I think that this takes a lot of courage and guts to do that, because yeah, the expectation is Gear 6 continue that story. But I think one of the reasons why a lot of people have been calling out for, hoping, wishing into existence the remaster is because we love Marcus and Dom. We love those original 3 games. And while the story continues on in a way that makes sense with 4 and 5, like, this is what we all fell in love with. And this is what I've been screaming about with Xbox for so long, is like, part of it is some of that nostalgia. You don't have a lot of it, but especially with the new catalog that they've purchased with ABK and Bethesda and everything, they have some of their own with Gears. It's called Gears of War E-Day. Like, even going back to Gears of War rather than the shorthand of Gears 5, there's so much, I think, to appreciate here, because it could have been a very, very long time before they ever got to do this. So the pause on Gear 6 and continuing the story from 5, I'm sure that will maybe upset a few people, but this excites way more people than anybody who's upset, Ryan. I think of who's going to be mad that we have to wait for the conclusion of 6, when instead you get the most pivotal moment in the entire lore of Gears of War. Like, this is how you do it. This was such a smart move, at least at the onset. So hopefully we get it within the next 10 years, Ryan.
Yeah, I mean, one would hope so. I mean, in fact, when you look back at a game like Hellblade, when we played it earlier this, like about a month ago, got it. I'd say earlier this year, but it wasn't that long since we played it. And seeing what Ninja Theory can do with Unreal Engine 5, and then knowing the Coalition played a heavy part in the development of Unreal Engine 5, let alone testing it and, you know, coming with tech demos and stuff. Like, I can't wait to see what this game actually ends up looking like. Because I think, you know, going back to what Mitch said with, you know, going back to the old kind of style and more the horror themes of Gears of War combined with what they can do with visual design, like, I think this game is going to be a stunner, combined with the fact that I think it's going to have very solid gameplay and a great story. So yes, while I personally don't love the idea of going back to Emergent State instead of telling the story of
What?
Gears 6,
It's
there's a
you?
reason. Let me finish. It's because I actually fell in love with the characters from Gears 4 and 5.
That's fair.
And I wanted to see that their story come to its conclusion. So that's why I wish, you know, if it was me personally, I would rather see Gears 6 before this. But I am not at all going to not play this game or be disappointed by this, because you're right. Like, I think this is a story that they deserve to tell at some point, and I'm glad that they're doing it. So I am still excited for this, despite the fact that I like the characters from Gears 4 and 5. And that's why, like, I wanted to see more of them. But because I kind of fell off the original trilogy. Like, I didn't play Gears 3 until much later, much after it came out. And then Gears 2, like, you know, it didn't really do a lot for me personally. So whereas Gears 4 and 5 was really when I fell back in love with the series. So I think that
Yeah.
there's and I think I'm not the only one out there that's like that either. Like I think there's a lot of modern Gears fans that fell in love with 4 and 5. So I think those might be the people out there who might be upset about this.
Also, I do want to point out that Gears E-Day already has merch on the Xbox store, and I've definitely already bought a couple things. Don't worry about it. But no, I just want to. I'm so interested, especially reading like they have an Xbox blog post about it and everything, and just reading of like taking the core mechanics of like the cover system, but then bringing it to next gen tech. Like, what does that mean? Like, there's just so much about it, and then also how the Lancer, which has been like the gun in Gears forever, is not going to be the mainline gun. Like it might, like they said, they might have the story revolving around it being made. But yeah, I just the one vibe I got right off the rip is the fact that Marcus was getting his ass kicked by the lowest level locust out there. And we're used to, you start Gears 1 and Marcus is already a badass who just kicks these dudes in the face and
Dude,
this is him like very like just like it looks like he literally is like, I don't know what the hell to do with this thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's.
Yeah.
I'm so glad you're hanging on that, Mitch, because like think of all the things when you walk into Gears of War 1 and all the things that you just know, like stay in cover and throw the grenade into the emergence hole, like all the things that you just sort of like already understand. I imagine that's what you're gonna learn here. Like you're not gonna know. I cannot wait for the moment that an emergence hole happens and you probably get overrun by it. And maybe there's moments where, friends are lost because of these emergent holes and that maybe there's a part where you discover, if you explode them, it collapses it all. So there's a lot that even though Gears of War was the entry point into the series, it wasn't the entry point into the lore. And I love that about any game that can do that, is when the world exists already and the game's like, it kind of like plunks you in to this space that exists, these characters, all the history. That I love that. And for a game that is action oriented, for that to be there, that's why Gears of War is so celebrated. So this makes sense. It doesn't seem forced. It doesn't come off as like a Gears of War Judgment at all. No spin-off. It's main part of the canon. Man, I'm stoked about it. It's the date. It's the open-ended thing. Like, it was good to have Gears of War show up at the showcase. I don't want them to give me a date that they're going to have to delay anyways, or even a year. But I wonder how long we're going to be asking about this. We got a little more on Perfect Dark.
Long time. Yeah.
Now this is the next one of like, all right, well, on the next Xbox maybe.
I wouldn't imagine they would make that mistake of showing a game and having it not come out for 4 or 5 or 6 years.
I hope not.
I imagine that both this and Perfect Dark are 2026. Yeah,
I think end of 2026. Like, that would be my latest guess. I'm literally looking at just screenshots of the trailer and I'm like freaking out. Like, this game looks ridiculous. Like, looking at also young Marcus is also weird, because we are like, when we first saw Marcus, he was grizzled Marcus. No, he literally looks like, dude, I just got this suit. There's these things on my face. I don't know what to do. Like, Jesus, man.
But also, even though he's younger, Marcus, I love that John DiMaggio's back with doing the voice
100%.
still, because you could hear him in the trailer. It was definitely him, or it's someone who sounds exactly like him.
Yeah, like I said.
Well, and doesn't he start off in jail in the first one?
Yeah,
like
he does.
So what? I don't
Breaks him
remember.
out of jail.
Yeah, like I don't remember why he's in jail. I'm sure that's what's gonna happen
He went
here.
against orders.
Right.
He went against orders, and they were basically just like, yeah, he's in jail. And then,
But what does that mean?
No.
Like, what did he do? What was his order?
Like,
what did he do? Like, I'm sure that's here. There's
Yeah,
so many
no,
answers
that will more than likely be the end of this game.
Right.
Literally, the end of this game is going to get to that point where
Yes.
he goes, yes.
Yes, dude, that's why I'm excited about this. That's why, like, yes, Gear 6, that's cool, like those decisions and everything, but like, let's have this game dock into place with the beginning of the first one, very much like Rogue One. Like how it sort of went, it went right into episode 4 with Star Wars. I thought that was a really cool way to do it. I see a similar sort of like pathway here. And you know what? Keep copying the Star Wars format. If Gears 4
analogy.
was a Force Awakens, then let this be Rogue One, man. Like, I am here for it. Holy cow.
What a great analogy. This is straight up a Rogue One of Gears.
Yes.
That's exactly what it is. That's so good.
Shout out to Seth, by the way,
Rogue
who
One's
points
awesome.
out this game will end the same way that Seinfeld did. 'Cause
They
Seinfeld
all end
also
up in
really ended
jail.
in jail. Yeah.
100%.
Spoilers.
Goodness.
Oh.
Spoilers.
Yeah, thanks for ruining Seinfeld's ending. Jeez.
Wow.
I
I know for myself something that stood out to me in the trailer and quite seemed like it now seems very ironic and just just a big old lie, which was war is over, which was also announced by the late president, George Washington Sr., when he announced that the Cold War has ended, which is where we now bring ourselves into the last part of the showcase, which is Call of Duty, also known as COD, Black Ops 6, a game that I'm so excited for. I'm the most excited for on this panel. I don't think anyone else in this panel has heard of this game. All jokes aside, I am going to pass this over to the experts of this series. I am so excited for you guys. This looked so great when I was watching it off screen because I went and ate some pizza at the time. But this looks fantastic. What? I'm just, you know what? I like to be truthful.
I'm gonna get some pizza during
I was
this
gonna say,
part,
just
don't
let
worry
Mitch talk at this point.
I'm letting Mitch talk. You know what? I wanted to be truthful. Apparently, can't do that here. I'm
I
gonna
love
just
it.
pass it over to Mitch.
Hi guys, Call of Duty expert here, Mitch. No, I'm not the expert, but I'm the one here who plays it the most. Omni movements here, people. They only said it 27 times during the 25-minute press conference. No, so honestly, I have to say, out of everything that I took from that, that is literally such a game changer. Just because movement in Call of Duty is such a big deal, not only in like the single player but also multiplayer. Like when you play multiplayer, people complain about when they were going from one Call of Duty to another, when you mess with movement, how it like just it ruins the feel of the game and stuff. And this opens up the game to be just the ability of like, it sounds weird, right? But literally you're sprinting in one direction, right? But if you can sprint at different angles, if you can slide at different angles, if you can jump and look at different angles, that's literally going to change how the game is played from the core. It's going to be, I guarantee you, it is going to be a thing when that beta comes out that people are going to complain about just because it is different. Call of Duty has been a certain way forever, and now this is going to be different. However, I feel with them working on the game, this has definitely had a longer development cycle than most Call of Duty games. So I feel that this definitely has the time, the play testing, the amount of stuff that they've had to do to make sure that this game movement is good. They also talked about a ton of things as far as just like the mantling system where you have to hit all these buttons to slide and do all this stuff. And now it's just kind of like set it to automatic if you want to. The peeking around corners thing, like there's things that are going to change literally the core gameplay of this that we haven't seen in Call of Duty since Modern Warfare 4 or Modern Warfare Call of Duty 4, Modern Warfare 1, because there's been a lot of the same. There's, new hit animations when it comes to, because I don't know if you noticed, like I said, if you play a lot of Call of Duty, you can see from the games, all of these, it's the same animations, it's the same this. So I feel like this is actually like the Call of Duty where they're starting to make more aggressive changes than just the setting or just the timeline. They're literally changing core gameplay mechanics that, in my opinion, are needed, but also are going to piss off everybody who plays Call of Duty because it's going to be different. It'll just be a learning curve. Once you get used to it, you'll be happy that it's there, right? They made that a big thing. That Omni movement is literally like, once you get used to it, how you just think like, how did I play this game without this before? So that is something that I applaud them for having the balls basically to like say, no, we're making this giant change of the game. And I mean, it's not going to just change this game. Warzone's going to have to change. Like all of Call of Duty from here on out is going to have this movement mechanic. So this is a big, big deal. Other notes that I have here, the HUD on the multiplayer side of things. I complained literally that the UI and the HUD sucks in Call of Duty. And the fact that like seeing all the different options of where you can put the mini map, where you can put your ammo, or you can just turn them off entirely if you want. Those are things that are going to be welcome changes. Like it just feels like this Call of Duty, they felt like they listened to all these complaints over years. And instead of just trying to slowly implement them into each game that has a 2.5 year development cycle, this game that actually has a ton more time, they actually made the time to go, okay, this is literally, I feel like this could be, and the thing is,
kind of explains like all the other games we've got over the last couple of years. Kind of explains some of the complaints and maybe shortcomings that maybe they were meant to be on a longer time scale, but it was like waiting for this one. Like this seems like a big moment, and why not pair up all these improvements with a franchise or a part of the franchise as important and storied as Black Ops? This is the one, right. Mitch, is this like the most recognizable or celebrated kind of part of like Modern Warfare for sure is up there?
Black Ops 2 is probably like a lot of people say Black Ops 2 is probably the most popular of all the Call of Duties. The thing is, you can implement like, oh, I like Modern Warfare better than Black Ops. Like, and that's just a time period thing too, right? Because most of the Black Ops games were like previous timelines, whereas Modern Warfare was more newer.
Yeah.
But like also too, like they've had different feels of games too. Like if you play a Treyarch game compared to an Infinity Ward game, they do feel slightly different.
Yeah.
But overall though, like I feel like this is just like a game when they change engines, right? When a game goes from one engine to another, how it
Exactly.
feels different.
Yeah.
I feel like that's this game. They literally spent the most time developing this game. They probably heard all these complaints and they were like, in the background, they were probably just like, just you guys wait. Just you guys wait till we show you this and you guys are going to freak out with all the stuff that's going on there. Overall, the campaign itself looks, I mean, Call of Duty campaigns are always awesome. Obviously I do like this part of it, how there is like the differences that can happen throughout the campaign.
Super curious about that.
Yeah. So there are different ways to tackle missions. Which I mean, they kind of had some, again, to what extent, right? Am I going to have a completely different cutscene? Am I going to have a completely different character moment? Am I going to have a completely, whatever? Like, that's the thing. It's like, how exactly different are these things going to be when you play these campaigns? And they did say, oh, it's like to the point where you would want to play the campaign level again to kind of experience it differently. So that's kind of interesting because it's like, how different would it be if I did X instead of Y, right?
Well, and I wonder if
things.
it's still going to feel like is that additive to the experience, or is it just like throwing our hands up going, I don't know exactly how to change up the Call of Duty campaign, because they've often, it's just mission to mission. There's one of the things that they mentioned in this was, every mission takes you to a new place. They're totally different. There's a lot of variety, and that's a fine line to walk, I think, because they can feel very disconnected. And, in an attempt to make sure that there's a mission that people remember, can also make the game feel like disjointed mission to mission. So that's one complaint I sort of have, but I don't know if I have like even the right like view or perspective or attitude on that, because a game like this and first person shooters can very quickly become stale when all you're doing is just killing enough guys to get to the next checkpoint and kind of moving things forward. So I don't know exactly what the right answer is there, but it's something I've been very cognizant of when I play first person shooters from here on out.
Right.
It's like, how do you stand out? How do you feel special and different without ruining the feel of first person shooter games?
I think for me, like there's it's those moments that they talked about. It really is like, it's the, unfortunately No Russian is like one mission that I'll never forget in any campaign I've ever played ever.
Right.
Because it's just so different. Right. Titanfall 2, the reason why Titanfall 2's campaign is so good is because of those moments in the game. The moment you get that time knife and you're like, what does this do? And then you're like, oh my God, what does this do? This thing is nuts. The thing is, like, you're right. They're trying to do those types of moments, but it could backfire because it's like, it's so different, right? You're going to go from this locale to this locale to this locale. And I mean, each of those could be like, holy crap missions, right? Oh my God. Like you saw the one where dude was like, took a motorcycle out of a building over a cop car. That could be a super memorable mission and be awesome. But then the next mission's in the desert where what's going on, right? It's just, and again, like Black Ops is kind of all over the place. You could have two separate teams and you're bouncing back and forth between characters. Who knows exactly what you're doing in there? But you're right. It could feel disjointed to the point where it's like there's just a lot going on all over the place and it doesn't feel like one story, right? That's something that's kind of a concern.
I have a question. As
yes.
someone who is unaware of how this game mechanic works, kind of just the way that you kind of describe the missions almost remind me, because I've watched gameplay of games like Hitman before. So is it more in the lines of you go into your kind of like your safe house, I guess, and then you get assigned a mission by ops, or like how does that how does that gameplay work?
Typically, I mean, like that's only in the newer Call of Duty games that kind of had that like openness to like go like a safe house. Most of the time, it is very linear. It is one mission to the next mission to the next mission. There's no like choosing anything. It is literally just story, just one to the next to the next and the next. This one, like you said, that the whole safe house thing, maybe you can change up what guns you bring with you and how you, because typically when you get into a Call of Duty mission, it's just like, here's your gun, have a good day. Like there's no real customization or ways you can play it differently in most Call of Duty campaigns. So that's the one thing in this one with how they're saying there's like the safe house. Okay, is there going to be like different equipment we can bring with us that do the mission differently? Is there different
Yeah.
attachments we can do to be more stealth instead of go guns blazing? Or am I just going to grab a grenade launcher and go to town
Yes.
in this place? I don't
That.
know.
Grab that.
That's what Sean wants
Yeah.
to do.
Yeah, no stealth. The thing that I might have to go back and play Cold War, because this
Yeah.
seems to be like a true continuation from that. I was lamenting a little bit on the stream. I'm like, oh man, that safe house is back. I didn't really love it, but maybe I should go back and actually finish the game. My complaint about it is just that Call of Duty, when I think about it, like they talked about this here, like be a action hero, live out that fantasy. And that's what I think of when I hear Call of Duty and when I want to play that game. And the safe house just slowed things down for me.
Right.
And, you know, there's a benefit to that because it added variety into it. So it didn't feel like I was just shooting people and then loading up another mission and they're shooting more people. Like it did add some variety to it. But my momentum was slowed so much every time a mission ended. And it's like, all right, back here in this boring chalkboard and a bunch of the push pins and the yarn and stuff. It's the same with Alan Wake 2, oddly enough. But I might be missing the forest for the trees. Sometimes I get a little hung up on an aspect of a game that causes me to miss out on other things. And I'm quite excited by a lot of what I saw here at the showcase. And I don't want to miss out on that because I don't love, you know, the safe room. So I don't know, Ryan, do you have anything, or Marcus? I don't know if you guys have anything on this at all.
I personally don't. I thought the campaign stuff they showed looked cool, and I'm excited to play it. And I mean, that's it. I mean, that was kind of my thoughts on Call of Duty, because it seemed like more of a Call of Duty campaign with some more options, which honestly I'm down for. So yes, I'm excited to play it. I will probably be picking it up this fall and playing it whenever I have time, because there's so many other games this fall, and this is definitely, like, again, for me personally, lower on the scale, just because I'll play it whenever I get around to it, kind of thing.
I also, a couple different things I'm going to put on as far as the multiplayer goes. I've learned after this. When Call of Duty Black Ops 6 integrates with Warzone, all Modern Warfare 2, 3, and Black Ops 6 content will be available in Warzone. However...
What does that mean? What do you mean?
So the way it works with Warzone is, like, Warzone is... And basically, it's like kind of a culmination of all things Call of Duty, right?
Okay.
So Modern Warfare 2, when Modern Warfare 2 came out, that was the most recent version of Warzone that happened. When Modern Warfare 3 came out, those guns got put into Warzone. They didn't replace them, Modern Warfare 2. Everything got put into Warzone. And now they're saying the same thing with Black Ops 6. All the equipment, all the stuff that's going on there, all of it's going into Warzone. Now, my guess is they're going to have to change up Warzone as far as the movement goes, because I would have a very hard time believing you do this new movement tech and all this stuff, and then you go back to the way it used to be seamlessly. Because people play... Like right now, people play Modern Warfare 3 to level up their guns, and then they go straight into Warzone to have fun with those guns, right? I think they're going to have to change up Warzone entirely, and that was one thing they said. Can we talk about Warzone yet? No, of course not, because you're literally going to have to change Warzone completely with this.
Yeah, don't freak everybody out who's playing Warzone right now.
Right.
Let them keep playing it.
Exactly. The one thing that is strange here, it says your purchase cosmetic and bundles from Modern Warfare 2 and 3 will not carry over to Black Ops 6, meaning... Any skins you have in 2 and 3, they're not going to carry over to Black Ops 6. Warzone is different.
Multiplayer, yeah.
The multiplayer, yeah. All the Warzone stuff is all going to move over. Everything's fine there. It's just that part of it. The other thing, too, which is one question I had about that Vault upgrade, because obviously they had this special edition at the end of the trailer. For those who have Xbox Game Pass, Xbox has an option to upgrade to the Vault edition for $30. So if you want that extra content, you are not going to have to pay... like a full price game. Basically,
what's the full price? $30 sounds like a lot.
No. So Call of Duty is normally $70. Vault Edition's $100.
Okay.
And Vault Edition usually has like specific cosmetics for it. The first season battle pass included. Like it's kind of like, hey, thanks for buying. It's just like any other special edition that has extra digital content, but it's more ingrained with Warzone stuff, and like it has extra stuff. But basically,
is it early access to the single player campaign like they do with other games sometimes?
Usually yes.
Yeah.
But what they're saying is, at least in this regard, you're not going to have to pay $100 like full price if you have Xbox or Game Pass.
I see. So you think that's a win? Like that's a good thing.
I personally do, because I know how Call of Duty can be very greedy when it comes to making you pay full price for things, and who cares? And like I said, it's worked for Call of Duty forever. But I do think it's cool, at least, because again, this is just another reason to, if you have Xbox or if you have Game Pass, these upgrades will cost you $30 instead of paying a full $100 on PlayStation or whatever.
Yeah, this is a lesson they kind of learned from both Forza and Starfield, because they did the same for both, and Gears did too, right?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like I'm happy that Vault, because again, It sounds bad, but with Call of Duty, man, they literally can kind of say whatever they want with Call of Duty, and people do it. Like,
Well, not only that, if some of these rewards, like you said, Mitch, carry on to other games down the road too, it like you look at it and be like, oh well, maybe some of these upgrades or cosmetics carry on to the next Call of Duty that comes
Right.
out next year. Like it's more of an investment even than picking up a season pass for a game that you might not even go back to.
right. I mean, like I said, example, like I was buying Call of Duty these Vault upgrade versions for $100, right? Now I'm only have to pay $30 because I have Game Pass. That's a win for me. Like, and all Xbox. By the way, it's not even Xbox, PC. That's the other thing too. This is literally coming to PC as Game Pass day one. And how many people play this game on PC, which is insane. So like, that's just, it's still weird to me that it's coming to Game Pass. I still think about like, you guys are, I really hope there's enough Game Pass subscriptions to make you not regret this decision. For them, that's just, it's insane to me to still say that this is coming to Game Pass day one. I'm very happy. Like I don't
more of a
for it.
push. Like they basically have between now and then to just like put if they want to. That's the weirdest thing because I don't understand what the goal is here, right? Because they obviously make more money in the moment by selling Call of Duty. So they, again, Microsoft and Xbox have to walk a bit of a fine line here on like, what are they pushing exactly? Are they really using this as a tentpole to push $15 a month subscriptions, or are they more than happy to have Call of Duty just back? I have to say, seeing this whole sequence and this whole showcase, talking about Call of Duty, and then it would show somebody playing it with an Xbox controller. That's the first time we've seen that since, the
while.
360 era. Yeah.
I also want to point out, good for Phil Spencer for right off the rip saying everybody's getting this beta at the same damn time. Because that was so frustrating as an Xbox player.
Yeah, big
when
time.
PlayStation had a 2-week head start on the beta. Also, stupidest thing, PlayStation had like little perks here and there. Like extra slots for loadouts. And I'm just like, what the hell? Like, this is just such a weird thing to have. But I appreciate them. And again, I get that they didn't go this route because they were trying not to get sued and avoid the purchase, but they could have easily said, no, guys, we're going to have all that stuff now. Xbox is going to have early access. Xbox is going to have all these things. And they flat out said, no, everybody's getting the beta at the same time. Everybody's getting early access at the same time. And I appreciate them saying that because again, like they could have easily gone the other way, but they didn't. And good for them for at least doing that. So, yeah, it's just.
I'm pretty happy, man. I think it showed well. I think they did a good job to open it and then close it with a 25-minute showcase. Another sort of like, I guess if I have anything to complain about, I thought they had a moment to give us Call of Duty in the Game Pass, like other games. We all kind of expected it, at least one, if not all, if not a sort of drip feed of Call of Duty games going into Game Pass. Not really there. It's still a play that can be made though. And when I consider it in that way, Xbox all of a sudden is in a place that they haven't been in pretty much since the 360 days, where they can kind of, like Nintendo does, pick and choose when they're going to deploy a little like ace up their sleeves. There's a lot that they've got that they can give to us now. And that hasn't been the case in a little while. So they can still do that later on this summer or even next year. Let's just kind of like, we're very early in the days of this ABK purchase and the merger or acquisition, I should say.
I will also mention as well, this is information that came out afterwards that we're just hearing about now. Did y'all know the install size for Black Ops 6 is going to be 310 gigabytes on Series
I was going to get
S?
to that.
Because, and I say Series S specifically, because the hard drive for Series S isn't that big. So it's not going to fit unless you have an expansion card.
I don't know if Sean heard that. Sean, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is going to be 310 gigs in size.
Make it more. Come on.
No, important part. On Series S, it's going to be that size. Think about the hard drive size on Series S.
So it's going to be bigger on the larger.
It's going to be not only bigger on the larger consoles, but it won't fit on the Series S hard drive.
I love it.
Yeah.
More.
One thing I was going to say, by the way, is like we had mentioned with the Game Pass stuff.
That's insane.
I'm shocked that the hardware and the software, like if they announce anything Game Pass related this week, I'm shocked that it wasn't the other way around, right? Like,
what do you mean?
You announce Game Pass stuff now and hardware stuff later, right? Because I feel like these hardware announcements were just kind of like, okay.
Agreed. I'm waiting for like a Call of Duty special. Like honestly, like let Xbox lean into all of the accessories, the special edition console. Like, that's how you can get more consoles out the door. I just don't understand why they haven't done it before.
I was gonna say it was hilarious to me looking at the 3 consoles that they announced today, and the only one with a bigger hard drive than 1 terabyte was the one that came with the disk drive. The one, like the all digital one, was not 2 terabytes, but the one with the disk drive was. It hurt my brain.
I also want to point out something. I have prices of these consoles, and literally not one is enticing. So, diskless Series X. So basically, the Series X we have now, white, without disk drive, $450 US.
Yeah, $50 less, right? Yeah,
right. The Series S 1 terabytes, $350, which is the same as the black version that they have right now. So it's just the same price, right? It's just now available.
Now
white
1
instead of
terabyte.
black.
Yeah,
Right.
that's the new standard. Yeah.
Xbox Series X 2 terabyte Galaxy Black version, $600 US.
Yeah. We were talking about that on the Xbox Drive. Like, it's just amazing to me how much more they can charge for a little extra space. It's just bonkers to me.
Granted,
But it's
the
Galaxy.
new-
It's Galaxy Black. It's got the stars on it.
looks
It's got the
cool.
green foot bottom thing on it.
Yeah, sure, cool, bro. Like $600. And like, you're right.
In limited
Ryan made the
quantities.
joke.
Mitch, not everybody can get one.
That's like $900 Canadian after
Yeah,
tax.
that's so much more. I'm
A
just
Call of
shocked.
Duty edition would have been much more enticing. Like, and it will sell. You know, bundle that sucker up this. Well, actually, Black Friday's well after this game comes out. So,
If they had come out with, and like the hardware side of it, if they had talked about Game Pass, because that's the weirdest thing too. Not one previous Activision game got announced for Game Pass. Not one. They
that's
didn't
what I'm
show-
saying. Like, they've
they
got
talked
this
about
catalog of
nothing.
announcements they can give to us over
So,
the next couple of years,
That's
probably.
very true. I was shocked that nothing got mentioned, but also at the same time, I think if you were going to announce any hardware during that direct, you should have announced a Call of Duty
Gamescom.
specific.
Gamescom is still coming. That's a perfect.
I was
time.
gonna say there was a lot of games
okay.
they had announced today. Like I actually feel I'm actually kind of glad that they saved that and that they'll just. I think it'll just be
forgot
like a
about
nice
Gamescom.
press drop one day, and I think it'll be awesome.
That's what I mean. They can hit these beats. Like, that's really going to be interesting to watch if they actually do that. But like right now, they needed to solidify that Xbox has Call of Duty. Game Pass is how you get it. Like, you can very quickly overwhelm people, especially when they dove into the sort of mechanics of this game. Like, they spent 10 minutes talking about omni movement. You know, there's a lot of key messages to deliver here. So good thing we do a weekly Xbox podcast, Mitch. We get to talk about this over the next little while. And I hope this isn't the first and last thing that we hear about Call of Duty. I think you mentioned before, like, they do a deep dive later on in the year, typically. Like, did they give us a date for that? It
was August 20 something. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what they do is typically they do a event where they show off multiplayer in more detail, and then they show off
Yeah.
Warzone. They didn't talk about Warzone whatsoever, which I honestly didn't expect them to. I was hoping.
Sure.
something was
Yeah.
But yeah, so they typically bring in a lot of content creators, things like that, to do like this giant reveal of like
Mitch.
Here's not me. If you want to fly me out Call of Duty, I'll go. I'll shut up.
That'd be
and
great.
Go, right? I would love that. But they typically they bring in like, let's put it this way: Warzone right now has 120 players in the lobby, right? One game is 120 players. That's typically what they do locally at these events.
That's
they bring
awesome.
in all these content creators live there to play a game of Warzone, multiple games of Warzone. They all stream it and stuff, and they all hype it up. But that's what I'm like. They said I think it was August 25th or 6th, something like that. So that they typically do that though. Like since Warzone happened, they don't talk about it right away. They show you the campaign first. A couple months later, they do this, and then around that time is probably when they'll announce the beta dates as well. That's typically what they do. Is they'll show off the game, show off all the reasons why you should pre-order the new one. Here's multiplayer. Here's Warzone. Here's your beta dates. Have a good day. The only thing that's good now, like I'd mentioned before, we're all getting the beta the same damn day. So thank you. Appreciate
Nice.
that.
Call of Duty, man. October 25th, it's coming out, day and date in Game Pass. You can get a whole bunch of stuff early. Hunter's Pack, Mastercraft, Weapon Collection. You can just spend money at Call of Duty, is basically what they're telling us at the very end here.
They just
Also,
really
as
want you
well,
to know that.
zombies. I don't play zombies a whole lot.
Zombies.
I don't play zombies a whole lot, to be honest.
Same.
Never really got into it. I was always just multiplayer and then BR at that point. But cool that they're bringing round-based stuff back, because
Yes,
right now it's more
please.
of an open world thing, and people are like, no, please don't do
Way
that.
too much for me.
A lot's going on. But again, everybody will get a chance to play this because it's on Game Pass. And if it's on Game Pass, just try it. We need to make that the
Exactly.
tagline of this show.
I mean, I feel like that's the tagline of our podcast alone.
Yeah,
let
just go
alone-
try it.
It's just like, why not? And I know a lot of people are really excited. I'm excited for you guys. I will definitely be checking out. I know for a fact Mitch is going to be streaming this, so I will definitely be checking out Mitch's streams. I definitely don't know for myself if 300 gigs is worth trying it out. However, I am more than happy to watch other people who love the series, because quite honestly, it's one of those things, and I feel like, Sean, I think you can agree with this. It's seeing people who love a game so much and seeing
Yep.
them and their reactions. I get more excited about the game because I get to see you guys really enjoy it. So
Yeah.
I'm so excited to see my friends like make TikToks about it, YouTube videos, seeing people stream it. Am I going to be able to watch the stream for very long? Who knows? But I'm going to still be there in support, and I will definitely be checking it out. But thank you all for hanging out with us this afternoon. Before we end this off, I'm just going to go quickly around the table. I'm going to ask just for any final thoughts. I'm going to start off with, you know what? We're going to go a little crazy. We're going to go counterclockwise. We're going to start off with Ryan. Any final thoughts?
Final thoughts was this showcase just firmly stamped that Xbox is here. They have games. They're awesome. You should be paying attention to Xbox, and it is not doom and gloom over in Xboxville. The classic tagline applies here. Please be excited. So, of course, those are my final thoughts on the show. I thought the show was fantastic. One of the best Xbox shows in years. And honestly, to steal Sean Terry's thunder, this felt like an E3 show to me. And that's all I needed today.
Boom. Way to take it right from Sean. But well, here we go. Sean, we're going to let you, what are your thoughts? I want to hear the hype. Any like final thoughts, any final words about this showcase?
I mean, look, we just spent 3 hours breaking it down. I feel like that alone just gives people a sense of how much depth there was here. It's really difficult for us as content creators to look down the gauntlet of all these games and go, are there any that we can leave out? Are there any that we should skip? And it's like, not really. All these games seem to matter. There wasn't really a filler. It was all killer, no filler in this. I'm briefly just kind of going on the internet. Everybody's excited about this. A really strong showing. And this is what, it's funny how this kind of thing can turn the tide. And Ryan, you did steal my thunder a little bit. There has been a ton of doom and gloom. Like, what's going on with Xbox? It's like, this is what's going on with Xbox. This is the stuff that's going on with Game Pass. Now, like, can we shut up for a little while and actually play the games, actually enjoy the stuff? There's a roadmap here. I need a visual. Of course, I'm a visual person. I need to see July, August, September. But like, my sense is we got a ton here in 2024. I think the narrative coming out of it might be there's too much 2025 non-dated, maybe like not even maybe 2026. But I actually think if we go back, check our notes, that we will have something to play, something to be excited about over the next couple of weeks, going into the next couple of months, going into the next few years. That's what they needed to say based on everything that's been going on in Xbox land recently. This was the result of a $69 billion purchase. It needed to feel like Xbox just made the biggest gamble in gaming history. And I think they really they stepped up to that. It's a completely innocuous, ambiguous, intangible sort of thing that they needed to reach. And I think that they did it. Call of Duty, Diablo, World of Warcraft, Assassin's Creed, some of the biggest damn games in gaming were here. And that's why it took us 3 hours to break it down. I'm excited by the vast majority of what I've seen. And I can only hope that I still have attention left over to discuss and talk about and play the 340 games I've added to my Steam wish list based on Wholesome Direct and Summer Game Fest earlier. It's amazing that I feel like I almost need to remind you and any of the other people listening that those also happened this weekend, because we had this juggernaut, a true blockbuster. And that's what I expect from the platform holders. It's what I expect from Xbox. It's what I expect from PlayStation. It's what I expect from Nintendo. I've gotten the feeling that so much has been mailed in lately. I want people to care. I want people to make me care. And I think that's what they did today with this wonderful showcase. And I was so glad to chat with you all today. And Fiona, again, thank you for hosting this and guiding us through this conversation. There's so many of us and so much to talk about. And you crushed it. You're an absolute natural at this. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much. I was going to say, I definitely agree with you, Sean, because the amount of times that I was just like, okay, we've been doing this podcast for a long time. Is there anything there was nothing I could cut out. there was so much information, like there was so much stuff to get hyped for. There was so much stuff to like get everyone's opinions. And I love the fact with the panel that we have today, we have people who love so many different genres. It's not just like we have just people who like shooters. We don't just have people who like indie games. We have such a like an eclectic group of people and like different thoughts. And I think that was a great way to come together today. And I'm so happy that we had everyone here. Shout out to Bowza. I'm so sorry that you had to leave a little bit early. I hope you do feel better by the time that you listen to this. But it was a fantastic day, and it was just so great. And what I would also like to do is thank Marcus for joining us today. And do you have any final thoughts?
So thanks, Fee. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it all for allowing me to join. This was a fantastic showcase. I go into these things hoping that there's a handful of games that I'm really excited about. And this showcase gave me probably 10, 12, 15 games that I'm pretty excited about. I am a primarily PlayStation gamer, and I have to say that the vast majority of my most anticipated games are going to be on Xbox and on Game Pass, and that's kind of cool. So yeah, they did a really great job. It's, you know, everything else has been said by Sean and Ryan and yourself and Mitch along the way here. As I echo it. It was a really good showcase.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you once again. It was great to have you on here, especially as someone who does predominantly play PlayStation. It's great to get that opinion as well. I'll talk about my slight history before we get to the end of this, but before I talk your guys' ear off for a hot minute, I'm just going to let Mitch, any final thoughts?
In my opinion, this is one of the better showcases that Xbox has had since 360 days. Like, they literally hit beats on every game that, like, the games that we've been waiting on finally got shown, right? Perfect Dark finally got shown. Fable finally got shown. We knew Gears was already being worked on, finally got shown. New franchises that we don't know anything about yet, with like things like Avowed. Indiana Jones looked phenomenal, and those supposedly are coming this year, right? Sometime in 2024. The amount of, like, also I want to shout out gameplay. There was a ton of gameplay that was actually done during these, right? I mean, yeah, they showed sequences, you know, like tons of cutscenes and stuff like that. But the fact that we got actual gameplay, because again, that's a big deal, right? We want to see what this game actually looks like running, not just some cutscenes. And again, some are nowhere near showing actual gameplay, like Gears E-Day, and I totally get that. But the fact that, like, Perfect Dark was sitting for so long, and you didn't just show up with some phoned-in trailer and said, "Oh, we'll show you more." No, they were like, "Here's gameplay," right? That and Fable, same thing. We're going to show you some cool stuff for Fable, but then here's some gameplay from Fable. Like, we have been working on these games. We have been putting time into this. We want to make sure you guys are getting a good game, which is probably why they're taking forever and a day. But it literally, there was one lull in the game, or in the showcase. That's it, one. And unfortunately, it's a game that may not even be a lull. It just happened to be on a showcase where there was so much hype and so much.
Which game are you talking about, Mitch? Which one's that?
That Atom Fall, whatever.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Like, yeah. But that's it, right? And again, it sucks because it's like that game could
call
be
it
a
out, Mitch.
7. Yeah. I'm sorry, developers, if you're watching, but no,
they're still here.
Yeah, they're still here. But what I'm saying is, like, that game could easily be like a 7, right? But when you're putting it with all these other games that are literally potential 7, 8, 9s, 9.5s, maybe 10s, I'm not going to say any of them are perfect. When you put it in that type of category, it's just crazy. That game could have easily blown our socks off if it wasn't paired up with all this other stuff, right? Mm-hmm. So the fact that they had all that, the pacing of it was good. They had game after game after game, and they didn't just show you. There was a lot of first-person shooters, but also we're talking about an Xbox conference here, right? I mean, come on, dude. I get it. They like them. But overall, I just thought this is definitely, if you were like worried about Xbox, and shouldn't be worried at all. You literally just got shown so many games that are also, majority of them are coming to Game Pass, that are completely worth your time and completely worth a subscription to that, at least. Or just buy them, whatever. Even if the Game Pass wasn't a thing, these are games that you easily could spend full price on and be totally worth it. So Yeah, I think Xbox showed a very. It's weird because like, even though they showed a lot, not a lot of the stuff they showed was actually from the Activision Blizzard stuff. Black Ops. WoW.
Yeah, Diablo.
Yeah, they touched everything that they should have with the ABK stuff.
Yeah, they
but also Dragon Age, the Veilguard.
But there was so much. What I'm saying is, even though they spent billions of dollars on this company, it's not like the whole conference was just all this Activision Blizzard stuff. You know what I mean? All this stuff. It literally was like, well, here's some games, but then here's all these other games that just show you that we're not just reliant on this company being bought.
Yeah.
To like look at all this stuff we have. Oh, and by the way, we have these new games that we can say are ours. But look at all this other stuff that we had nothing, did not involve this big purchase that everybody talks about. Yeah. So, and again, like it's crazy because now they just have more. I keep forgetting about Gamescom being a thing. That Gamescom conference could literally be as nuts as this, as far as all the stuff they didn't talk about, right? There's tons of rumors and stuff that got talked about that we don't know about, right? They didn't show about. So, yeah, everybody's saying best showcase ever. I think so. I mean, maybe up there.
I feel like they've said that people have said Xbox has strong showcases year in, year out. So it's just a matter of time for the games have to deliver.
I think it's better than this year. I think this year was better than last year for sure. The only thing that I personally was like heard zero about was anything Halo at all.
Fine. That's fine. Let it sit. Let it rest.
That's just my thing. Cause like, I'm just looking off this best Xbox showcase ever. If they had mentioned something Halo, I would say yes. Just because that literally is hitting every 10.
They got Gears instead. They can have these things.
I was gonna say their lineup for the next 2 years is very stacked, and it doesn't need Halo to do that.
It doesn't need Halo. I'm just
Halo. But I appreciate it. Like we should still want for Halo. Like
of course.
Yeah. There's still a
especially
gap
with
to
how
be
it
bridged there.
One day Halo will be good.
I will absolutely. Gears E-Day was definitely a Gears game I didn't expect. Didn't necessarily think I wanted, but now I just cannot stop thinking about it, and I want that so damn bad. So, yes, great job, Xbox.
Great job.
That's
Xbox.
true. Just go play Halo 2. Yeah.
Yeah, just go play that.
Play Halo 2.
Oh my goodness. I my final thoughts on the showcase was, quite frankly, this was up there as one of my favorite showcases of this weekend. Mind you, there were phenomenal showcases yesterday. I know Ryan, you and I sat down and watched the majority of them together, and honestly, it was great to see so many games at once. We got to see 70 at Wholesome. We got to see 80 of them when at the Latin Games showcase. But I feel like this was such a great representation of what Xbox is bringing to the table over the next few years. It wasn't just one particular genre. It wasn't just kind of leaning to one. It's just like there was at least one game for everybody. And I think the way that they really thought of the tempo of the show made a lot of sense. Starting the show with Xbox, with COD, of course, and then ending it with COD is kind of just like a glimpse like, hey, we are going to be talking about COD, but you have to stay for the showcase. But instead of being like, we're only relying on COD, they relied on everything else, which was it was back to back. And even though Adam Fall looks a little bit on the wild side, you know what, I think everything shined in its own capacity, and it was really, really well done. And they just knocked it out of the park. I think this was phenomenal. I think it's the best showcase I've seen from Xbox for a while. In a while. I don't know if I could say this is the best Xbox one of all time, because I'm not gonna lie, for the longest time, and kind of relating to you, Marcus, I wasn't an Xbox person for a very long time. I was actually kind of the opposite. I didn't think that Xbox was for me, and we've talked about this at length on our podcast. We talked about this even on the very first podcast we did together, which was the Carpool Gaming BTS episode, where I talked about the fact that I never used to be an Xbox person, and being able to sit down here and think like, wow, a lot of these games are like something I'm super excited for. And honestly, like, I felt like they did such a great job of showing different elements, and I'm so excited to see what Xbox has in the future. And so many of these games, if there was a wish list section like there was on Steam, I would be in trouble. In so much trouble.
There is on Xbox. Go wishlist on Xbox.
It is totally a thing.
Definitely a thing. So good luck with that, Fee. We're looking at a graphic with all of the games that were announced here. I think it said something like 33 games. We've seen this type of graphic before, but it's kind of like, I mean, not all of those are built the same. This one, many of these, if not most, the vast majority are built like, holy crap, they all deserve attention. Oh my goodness gracious. Dragon Age. Did we mention Dragon Age? Good
You
God.
did. You definitely
Okay, thanks.
We'll talk about it more in a couple days when we get the actual gameplay.
Yes.
I do have an update, by the way. My son woke up. He saw the
Mm-hmm.
Fallout 76 the other, and he just flat out says, I can't wait for Wednesday.
There you go.
That's all he said.
Woo!
He's just like, he's probably going to
You'll
wake
have
up
to see
early,
it.
get his chores done real early to get to play that day. Yeah. He's going to be like, Dad, I'm just going to play it.
Oh my goodness. Well, this has been the Xbox Drive and Friends episode and our post show for day 3 of Summer Game Fest. But before we end it off here, we're just going to go around the table and tell everyone where they can find you on the internet. Starting off with Mitch, Power 1116. Where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, all of these social media platforms at MitchPower1116. Currently, right now, I'm on vacation, so I don't know if I'm actually going to be streaming a lot. I got family in town. But let's just say next Saturday, which would be the 22nd, I'm going to have a big celebration stream for my birthday / Twitch anniversary, where I'll be doing some giveaways and prizes and have fun with the community and come win free stuff. And yeah, mostly Twitch. So go do that. MitchPower1116, just like it says right here.
Yeah, definitely. Also join for his community weekends where I kill everyone. But I digress. Not trying
She's
to make this
a
about
great
me.
liar. A great liar. It's insane.
Thank you.
That sounds like the truth to me.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Marcus, where can people find you on the internet?
Well, I don't have nearly as many spots as Mitch did. You can find me on Twitter and in the Discord, Marcus O'Neill 79. So, pretty easy.
Awesome. Thanks, Marcus. Where can people find you, Sean?
At Sean Capri, Sean like Connery, Capri like the pants on Twitter, and as also is my gamer tag. Find me in the Discord. Please, it's free. If you've made it all the way to this part and you're new to Carpool Gaming, join the Discord. It's free. It's a wonderful community. We're celebrating Savoy Prime's birthday today, so happy birthday to you, my friend. You thought you could get away without me noticing or remembering. I totally remember. And yeah, just really grateful to hang out with you guys today. But yeah, if people are discovering us through the celebration of Xbox with this discussion, please join the Carpool community. It's ever growing, and we welcome you in with open arms, just like Creed, Fiona.
Woo!
With arms wide open is actually the way it goes.
With arms wide open.
Nice. So you thought we could end the show without a Creed reference? We won't.
No.
Okay, now that song is going to be permanently stuck in my head for the rest of the day. Ryan, where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me locked in my own prison. But also
Let's go!
over on X at Ryan Turford. You also find me on the PlayStation Drive and the RPG Cave every single week. Please be excited. And Fee, where can people find you?
What if Fee was on socials? What if?
What if I was on socials?
Creed
And
song,
what
too.
if I decided to stream some more demos tonight, which I will be doing. So I'm going to be live streaming over on this particular platform. Whoa, what a crazy...
Hey.
And for people who are like, what, you're streaming on this platform? I'm listening to this as a podcast 2 months from now. Well, that's great. I am actually streaming on Twitch at twitch.tv/Zeranix, where I actually played 6 demos that were shown over the different showcases over the weekend, except for one, which I'm not going to talk about because that game is a nightmare and a half, but I digress. You can also find me over on Twitter, where I am just talking about all the fun games and murderous farming games. There's a murderous farming game that I'm really excited about, guys. I'm just so excited for all things games. And also, another thing you can find me associated with is there's some freaking fantastic Carpool Gaming merch. We have a limited time t-shirt of Poolside Bobby. There's t-shirts, there's tank tops, there's mugs, there is just stickers. Do you like having stickers on the back of your iPad/laptop? You should get some stickers. I highly recommend it. What's up,
Did this
Mitch?
get fixed? No, it's okay. The link's in the chat though. Go to the first link. The first link. Yeah.
Go to go to the first link where you can find
link.
all this fantastic merch. Honestly, Carpool, like Poolside Bobby is just been living rent free in my head, and I just absolutely love this little guy. So go and check out the website. Of course, you can find all of the links there. You can also find information about it on our Discord. It is available until the end of July. So get your merch while you still can. And if you're listening to this podcast in August and beyond that point, I apologize. Maybe there'll be some cool merch then.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Also,
There's cool merch always. I'm just saying.
If I may, Fee, just want to
Yes.
also point out, since you haven't mentioned it, we will be back tomorrow for the final day of Summer Game Fest with Yves Gilmore Fest, aka Ubisoft
Yes!
Forward.
Ubisoft.
Starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. So
Merci.
please make sure to come back for that. Of course, it's tentatively the final day of Summer Game Fest, because you never know, Nintendo might sneak in there with something. But please be excited. I want to give a shout out as well for people to come back tomorrow, please.
Thank you,
Please
Ryan.
do that.
Well, everyone, thank you again for listening. This has been day 3 of Summer Game Fest, aka the Xbox Drive with Friends. Thank you again, Marcus, for joining us. Bowza, we hope you feel better. This has been us. I cannot wait to hang out with you all tomorrow, and have yourselves a great day. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everybody.
Bye-bye.